The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Unravels crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on their light. Tough enough, Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast to feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? Whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, king of peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on their light.
YouTube, where's the babies? Where's the babies? That is the question we are going to be asking tonight. Also, as you see from the title, both parents going to jail. Is it true? Is it true? Now, listen, before we get into this, I'm going to need you to leave your DNA all over that like button down there, just in case you go missing in the hills of Tennessee and I got to send Dog the bounty hunter looking for you. Or if you go missing deep, cross the border in Nova Scotia, Dolly's going to track you down like a bloodhound. Okay, I'll have my passport soon. So definitely leave your DNA. Also, if you're brand new, sub up, ring the bell. Help us hit 71,000 people. That's a lot of damn people. Can't do it without the help of each and every one of you. So make sure you sub up, ring the bell for notifications. And of course, feel free to share my ugly face anywhere, as long as it's not Pornhub, okay? No Pornhub for Dolly. But anywhere else, you are good to go. So I got an email yesterday from a guy who said he worked in law enforcement in Canada for years, all the way up until he retired. And he assures me, right? This is what he said. I assure you, Dolly, I know some people, they are trying to build a case against both parents. Now, listen, we ain't heard. Now, this is just hearsay. Just hearsay. I want you guys to know. You know, I have no way to fact check and confirm what people are saying. But he said, I assure you that they are building a case on both parents for lying to law enforcement and the disappearance of Jack and Lily. He said the RCMP gets their man, right? And I have a little faith. He says, Dolly, I know you have a little faith in the police force and you think what they're doing is a shabby job. He goes, but in the end, we always get our man. And in this case, it would be man or woman. Now, is the RCMP really building a case against Daniel and Malaya? Especially, we know from the very beginning, we have been given inconsistent statements in this case, and Daniel's coming out now in text messages, and he's been commenting back in some of the groups that are for Jack and Lily on Facebook, saying that Malaya, once her mental health is tested and she's stressed, she will break and she will crack. and say what happened to those kids. And in one of the messages, he also said that Malaya said the kids were in the woods. What is the truth? What is the truth in this case? Because it seems like we have been lied to from the very start. So many people still believe that these kids are hidden on a reservation and the natives are hiding these kids out, helping Malaya hide these kids out. Now, I 100% do not believe this is true. This is more people trying to put, love you, Dolly from Netherlands. Always watch. Well, thank you so much. We love you guys too. Thank you for jumping on the Dolly train, which we like to call the Blessed Express. Now, you need a few blessings in your life. You need to jump on the Blessed Express. That's how you get them, right? That's how you get them blessings. You got to be on the Blessed Express. And thank you for jumping on. So many people think that these kids have been handed off and that they're alive and well. Even Daniel himself says he believes these kids are alive. But my sources in Canada say they're building a case on them for lying to the authorities and the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Now, so many people in the beginning didn't trust Daniel, didn't trust Daniel's mother, didn't trust any of them. They were all prime suspects in the beginning. Kohberger took a plea deal. Yes, he did. Okay, let me go over this before we get too far into Jack and Lily and people keep bringing it up. Brian Kohberger accepted a deal today that he would plead guilty to the 4 counts of murder and the burglary at 1122 King Road. Okay, he's not eligible for the possibility of parole, and he cannot appeal. Okay, so he's in prison for the rest of his life and will never get out. He accepted a plea deal today, pleading guilty to the 4 counts of murder and to burglary, and he will never, ever see the light of day. No possibility of parole, no chance to appeal it. It is over. There has been justice served today for the 4 Idaho college students that had brutally had their lives taken away. Thank God. Thank God. This is the first thing he did that wasn't coward. He took his punishment like a man, but he did this to avoid the death penalty, right? That's the only reason. He didn't want to die. So he's still a coward, but the case is pretty much closed now in the Idaho 4, which thank God he did that, because it saves me a trip to, you hear the producer, he's a coward. It saves me a trip to Idaho, which his court date was right at my birthday, which would have had me in Idaho for my birthday. And I really, really, truly, didn't want to be in Idaho for my birthday. I can think of a lot of places I want to spend my birthday, but Idaho was not one of them. And yes, yesterday they found Caitlyn Harp. Husband is in jail for murder, abuse of a corpse. There's a lot of news coming out, okay, which I don't have in the title of this video, but Caitlyn Harp was also found by her family at that. Went out there and they knew where her phone last pinged, and they found her remains. And it's really sad. I spoke with Vinny's sister last night, which is Caitlyn's best friend. And, the family has been getting a lot of threats and things like that. Let me say this for Vinny's family. These people can't control what this monster done, okay? They condemn it 100% completely. That they love Caitlyn Harp. The rest of the family did. They thought she was great. Matter of fact, Vinny's sister is her best friend. And she was out there searching for it, and they found her. So prayers to anybody who loved Caitlyn, don't matter which side of the family you was on. And the family wants justice served against their own family. It is what it is. Like, sometimes you don't get to pick what family you're born into. And a lot of families have that one person that is a nut job. Sister Karen here, send good vibes. Okay. So prayers to Caitlyn Harp and her family and friends and everybody associated with her. total tragedy. You know, these people, you know, they get where you can get a divorce. Okay, just get a divorce. It's not hard these days. All you have to do is go down there, file a little bit of paperwork, and you know, and move on with your life. You don't have to hurt the other person and take that away from everybody who loved her, right? So same thing with Brian Kohberger. You know, justice has been served. I'm sure that Vinnie Harp will get justice, whatever that may be. I know it's Pennsylvania. I'm not quite sure if Pennsylvania has the death penalty or not. I know Virginia is a Commonwealth state like Pennsylvania, and we did away with the death penalty. So I don't know if they still have the death penalty in Pennsylvania. Anybody from Pennsylvania, you can let us know. And listen, justice has come for the Idaho 4. Justice has come for Caitlyn Harp. Now we just need justice for Jack and Lily. So many people want to push this false narrative that these kids are alive and they've been hid. This goes into your Durwoods and your Daniel out here trying to push this stuff. But why didn't these same stories that they're telling now, why wasn't that told to the police in the very beginning? Do you think they will unseal his records? I don't know whose records you were talking about. Yes, PA has death penalty. Okay, well, then, you know, listen, you know how I feel about taking a life. You take a life, you deserve to have your life taken. So, and, you know, especially murdering your wife, it's when you can just easily leave and start a new relationship. You don't even have to do it. You know, it's totally like some Chris Watts type stuff. You know, well, kill my wife, say I didn't do it, and all along you did it just so you can hook up with another woman or something like that. Yes, Pennsylvania has a death penalty. Well, that is good news. Now, I strongly believe for us American people, I know a lot of Canada's in here with us tonight, that, you know, we're not one country unified. We're a bunch of different states that have a whole bunch of different laws from each other, which don't make any sense. It's almost like we live in our own little individual countries, right? Because, like I said, we don't have the death penalty here. Pennsylvania apparently has a death penalty. I believe the death penalty should be across the board. We're all Americans. Our laws should be the same. Why should I have to abide by a law here that you don't have to abide by in California? Right? All laws across the board should be the same. We're one country. We're not 50 different countries, right? In Canada, you know, same thing there with you guys not having the death penalty. I don't know. That's just terrible because it's just like prison ain't as bad as it should be. I know it sounds bad. Some prisons are really bad, but some prisons are not, right? And people end up going to prison, getting educations, living their best life, getting jobs, going outside. But the people they murder never will. Jack and Lily will never have a chance in this world. And how do we know? You know, Jack could have been the little boy that cured cancer. Lily could have did something huge in this world. You know what I'm saying? And that they will never be given that chance because of bad parents that neglected their children. Okay. So many people have started to take Daniel's side. I don't know if it's for clicks and views or what it's for, but I always told you guys, I'm not here to be friends with none of these people. If they come into the room, that's great, but I'm not your friend. I want to make that perfectly clear to anybody out there that's a parent or involved in any criminal crime or you're a suspect. Dolly will sit here and shoot the shit with you. I'll talk to you, but I ain't your friend. Now, I ain't going fishing with you. We ain't hanging out at cookouts. We ain't sipping on Coronas together, right? We're discussing cases here, and I don't like to get that close to people. I don't, because then when you become friends with people, you want to believe them. You go against your better judgment because you go, oh, man, they're cool. They're good to me. What I think they're just getting a bum rap. You don't keep an open mind to what is going on, right? And some of these people are getting too close. And that is never good in a missing kids case. Just like I told Chris and Katie Proudfoot, I ain't your friend. Seth, I ain't your friend. I ain't friends with none of these people. Because if you befriend them, you're going to want to take sides with them. And I don't want to get too off topic, but these people that are still running this LARP, right? This fake news in the Sebastian Rogers case, you should be ashamed of yourself. I had to leave a comment on a video today telling people how stupid their channels look and running fake news that everybody knows fake. Does anybody in here still believe that Dog the Bounty Hunter is kicking in doors and arresting people? The reward allegedly is moved up to $500,000. Does anybody believe that reward is real? Does anybody believe that this media group, this intelligence agency is real? If you do, okay, if you do, I feel bad for you, okay? You need to stick around true crime a little longer and we'll fill you in, okay? Because that dog shit is fake. That reward stuff is fake. All of it's fake, and people are running this fake news like it's real as shit, right? And people are saying, oh God, I'm glad Dog's still involved. Get real, people. Get real. This does not help. Where are all the babies? That's a good question. That is an absolutely good question. This does not help missing kid cases. Okay. It don't help at all. Sebastian Rogers, they said the same thing, that he was in Idaho, that he was in, no, Oregon, my bad. They said he was in Oregon and he was here and he was there and he was at a hotel, and, you know, Dog and his team are closing in on it. They're going to kick the door in of Chris Proudfoot and make citizens arrest. And we haven't seen them people search one time, not one time, for these kids. They talked about that green sweater person that had nothing to do with the case for 6 straight months. I can't even entertain it anymore. It is absolutely that bad. It's about those kids, that is. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. And Kim, thank you for becoming a member. I'm trying to keep up with the chats and rant at the same time, because this stuff is total bullshit. And there's certain creators out there, which you're not doing nothing but harming your own channels, believe in anything that's out there, right? Everybody else knows it's fake. The rewards, you don't hear the media or anybody else now. Okay, America's Most Wanted. Challenge Daily just gifted $5 memberships. And I hate to get so squirreled, but this has to be addressed. Okay, it has to be addressed, because I'm going to be talking about Sebastian Rogers some more, and I'm going to be back down in Tennessee searching for him. These people, right, American Most Wanted, when they said the amount of the reward, they said the FBI has a reward up to $50,000. Up to $50,000, not $500,000. That this intelligence agency, everybody else has kind of faded into the distance. Seth Rogers, TikTok Tony, even Betty has moved on. Okay, Bullhorn Betty has even moved on. And these same people running this LARP have not. They're continuing to do it, and I guess they have nothing else to bring any attention to themselves. So they're milking the shit out of poor little Sebastian Rogers. Okay, this little boy is not with us. And that's just my opinion. Okay, that's just my opinion. And they are milking it to the fullest. And some of these channels know good and well it's bullshit, and they're still running that same narrative that Dog the Bounty Hunter is on the job. Okay, now let me give my warnings. Dolly Visions for entertainment purposes only. We talk news, rumors, gossip, speculation, theories, mixed with a little bit of comedy and a whole lot of chaos. So don't take nothing here as fact. It's just my opinion, people, and completely satire. Callers tonight, their opinions are theirs and theirs alone, not to reflect on Dolly. Everyone is innocent to proving guilty in a court of law. Also, the biggest one of them all. I don't care if you break every other commandment there is. Do not, and I repeat, do not try to be Dolly at home. It's dangerous. Okay, it is dangerous. Your head could explode. Okay, poof, done. Right. So, Dog the Bounty Hunter, I don't believe is out there finding any missing kids. Okay, he's too busy doing autograph sessions and promoting his book, right? And it's a shame that people, you know, when you don't know the kid's name or the father's name, but you know the name of your damn book, right? That is horrible. And we don't need stuff like this in the cases of missing kids. Now, like I said, I had somebody hit me up from Canada, said that they worked in law enforcement all the way up into their retirement, and that they believe from their sources are telling them that they're building a case against Daniel and Malaya. And we kind of, you know, when the police are quiet, sometimes that scares us, but that sometimes means that the RCMP could be working. And the more these people talk on the internet, right? Listen, I say that dude is a washed up reality reject at this point, and he should be absolutely ashamed of himself. Like his racism, his I love Jesus act, I don't buy none of it. Okay. And that's just my opinion. I don't buy any of it. And the people that he's associated with, I don't believe any of them. Matter of fact, one of them's been to prison for fraud. Okay. So you can believe it if you want to, but you really do need a reality check in life. And it's a shame that somebody would tarnish their legacy, because I had a lot of respect for that man before this, right? Like if you would have asked me about Dog, I'd have been like, yo, Dog's the man. He done caught so many fugitives. He did good. I loved Beth on the show, right? Soon as, you know, rest in peace to Beth, kind of after that, he went kind of sideways, you know, and he's destroyed his legacy, right? The good things people would have remembered about him, and he's getting up there in age. And you listen, when you leave this world, you want people to remember the good you've done. You don't want people, the last thing they remember is you doing shady stuff, right? Using missing kids to promote your book. You don't want to be remembered like that. And stuff like that is never going to get you back on TV, because that's what it's about. Let's get some attention. Let's jump on to something that has some national attention. Let's see if we can get back on TV. Right. And that is horrible. That is horrible. And the stuff that's going on right now in the Jack and Lilly Sullivan case, before I get too far off, is absolutely horrible. Now we're seeing a mother at the beach living her best life. She's not doing any media. She hasn't begged and pleaded for the safe return of her children. And look, we got a lot of mothers in this room. We got a lot of grandmothers in this room, and fathers. Okay, I'm a father. I have a daughter. None of us would act like this. None of us. I would not give up if my kid was missing, or even if my Chihuahua, Lolo, was missing, right? I'd be freaking out. I'd be trying to get on the news about my dog. Okay, listen, we've been looking for a little white Chihuahua. There's a huge ass reward for, you know, you don't see, there is a reward for Jack and Lilly now that was put up by the RCMP of $150,000. But before that, there wasn't nobody offering anything. Durwood needs arrested also for his lies, says Jay. Now, here's the thing about Durwood. I think, you know, Durwood, you can tell he's an old timer. He's been around for a minute. And I believe he believes these people. I think Durwood, he's not accurate at all. Okay. But I don't think he's purposely coming out here trying to lie to people. I believe him when he says he was told these things. I truly believe him. Now, do I believe his story? Absolutely not, because his story is coming from a bunch of people that are liars. Look, Daniel lied to the police. He's saying the timeline's different now. He's saying a whole bunch of different shit now, but he wasn't saying that in the beginning, right? Then that means he lied in the beginning to the authorities. So did Malaya, right? And Janie, do we believe her? Right? She wouldn't even let the police in there to search for the kids, right? For what reason? Do you got something to hide, Grandma? Right? And I'm not talking biological grandma. That's what is it? Belinda Gray is the biological grandma. I'm talking about Jamie, which is Daniel's mother. You know, don't want the police in there. She has a dog in a trailer. She don't want a trailer search. Like, listen, put the damn dog on a leash. Okay. All these dogs need to be on a leash. The old ass reality star, somebody needs to put him back on his leash. You know, Janie needs to put her dog on a leash and let the police walk through there and search your meth lab, right? I mean, that's what it looks like. I hate to say it, right? And here's the thing. Janie lived right where that sliding glass door was. So if she was to look out her windshield of her crack house, or if she was to step out the door of that meth lab, She would have seen these kids. She would have heard these kids. We're talking about in the middle of nowhere where there ain't a lot of traffic. There ain't houses for a good ways away. You can hear a stick break from 300 yards. Okay. You can hear everything. Listen, when you live near the woods, I mean, you're going to hear noises, right? You're going to hear stuff like, cause there ain't a whole lot of traffic. Like I live, if you speak, my neighbors talk and they live a good ways away. I can hear them. Okay. Cause sound travels, and especially in the middle of nowhere, there's nothing to block that sound. It ain't like cars are riding by. It ain't like, you know, you're hearing planes or it ain't none of that interference. It's just quietness. And she would have heard these kids. We know how loud Lily is, right? These kids are out there playing and screaming and y'all don't hear them, right? Nobody gets up to check on the kids. Nobody fixes the kids' breakfast. Nobody even mentions putting the kids to bed, giving them a bath, what they ate for dinner. Nothing. They left out so much of the story. But you get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:19 or 6:17, and you call the school and tell them they're not going to be there. But Malaya never checked on the kids. Okay. She swore to people that she hadn't seen the kids since they went to bed Thursday night. Then why would you just automatically call them out of school? You don't know if Lily's feeling better. You didn't check on her, see if she needed some medicine or she was running a fever or she was laying in bed dead, right? Nothing. Pure T criminal child neglect. Now, if the sources are right from Canada and they're working on charges against the family for lying to authorities, criminal child neglect has to come. Watch out, Jamie got a gun. I hope not, right? I know she has a meth lab. Aerosmith's going to have to change this song to Jamie got a meth lab. If they're working on a case for lying to the authorities, which, you know, my people from Canada saying that, watch, Dolly, it's coming, watch, it's coming. I mean, I believe it when I see it, okay? You know, I still, you know, even though people are hitting me up, former law enforcement in Canada, that I still think the RCMP dropped the ball a little bit. Now, if it comes out that I'm wrong and they're really working this case and there is going to be some arrests, we're only 2 months in, but 2 months seems like a long time when you're searching for answers every day for these kids. Like I wake up and I'm like, okay, let me see what's going on in the Jack and Lily case. And 2 months of that to me seems like a huge amount of time, but in a lot of cases it does take years sometimes to make an arrest. I'm praying to God that ain't the case in this, and that the RCMP are better than the TBI. Okay. Because right now I'm weighing out the RCMP, like TBI, RCMP, which one of these is better. And for you guys in Canada that don't know what the TBI is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. Because here in Tennessee, if you go missing, you are never found. Okay. Every other state in the country, Pennsylvania, they just found Caitlyn. Virginia, everybody finds people or we arrest people, right? We either find you or Dog the Bounty Hunter's like 80 years old. And, you know, he claims to be this Christian man and praise God, but he's sitting here using the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers to help sell his book. Shame on you, dog. Shame on you. I had a lot of respect for you too. I had a lot of respect for you. Not that, you know, there were some things I didn't like about you. I didn't like the whole racist stuff that you spilled. I didn't like the fact that you and your friends murdered somebody and got away with it. I never liked that, right? And, you know, he was allegedly part of his outlaw motorcycle gang, and they went and robbed some dude for some weed and murdered him over some weed. Okay. And he was in the car. They all had guns, and he gets 5 years in prison. What? He should still be in prison the way I look at it. Like if I was to get in a car with somebody and they were going to go kill somebody and we all planned to go rob them together, you were accessory to murder. Okay. Jesus, take the wheel. I mean, that's just me. If I did that, I'd be in prison for accessory to murder and be in prison for the rest of my life. I don't know how somebody got away so lenient with a robbery that ended up in a murder. Okay. I just don't. And it is what it is. So, you know, we seen these pictures of Malaya at the beach with a big old smile on her face. It makes me sick. It makes me, as a parent, it enrages me that not only does it appear you didn't care about your kids, but you're continuing to not care about your kids. If your kids go missing and you don't look, to me, that's just like you abandon your children. It's no different than if you left your kids in the car and shut the door and rolled the windows up on a 100-degree day. You abandon your kids. You left them kids for dead. If them kids are in the woods and you ain't out there looking for them or trying to look for them, and then the lies she's told, which the RMCP has come out and cleared their name on that, because she said that the police told her not to talk to the media at all. And that's not what the police said. The police said, don't, you know, watch what you share with the media. Okay. Because we don't want you to share anything that could impede the investigation. Right. And they told Daniel the same thing. And you see, Daniel's out here talking to the media, but the mother of the missing kids is not. Right. Not one tear was shed by Malaya. Not one. Okay. Not even a piece of sand fell out of her dry ass eye, right? One interview and done, okay? She would have to go down as the worst mother and in this decade. I mean, I can't think of nothing worse, right? I don't even know why she did the one interview. It was so scripted, right? All she did was come out and repeat what Daniel had already said. You know, these people, this family on Gearlock Road, in my opinion, know what happened to Jack and Lily. Every last one of them, all four of them should be in jail. Daniel, Malaya, Janie, his brother, all these people should be in jail. All right. Now we know Daniel's out running around in the woods and, you know, and the kids are gone. And, you know, it always seems to be the case. Even in Sebastian Rogers' case, look at Katie Proudfoot. She left the house that morning. Nobody knows exactly where she went or how long she was gone. You know, somewhere roughly around the 30-minute mark, 45-minute mark. And there were so many inconsistencies in that because she said that she was on the phone on three-way with the police. Now, when you're on the three-way call with the police, say you call the police know where the call is coming from. Okay. So if something happened in your home and you was to call the police and a killer runs in and hangs up the phone, soon as you call, they know where that call come from. And if you hang up and don't say anything, sometimes they'll call back, but they're definitely going to send an officer to your location. Right. We know that. We know that happens. So when Katie Proudfoot called the police, well, Chris Proudfoot called the police. Katie was on three-way. So there's no way for the police to know where the third person was at. Okay. They know where the call come from, but they don't know where the third person's at. So there's no way to say where Katie went. Did Sebastian Rogers go missing that night or did he go missing that morning when Katie pulled out of the garage? And it was funny because if you remember on Nancy Grace, you know, Nancy asked her, was your car parked in the garage? And she said, yeah. Nancy's eyebrows said, you know, Nancy's eyebrows never lie. Right. And here's the thing. After the disappearance of Sebastian, people were riding by taking pictures of the house. And not one time was the car parked in the garage. Okay. So is this a case similar to this? Is when they woke up that morning and Daniel took off in the car? Did something happen? And because I truly believe he's covering for Malaya, right? He's blaming Malaya, but Malaya's family is also blaming him behind the scenes. Now, they ain't coming out talking to the public but they're still blaming him in so many different ways. Now, here's one thing I find very strange about Daniel and his lying ass. He tells the media one story. Okay, he gets out there. Oh, don't mess with Malaya. Her mental health, it'll affect Meadow. And then shortly after that, he starts the internet attack on Malaya. And to me, Durwood is nothing more than the PR person for Daniel. Okay, he's running Daniel's narrative, right? He's saying he's getting this information from Daniel. He's getting this information from Janie. What is her name? Jenny. Daniel's mom. Okay. Jenny, however the hell you say her name. But they're getting this information. Durwood's getting this information from them, and now he's taking it and he's running around and he's spreading it all over the internet. So now people on the internet, instead of going at Daniel demanding you tell us where these kids are, Janie, thank you, demanding Daniel and Malaya tell us where these kids are, people are starting to side with Daniel and they're starting to believe him. Right. And that's just because he's pushing this false narrative. You got to remember that he was home and he's the one that allegedly was awake. Okay. He's the last person to see Jack and Lily, according to him. Now, Malaya says she didn't see him since they went to bed. He's seen him multiple times that night. And the story changed. At first, he was asleep. They woke up and the kids were gone. Then the story was he was awake and Lily came into the room. He told Lily to quiet down. Jack was in the kitchen. So these inconsistencies. And right after all this, he even said in a text message to the girls in the Crime and Shame that he wished he could say more and the timeline was wrong. So when did these kids go missing? He knows when they went missing. She knows when they went missing. Now, it's possible that Jamie with a gun in the trailer, she don't know, right? But then there's the possibility she does know because, listen, she's out there. If them kids went out the door, she would have had to have seen them. And how far, if they hadn't lied about the timeline, we would have found the kids, right? Because they were saying the kids just went missing and the police were there within 30 minutes after their phone call to the police. The kids wouldn't have had that big of a jump. You know, in these messages that he's leaving in the Facebook groups now that, Malaya said the kids are in the woods. How would she know the kids are in the woods unless she did something to the kids? Daniel, he plays both sides. He plays this brokenhearted boyfriend side. I'll just, he seems like he's brokenhearted, but then he wants to blame her. Right. But he don't want to publicly blame her to where she sees it, because I believe in my mind, Jenna B, thank you so much for your super sticker. That is awesome of you. I think he really would get back with Malaya. He even told me when he was in here that he would visit her in prison. I can tell you this. I get with a girl and she kills her kids. I'm not going to go visit her in prison. I'm not going to give two shits about you anymore, woman. You a nut. You crazy. You deserve to be punished. You deserve to be in prison. I'm not coming to see you. Why do you plan on killing your kids? Right. PJ said you better not. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see why he would say these things unless he's still in love with that woman. And to me, that is just mind blowing. But for the people that think these kids are on a reservation somewhere, y'all going to continue to think that for how long until you realize the truth that you've been lied to, that these kids are not healthy and happy and building teepees. Okay. That shit is not happening. I don't know what universe you live in. Turn on the news, right? You tell me a crime story that has ended with these kids on a reservation. 2 missing kids go missing, strange circumstances, end up on a native reservation. You show me a story even similar to that, it'll blow my mind. It's not happening. Listen, a lot of these communities in the native reservations are not the richest communities, right? The natives had it hard for a long time. $150,000 reward. They are telling, okay? They are telling every bit of it. And No, not one native yet has called. Did you see Brian Kohberger is to plead guilty? Yes, Christy Ford. We talked about it in the very beginning because I knew a lot of people would come in late and be like, Dolly, I told PJ, I was like, PJ, you know what's going on? I mean, I knew before there was any videos on YouTube. I said, Brian Kohberger's pleading guilty. He took a plea deal. And I seen it when it like in the first couple seconds it came out. And I walked in there and told PJ, and PJ fact checked me, right? She was like, hold on, let me look. She starts looking. She's like, it ain't on YouTube. And I was like, she was like, are you going to talk about it? I said, no, I've already got my stream set up for Jack and Lily. I'm not going to talk about it. I mean, I may say that he did this, but yeah. And then so she's fact checking it. And I was like, look, trust me. He's taking a plea deal. He's going to prison for the rest of his life without the possibility of parole. He since he took the deal, he cannot appeal it. He's pleading guilty. It's done. We're not going to Idaho in August, right? Because it was August 17th was going to start his trial, which my birthday is August 23rd. And I didn't want to be there anyway on my birthday. I wanted to be there for the kids, of course, that got brutally murdered. But I didn't want to be in Idaho for my birthday. And I was trying to tell PJ, I was like, you know, we could go, but I want to come back for my birthday. All right. I didn't want to be in there. I just didn't want to celebrate my birthday in Idaho. I don't think that would be very much fun. There ain't a whole lot in Idaho. None of my people. I know. Yeah, but did you want to spend your birthday in Idaho? She didn't answer that question. See, she didn't answer that question because PJ is a great fact checker. Yeah, she checks everything out to make sure. She's my fact checker. So usually when I get something wrong, that's because PJ's in bed and can't fact check it, right? So I was wrong about the baby daddy, and that's because PJ was asleep. PJ would have fact checked the shit out of it and been like, that ain't right. You know what I'm saying? But she was asleep, and so I didn't have my fact checker. And I made a mistake. It happens, right? It happens. But let's hope an arrest comes soon in this case because we know Malaya's lying, right? And in the beginning, I thought, well, you know, they're not arresting her because if they arrest her and they don't have all the evidence against her, all she's going to do is lawyer up and stop talking. But from what it appears, she's lawyered up and stopped talking already. She's not talking with the police. She's not speaking with the media. And according to Daniel, all these people passed a lie detector test. That's why I say never believe these lie detector tests. Because let's just take a little vote real quick. First, I'm going to need you guys to like the video. Okay, I don't know how many likes we got on it, but I'm going to need you to get those likes up a little bit. There's 2,000 people in the room, and I guarantee you we don't even have 1,000 likes on this video. How many likes we got, PJ? 912. So see, I was right. My psychic ability. That means half of you guys didn't hit the like button. Okay, so I'm going to need y'all guys to hit the like button. Then I want you to answer a question for me in the chat room. If you believe that the parents are responsible for the disappearance of these kids, I want you to press 1 in the chat room. Now, if you believe the parents ain't responsible and these kids ran off, I need you to press 2 in the chat room, right? 1, the parents are responsible. 2, the kids wandered out the back door. I just want to see where my beautiful people are at with me in this story. Okay, I'm going to ask y'all another question in just a minute. But I just want to see what your answers are to this one. So far, I haven't seen 1, 2. Everybody believes so far in this chat with 2. Well, there's a 2. There's a 2 right there. Believes. And okay. Forget Me Not believes that the kids have ran off. Okay. Forget Me Not out of 2,000 people. Well, there's 2. There's another one. Okay, there's a couple. But the majority of this room, of thousands of people in it, believe these parents are responsible for the disappearance of Jack and Lily Sullivan. So if you believe, if this many people believe that they are responsible with the information that we have and what we've been hearing on the internet, that the police and the RCMP definitely think these people responsible. All these people think these people responsible after the fact that allegedly they all passed a lie detectors test. Okay, that's why I don't put no faith in lie detectors tests. Listen, this many people, there's a small chance we could be wrong. And I mean, it's small. But the odds of this many people being wrong about something, 3, I don't know. Okay, that's a good answer. You don't know. You don't know what happened. I don't think none of us know because none of us were actually there. But what's our opinion on it, right? Because listen, we've been in true crime for a while. I've been here 4 years. Some of you guys were here way before me in true crime. And we done seen these types of stories play out before. We know it don't end good. You think they're going to go, oh, we pulled up on a reservation today and we recovered Jack and Lily. You think you're going to see that in the news? You really think you're going to see that in the news? No, you're not. Okay. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Somebody has to keep people in reality because there's people out here feeding so much false hope. There's nothing wrong with hope. Hope sells easy. It's easy to sell hope. And listen, guys, truly, I hope these kids are alive. I truly do. I pray to God that I am wrong in this situation. But my years of true crime and statistically looking at this case, these kids are gone. And I mean gone as in they ain't coming back gone. And it's wishful thinking to think they are. I mean, I think I'm going to win the lottery one day. That don't mean I am. Okay. They are not like Sebastian. Yes, they are. They're absolutely like Sebastian, if not worse, because Sebastian was 15 years old. He can survive on his own. Okay. A 15-year-old boy can make it happen. I mean, I could have survived on my own at 10. Jack and Lily, 4 and 6 years old. It's worse than Sebastian Rogers. Okay, worse. Sebastian Rogers might not walk out into a traffic. A 4-year-old kid definitely could walk out into traffic. So I think it's a hell of a lot worse situation than Sebastian Rogers. And look how much attention Sebastian Rogers got, and Jack and Lily are not getting none. And I'm talking mainstream media, especially here in the United States. Nothing. There's nothing on the U.S. news about Jack and Lily Sullivan. It's like we don't care about our Canadian brothers and sisters. We're neighbors, okay? If your neighbor's kid went missing, wouldn't you care? I mean, I would. If my neighbor's dog went missing, I'd help him look for it. He ain't got a dog, though. But if he ever got one, I'd help him look. So, I mean, Canada's our brothers and sisters to the north. They're neighbors, right? And nobody gives a damn. Okay, PSA, we are 10-second slow mode to avoid the 10 seconds. All you got to do is member up. Okay. Thank you, PJ. That's because there's so many people in the chat. So she has the chat on a little delay. And if you're a member here, you don't ever have to be on those slow modes. Okay. That's one of the perks of being a member is when we put the time, like a slow-mo on the chat, you don't got to wait. You can talk as much as you want. So thank you for everybody that has become a member here. It helps, keeps the lights on and us bringing you awesome content and the facts, right? Because some people out here don't want to tell you the facts. They don't. They want to push false narratives and sell false hope. It is what it is. There's a lot of things for sale on YouTube, but we're going to speak the truth because, sometimes the truth is sometimes stuff you don't want to hear, right? It's the hard stuff to say. And, all the people that were hating on Daniel, in the beginning, now are kind of defending them. Let's don't defend none of these people. All these people are suspects until there's answers for Jack and Lily. If you're a liar and you lied to the police, you're a damn sure lie to me. You're a damn sure lie to the next YouTube channel and the next YouTube channel and the next YouTube channel. You know, the truth never changes. The truth never, ever changes. When you tell the truth, it will be the same story every time. So when I look at Daniel, what do I see? A liar. I see a liar. Don't matter if you lied to me, you lied, right? You even out your own text message and mouth and messages to people basically said you lied. And some channels will say, what did Durwood say when he lied? He said, oh, we're not going to say it's a lie. He just made a mistake. He just made a mistake. No, dude, you are a liar. New timeline posted on Facebook, debate. Yes. So a viewer has started the timeline on our Facebook group. The search for Jack and Lily tips and clues. So if you haven't joined that group, mod, post that link, right? The timeline, people are putting a timeline together. They put it on a piece of notebook paper, but I thought it was the perfect thing to do because they're going in and they're filling in everything everybody has said in the timeline in the whole time frame of that morning from earlier in that morning to all the way to Jack and Lily Sullivan went missing. So mods, post a link to the group. If you ain't joined up yet, join there. We share a lot of Jack and Lily information that's not even shared here on this channel. Okay. Some of the stuff I don't even talk about, but some of the stuff I do. But I thought when y'all posted the timeline stuff, that was a really good thing to post because now you got all these brains working together to piece the whole timeline together. So I thought that was really good. You need a written timeline to keep up with the lies. Absolutely. Right. Listen, I keep up pretty good with the lies. My memory, believe it or not, since I stopped smoking is actually pretty good. So when you say something inconsistent, and I try to watch everything, listen to everything as much as I can. You know, some of these podcasts that people are involved in, they're 5-6 hours long. Even my channel's long, right? So I can't listen to all that, but I try to keep up with everything because once I hear a lie, but here's the thing. Once you tell one little lie, that's all I need to hear. Because at that point to me, you're no more than a liar. It don't even have to be a big, huge lie. One tiny lie. Now, a lie is not a mistake. A lie is a damn lie. If you're lying to the police, you're lying to everybody up here on YouTube. So you're going to lie to the police and tell us the truth? Get the hell out of here with that. You are absolute a liar. Now, let me ask this question here in the chat, guys. After y'all hit the like on the video, of course, after y'all hit the like on the video, okay, we at least want to be over 1,500 likes because there's 2,000 of you here. How many people believe these kids are alive? If you believe they're alive, I want you to press 5 in the chat. If you believe these kids are no longer with us, I want you to hit 6 in the chat. 5, they're alive. 6, they not with us. Okay, I already see a 5. So people are believing these stories out here. And so don't search when you know where you left them. So sad. Hope they go to jail soon. Bring these kids justice. Army Mom 2020, I agree with you 100%. So we got a lot of people that believe these kids are alive. I see a lot of 5s in the room. So that means Durwood has done his job. Okay. Durwood has done his job. And that is the spreading of misinformation to make people believe these kids are alive, in my opinion. Now, I'm not going to say that you guys are wrong. There's a possibility that they could be alive, like JoJo says, right? But there's a lot of 6s in here too, guys. Look around at all the 6s of people saying, hey, you know, you guys are believing a liar. I hate to say it. You guys are believing a liar. He lied to the police, but he's telling you the truth. Okay? He's telling you guys the truth, but lying to authorities. Right? Make good sense. And let me ask you this. For everybody that pressed the 5 in the chat, right? And there was a lot of you. There was a lot of you tonight that hit that 5. I'm still seeing 5. Let me catch up with the chat. A lot of 6s though. Now this is a question 4 to 5s. Okay. And there's no wrong answer in this, right? Because we truly don't know. None of us were there. Okay. There's no wrong answers tonight. Give me a reason that you believe these kids are alive. And I'm going to open up the phone line. Okay. I'm going to open up the phone line. If you press 5, don't be scared to call. Okay. Dolly is the chillest person in the world to talk to. I don't bite. We like to hear from new people also. You know, we got a lot of regulars. Let's hear from some new people. If you believe these kids are alive, I want you to call up. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, homie. Right? Call up. Give me a reason you believe that these kids are alive. Okay. Let me open the phone lines now. All right. Phone. Hold on. That didn't take long. I screen first. Dolly.
I got to be the first one today, though, brother.
You did it, Doug.
I know how to do it if I want to.
Okay, you quick. You on your game.
I'm on my game.
Okay.
I told you, I'm telling you what's happened to them children. They got hold of the stuff. They hauled them off in 4-wheelers. They buried them kids, and they made her. Daniel made that girl go along with the narrative. And they're covering up for mama and the meth head in the trailer.
They're covering up for meth heads in the trailer, the mama, and they're pushing a narrative, and the kids got into something and lost their lives.
Yep, because they had that party going on. They ain't trying to tell you about the party. The kid was over there. The kid was over there in the trailer. Okay. And they died, and they all hauled them off. They all 4 know what happened.
Listen, I don't know what happened. I'm not clearly sure what happened, but I believe you're right about them getting rid of the children, and they all know, and they're all covering for each other. So I agree with you on that part.
I got one more thing to say about that. You remember he said they stole some shirts?
Yes.
That's what they hauled them. They covered them kids up with.
I believe you're right there. Them sweaters.
His shirt.
Them 2 sweaters, and he was worried about if they find the kids, them sweaters are going to be there. That makes it sound like the kids are dead.
And him brother hauled him off on the 4-wheeler.
That is
maybe him and Daniel.
That is a clean 4-wheeler. I mean, that's the cleanest thing they own. I mean, that shit is like they wash that baby.
But look how far you can get on that 4-wheel drive 4-wheeler. Out there in them woods, further than they're going to search. Dig your hole and you'll never find it.
I said I'm shocked. I agree with Doug.
PJ says she's shocked, but she agrees with you, Doug.
But appreciate it. And I was wrong about Kohberger.
Well, you thought he was innocent.
Yep.
Oh, Lord.
But I got one more thing about that. I believe he's going to snitch on some more people.
I don't know. He just pled guilty to murdering 4 kids and burglary. So
what if he snitches on the rest of them?
I don't think there's nobody else to snitch on. I think he's going down. You do the crime, you got to do the time. He's a coward. He didn't want to face the death penalty, and he just told it.
But when they go, that's why I believe they on that girl.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the cop told her not to be speaking to the media and watch what you say, because they were trying to put a case up on them of getting a hold of something and burying them.
Yeah. Okay.
And they just don't know where they buried them at. And Malaya don't neither, because they hauled them off on that 4-wheeler.
Okay. All right, Doug.
All right. Tell PJ bye.
I will.
Bye.
She heard you. All right. Peace. Okay. Doug believes they hauled them kids off, and the kids are no longer with us. And I said, if you said 5, call. Doug is a 6. Dolly.
Downey.
Hey, what's going on?
This is Ann from New Jersey.
Hey, Ann, how you doing tonight?
I'm all right, love. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain.
Good. Hey, listen, I wanted to talk about a couple questions I had for you. Don't you think that is very difficult that there is no proof of life at this point?
None. Yeah, no.
Like after this amount of time passing, like I'm both a Canadian and an American citizen because my parents are all from Canada. I'm very familiar with that area, and there's a lot of passing bridges, a lot of car carriers that go from here to Prince Edward Island. Yeah, I just don't understand, like, with security cameras, with license plate readers, they would not be able to put these children on a ferry. You wouldn't be able to take them. And there's not one person that has come forward,
Yeah, I know we have a lot of those license plate readers here in the States, but do they have a bunch of those in Canada too?
They do. And in fact, like, it's called the Confederate Bridge. It goes from Nova Scotia over to Prince Edward Island, and there's cameras all over the place. I mean, almost anywhere you go, you're crossing like a body of water or a hop skipping around. I just find it absolutely unique. That don't you think it's suspicious that not one neighbor, a friend, no one, has found anything.
Yeah,
I mean, surely someone has a ring doorbell, right?
And the whole thing about the reservation, what do you think about the kids being on a reservation?
That was my first instinct because I have family in Nova Scotia, and it's very rural, and I thought, oh my word, they went to the reservation. That was my first thing. But what I do know is that the reservations, believe it or not, are not real fond in getting into conflict with the government.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? They're sovereign. They have their own laws, but they're not trying to pick a fight with the RCMP and have them on their property because they do things the way they do things there.
And there's no reason. There was no reason to hide the kids on a reservation either.
No.
So there's
and I don't think the chief or the tribal council in any meeting whatsoever would say, okay, well, we're going to harbor these children for any reason, from Dyfed to state, I just find it incredible that not one person has seen these kids anywhere. It would have to mean that there's no neighbors, there's no homes, there's nobody with any type of, surveillance that's caught these kids anywhere. And if they have, you have to assume that all these thousands of people are just not willing to come forward.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the case. $150,000 is a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I think that, it's with the family. They all know. What I don't understand is why they're not all brought in and forced to say what they know.
I don't know. I don't know how hard Canada interrogates people,
Well, they go pretty hard. I mean, there's a lot of differences. There are. But if anything, they're a little respectful. You know what I mean? They keep them on the respectful side.
Canadian people seem so nice. So I just imagine their police are nice. You know what I'm saying?
They absolutely are.
More Americans are assholes, and our police are a little asshole-ish.
Right. There's a joke that, like the Canadians and the British, they're so, they barely smile at a joke, but that's not everyone. Yeah. Depends on where you're at, But they do, there are differences between, like, say, French-speaking Canadians versus,
Every Canadian I've ever met has been super nice. Like way nice, like too nice.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. I agree, yeah. So with that in mind, look at the amount of elderly people. You're talking, I just can't believe for 2 months that not one person has picked them up with a film.
Yeah.
Seen them in somebody's yard, know somebody that put them in a car, and that scares me really bad because when there's no proof of life,
there's most likely not.
They do absolutely at the border. They have them at the crossings. Like I say, when you go to the different islands, say from Nova Scotia to Prince Edward Island, or even back to Toronto, I don't believe for one moment that they wouldn't be seen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think
have gotten tighter.
I don't think they're far from that home. I think they're outside the search radius.
My first guess was that they're in the ground somewhere, and I hate saying that. I pray not.
Yeah.
I've been praying every day. I'm a mother, it breaks my heart, but the no proof of life.
Yeah. Yeah. It's.
I just think it's,
Do you see
it's
this?
Really tragic.
Do you see this ending with a happy ending?
I see that a lot of people are going to be surprised at how deep they're in. You know what I mean? And that alone is kind of crazy to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Malaya went with her mother, correct?
Yep.
She was on supervision, right?
Allegedly.
I'm not giving Daniel a pass. But all I'll say is this to you. I won't keep you on here, but to me, you know, she fell in that door so upset. You know, she was practically beside herself, probably with, you know, fear.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, she told her mother.
Yeah, you're gonna tell
and
your
I
mom.
feel like your mother is dancing around. You know what I mean? You're gonna tell your mom, and if that's your supervision for, you know, child services, oh, you're gonna have midnight talks with your mom.
Yeah, and your mom's
you know,
going to protect you.
On.
If anybody's going to protect you, it's going to be your mom.
Yeah, and I have a cousin that lives up there, and they used to go there, you know, in the summers up there, and like the people know each other around there, you know, because you can see how rural it is. Like people know each other. It's not like here in the States, you know what I'm saying, where you'd go somewhere but people don't know each other. Here, you know, up there, people know each other.
Yeah.
And look at that road, you saw it. Maybe what, 3 cars are going to pass through there?
Yeah, you see all the cars, you know, when you're outside, so you know everybody.
Yes. And if you're up there, like, you know, well, I'm praying for him, Dolly. I appreciate you keeping them in the public eye.
You be good. Peace.
You too. Take care.
Okay, I want to touch on this comment that was right here. It says the waterfalls. Remember, which is cryptic. I'm glad you said something about those waterfalls, because in his messages in the beginning, it seemed like he was trying to get a message to Malaya, right? Because Malaya wasn't answering the phone. So he put out those original messages on as a crying shame to get those messages on the internet, because, you know, we all know that Malaya's watching the internet. Daniel's watching, everybody watches the internet. Everybody in Nova Scotia is watching the internet. They're following this case largely. There's 2,100 people in the room right now. Okay, if you clicked on YouTube and there were 2,100 people talking about you, are you going to tune in? Hell yeah, you are, right? That's why I always say the family members always show up here, because it's just, wouldn't you be like, you'd be wondering what the hell are they talking about, and they click on. But Daniel was trying to get a message to Malaya, and he was using the internet to kind of deliver that message. And he said he wanted her to remember the old Daniel, the Daniel from the waterfall, right? And I was thinking, is that a clue? Is he telling her where the kids are at? Right? Maybe she did something. He hid the kids, and he's letting her know where he hid the kids. And that's why he brought up these waterfalls. It was just odd, because the whole conversation had nothing to do with that. But he ended it with, I want to be the old Daniel that you remember that met you in the beginning at the waterfalls. And I was just thinking, I want to be the old Daniel. What is the new Daniel? Okay, so there's 2 Daniels, right? There's the old Daniel, there's the new Daniel, there's the lion Daniel, there's the I outrun the helicopter Daniel, there's the I was swimming through the water up to my neck, I was screaming until I lost my voice but didn't even sound hoarse on the news. The Mr. Daniel that there's 2 sweaters missing that are his and that they're found with the kids. Huh? I don't think he's on drugs. I mean, what he seems to do the interviews, I ain't saying he don't do drugs. I'm just saying when he does the interviews, he seems to be clear-headed. Okay, he don't seem to be under the influence when we see him in the media. You know, when he did that sit-down interview, he seemed to be sober. He you know, when he passed a lie detector test, and he got that big smile on his face, like he was proud to pass a lie detector test. Listen, if you're telling the truth, you ain't got to be proud, right? Like some people say, duper's the light. You know, I got it over on you, and you people believe me, right? And we see in just this chat room alone, a lot of people believe this man. I don't believe shit that comes out of any of their mouth. They, to me, are all liars. Them first 2 interviews were lies. And if they're going to lie to the media and they're going to lie to the police, what makes you think they won't lie to you? All right, with that said, I'm going to open the phone lines back up. I just wanted to get that out because so many people are believing these people, and I don't believe shit none of them say. None. the grandma, I mean the biological grandma, because she ain't seen the kids in 2 years, so she's telling the truth. But the rest of everybody else, Dolly.
Hi, Dolly.
Hey.
Mike from Philly.
Hey, Mike.
No, I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone. Sorry.
But watch how you talk to your mom. She's going to kick you out.
Grendel in the chat. I think she planned this ever since CPS came to the house.
But how do we know the CPS really came to the house? And that's not rumors, because all the kids were in their custody before this.
Right. And they came to the house is what the news is saying. And
after they went missing. But
no. They said that they came to the house and checked on the house before the kids went missing. And that's when I think she came up with this crazy ass plan
to hide them.
To hide them because she didn't want CPS taking the kids. And then,
but why not hide Meadow?
She left with Meta and put the blame totally on Daniel. Now I think Daniel's lying too. I mean, Daniel knows what's up.
Meadow. You said Meta. That would be Elon Musk's kid, Meta. Okay. Meadow.
Yeah. Meadow.
Okay.
So that's what I think. I don't think they're on the res though. I think they're on the move constantly.
Constantly on the move. I think if you was constantly on the move, somebody was going to see you. Somebody's going to report you. But then again,
look how woodsy and rural it is up there, though.
If you could get those kids into the States, then you might be in the clear, because they have no news coverage in the States for the kids.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
True.
So maybe upstate New York might have covered it a little bit, seeing it's so close to the border. But far as everywhere else in the States, no. And you think a lot of people know about it because there's a lot of people in true crime, but there's, that's a small majority of the population that watch true crime. So there's millions and millions of people out here that have no clue to who Jack and Lily even are.
Yeah.
So
I agree with you on that one.
Now,
it's not big news here.
I have heard the media say that social services were involved, but how do they know? Is this information being fed to them from Daniel or other sources? Because social services, they can't tell you if they're involved. They won't tell. That's private. You're dealing.
That's true. I don't know where the report came from. I just know it was on the news that CPS was involved before.
I seen the article too, but I didn't know myself where they sourced that information from.
True.
I seen it in the news myself too, that they may have been involved with the kids, but how do you get that information? Because social services ain't going to tell you.
Right.
And RCMP hasn't said anything about social services being involved, but I do believe that there is the possibility that they were involved, because look at the house,
right.
And the kids were showing up, I hate to, not so much, but disheveled. They look like their hair wasn't brushed good. Right. And even Jack showing up with marks on his
Jack
face.
Still on a pull up.
Yeah.
Still on a pull up at 4 years old.
Yeah, that's a little questionable. I don't know if they send him to school with pull ups on, but just the marks on his face alone is enough to make the school go, hey, how'd you get that mark on your face? And schools have to report any signs of any bruising or abuse they may see. So it's possible, but I still don't think they hit him, because I think she would have hit Meadow, because even according to Daniel, she loved Meadow the best, but she didn't hide Meadow. Why hide?
Well, that's why I think she took off to her mom's and then, put CPS all on Daniel. That way it took the heat off of her.
Yeah. And she's alleging some type of abuse, because that's the only reason they would have did that to Daniel of supervised visitations, is he's being accused of some type of abuse or something of that nature. I don't think they're on that res, but you could be right. And I just don't see too many happy endings in these types of stories. And that would be a happy ending,
No, I know that. I agree with that. There's not.
I pray you're right from Philly.
The odds are that they're gone.
Yeah.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, but I pray you're right. I pray you're right, because I'd much rather be wrong in this case than be right.
Now, they did the lie detector test all wrong. Okay, that's how this kid passed. They didn't ask any control questions in the beginning.
That's what I said.
They asked only about if he murdered them or if he was an accessory to murder. All the questions were about the kids being dead.
Yeah.
That was it. Nothing about missing or nothing about, anything else. It was all about the kids being dead. And when you do that and question them just in one area, it's easy to pass.
Yeah, I that's what I thought too. They didn't ask them no base questions. So hey, look,
no control questions in the beginning. It was straight off the bat. Did you kill Jack and Lily?
Yeah, that's strange. But hey, look, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, man.
All right,
peace out.
All right, peace. Okay, my producer just came in.
No, you just have someone in chat spamming to call in. I don't know what it's about or what they have that's more important than somebody else, but people are telling me to tell you, and so I came back here.
Okay, well, let's let this person call in then. If it's that important, guys, leave the phone lines open for a second. And who is it? New York Leo?
Yeah.
New York Leo, you better have something good if you stop in the whole chat and the whole show. All right, it better not be some BS. You better have something legit. So, guys, give New York Leo a second.
And then a lot of the chat is saying that the news did report that there was CPS.
I seen that.
I thought that it had something to do with even before Jack. It was only to do with Lily. But I mean, they can't.
I mean, in the very beginning, I heard that Lily had some problems with social services, and she may have been taken at one time.
Yeah.
In the very beginning.
Also. Yeah.
Now, then I seen in a news report that social service was involved shortly before the kids went missing, but it didn't source where the information came from. Like, did they hear that? Or was that something reported by the RCMP to the media? Because social services ain't going to tell you.
Here in the United States or not, but the chat, from what I'm seeing, like several comments, they're saying the CPS made a statement in the news.
Oh, I didn't see CPS make a statement in the news. That would be brand new to me.
Here in the States, they would never do anything like that.
I get, because we're dealing with two different countries. In the United States, that stuff is confidential. They can't tell you anything. Like, even in Sebastian Rogers' case, we never know what they were involved for, what they came for.
I saw those reports.
What the alleged reports and the
TT spread them around, and on the other side, the other guy was spreading them. So I mean, I don't know how. And nowadays, you can make up anything.
Yeah.
So for all I know, I could have seen something, God knows what, but.
Okay, let me open the phone lines for New York Leo. All right, let New York Leo call in. If you're not New York Leo, don't call right yet. All right. This is from Nova Scotia. Dolly.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Yeah, so I'm here from Nova Scotia, and I wanted to talk about a few things Okay,
can you say your name one more time? Because I didn't hear it.
My name is Kat.
Kat. Okay. Hey, Kat.
Hey. So I wanted to talk a few things just to get some kind of context into the situation, because some of the stuff I see in your chat and some of the stuff I hear is kind of putting a bit of an American scope on a Canadian issue.
Yeah, I agree, because I'm from America. I don't know too much about how everything operates in Canada.
Yeah. So number one thing here that I want to talk about first is I saw you say on some of the call-ins and stuff that, why aren't Nova Scotians like furious at the RCMP? And we are furious.
Mm-hmm.
We are just, you can't go anywhere. I hear at the grocery store, you're walking down the street, my neighbors, everyone, social media, it's everywhere. Everybody in Nova Scotia knows exactly what those children look like. And at first we were all just like, as was the rest of the world, just, oh my goodness, like 2 small children missing out in the middle of nowhere. And oh my goodness. But pretty much everybody now there's something going on here.
Mm-hmm.
There's something going on. Not a lot of people I know, and like I'm from Pictou County, and I know a lot of people who know of people. nobody thinks that those children are out in the woods.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm not even from Pictou.
This is the same cat that talks to Daniel every day.
Are you the same cat that talks to Daniel every day?
Oh, hell no. I've never talked to that man.
She said, hell no, she never talked to the man.
I just saw a couple people ask.
Okay, so apparently he has a friend named Cat too.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Oh my God. No.
Different cat. There's a lot of cats in Nova Scotia.
It's a common thing. I just seen a couple people say it, so I figured I'd ask.
Yeah. No. Don't know them. I do know, I think some insight I can kind of provide is I do have a background in the search and rescue. And I do have a background working with the like crime reporters here in Nova Scotia.
Okay.
And I think, first of all, the search and rescue in Nova Scotia is a world-class, top quality program. Absolutely phenomenal. And the folks that went out, like the community really came together, and the folks that went out there, they did a fantastic job. Very hard job, but it was fantastic.
Okay.
So they worked really, really hard. Next thing is about so the local media coverage. I know you say you're not hearing as much, you're not seeing as much. There aren't as much media in, Atlantic, Canada as there are in other areas. So that's why it's not getting picked up as much, but it's all over the news here all the time. Friggin' constantly.
Okay.
Can't get away from it. So it's just constant. And if you want to get some great information and great insight, reach out to the CPC reporter who did that, that big piece where she interviewed everybody. Her name is Kayla Hounsell. She is a top investigative reporter. She's fantastic. See if you can get her on your show, send her an email, see what you can do. You will get the best information from her.
Okay.
Because outside of the RCMP, she is doing a lot.
Okay.
She's doing a lot. She's fantastic.
Sounds good.
Last thing is, so Pictou County in Nova Scotia is the worst place in the world.
It's the worst place in the whole world?
Yes.
Okay.
New Glasgow, which is the largest, it's a town, I guess, in Pictou County, was literally voted the second worst place to live in Canada 2 years in a row.
2 years in a row. Okay.
Yeah. So Pictou County is not a good representation of Nova Scotia or of Canadians, especially like that freaking street that he's on with the trailer. Like Nova Scotia is a beautiful place. That is not representative. That's a crack shack out in the middle of the woods.
Okay. That's what I was thinking. But at least you said it. I didn't have to. Yeah.
Oh my God. Total crack shack. And that's a beautiful area, but there's that's a crack shack right there. And if you do go to Pictou County, I am going to say, and you probably heard this from other people in Pictou County, eat the pizza. It's the best pizza in the world.
Best pizza in the world.
Yes. Yeah. Look into it. Look up Pictou County pizza. It's a thing. Okay. That's the only good thing about that area.
I like pizza too. So.
Yeah. Oh, it's really good. And get garlic fingers. Oh, those are also fantastic. So get that. Anyways, so and then the last thing, I think I'm probably running out of time here. I have worked a lot with Indigenous communities. And so in Nova Scotia, the Indigenous communities there, it's just the one nation. It's Mi'kmaq, not Micmac, it's Mi'kmaq. And that's what they like to be called. They don't necessarily like to be called natives or anything, but I get that. Anyways, I've seen a lot of miscommunications and a lot of misinformation about, can the RCMP go on the reservation? Do they have to talk to the chiefs, whatever? They have jurisdiction there. And if there's an emergency and missing children are automatically, by RCMP standards, they're automatically considered an emergency. They can go in there.
Yeah.
They can go in there anytime. And like those reservations, if the children were ever on those reservations for more than a day, somebody would have called in.
Yeah.
They weren't there. They're not there.
So you don't believe they're on the reservation. You don't believe they're in the woods. Let me ask you this before you go, though. What is your theory of what happened to the kids?
So what I'm hearing a lot from my people I know in Pictou County, pretty much everyone thinks something nefarious happened, sadly.
Yeah, I think most of the people watching here think so too.
Unfortunately, there is a pretty strong contingent that think that the children are in another rural area outside of closer to the border, called Tatamagouche. That they're out in a farmhouse there. That I've actually heard a lot, and I feel like maybe I heard that also Darren said that. So that's like a rumor that's going on.
Okay, I haven't heard that one yet.
Yeah, that they're just in a farmhouse. I think Darren or whatever, who's the known character apparently. Character is all I got.
You talking about Durwood?
Character. Yes, Durwood, Darren, whatever you want to call him. Yeah, he's a known character.
Okay.
But yeah, that they're in a farmhouse outside of Tatamagouche is the only thing I've heard consistently of, you know, where the children are. They're not in the US. They're not in Ontario. They're not there.
Okay.
At all. Yeah. Canadians aren't crossing the border to go to the US for safety.
All right. Well, look, I appreciate you calling in and sharing with us. It was good talking to you.
You
and
too.
If you hear anything else, make sure you call us back and let us know.
I will.
All right. You have a good one.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Peace. Okay. Hidden in the farmhouse. If it was just that easy, don't you think the RCMP would go check the farmhouse, right? I mean, I don't know. I pray. Okay, I'm going to let the other person call in. Listen, if you're not New York Leo, don't call in. Okay. I was waiting for New York Leo, but Pictou County called, and I knew the area code. I took the call. Dolly.
Hi, Dolly. It's Mia. How are you?
It's Nina. I'm doing good.
Mia.
Nia.
I was good. Good. Hey, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
Okay, you got to make it quick
Jack
because we were waiting on New York Leo to call.
Okay, I think one person did one and the other person did the other one.
Oh, what makes you think that?
I don't know. I just got a gut feeling earlier. I just got a visual and it made me very uncomfortable.
Oh, you psychic?
No, no.
Oh, okay. You just sitting around.
I don't know. I'm just sitting around thinking, you know, listening to the show. And I mean, he has to know something. They both know.
I believe so. And if one tells, they're both going down. That's what I think.
No, they need to hurry up and yeah.
All
right. I'll let you go.
All right.
Talk to you later. Oh, okay.
All right. If you ain't New York Leo, don't call. Okay. Because I'm going to ask you, this New York Leo, he or she's been waiting to call. Dolly.
Oh, sorry, I'm not New York Leo. This is Cobra Kai. I'll make it quick. I told you so, brother. I told you so. All right. Peace. Love you, man.
All right. Peace. You can call back in a minute, Johnny. You can call back in a few minutes. Let's give them time to call in. New York Leo, come on, let's make it quick. Please don't call unless you're New York Leo. And New York, you better have something good because you kind of threw the show off. Big news. Saw Mama Angie strip. What does that say? Stripping at the Legion. Give her a 20 and a ring. They're starting a family. I don't know. Durwood says that. Okay. Durwood. I don't know what you got going on, brother. I don't know. Like I was telling people, it's like, I believe you believe what you're saying. I don't think the story is accurate because you're getting this information from people that are known liars. Like, you know, I heard on the show when Daniel was lying, you said it was a mistake. It ain't a mistake when you lie. Dolly.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm the one that did the timeline.
Oh, you did the timeline? Okay. Do you want to discuss it?
I wouldn't mind if you got a couple minutes.
All right, yeah, because we've been waiting on New York Leo. He didn't call or she didn't call, so go ahead.
Well, I was just wondering if anybody had any input on the timeline. As you saw, I've put quite a few things together, listening to a bunch of different videos, a bunch of different interviews from various family members. And Daniel kindly came on to one of the chats earlier on and confirmed one of the issues, which was when his mom had received the phone call. And I'm hoping he can maybe come back on the chat and clarify a bit more on that timeline. And wondering what everybody else is thinking.
Well, I told everybody to add the group so they could check out the timeline. So if they have any input on it, that they could add to it. I just seen it. Did you post it today? Because I just seen it today.
I did, and then I kind of updated it as well because Daniel made a comment on it, basically about timing as to when his mom had received the call, because I think there was some communication from Durwood back in the day that the call might have come in at 6 in the morning or around 6:10 in the morning. When
now, are you taking Daniel as a good source of honest information, though? You know,
I am not sure whether, I don't think anyone is honest. I think everyone is a suspect in this particular case. I think it's a real tangled web that's being woven here. From what I'm seeing, I really, really would like to know what Daniel's mom and brother were doing during all of that timeline, and confirm whether his brother did actually stay with his mom.
Yeah, there's been a lot of confusion about that.
Yeah, and whether or not when Janie saw Malaya at the end of the driveway.
And I wonder why didn't she tell the police that?
I don't know what she told the police, but I just because the police haven't said obviously what she has told them, and she hasn't said anything. And also, you know, everyone's crapping on Malaya as well for not speaking out, but neither is she to defend her own son. So where do you go with that?
Oh, Janie's not speaking out to defend Daniel, is what you're saying?
Yeah, right. With people speculating that he had something to do with it.
Yeah.
So why isn't she coming out to defend him at least? And I don't know. There's just so many.
As soon as she comes out, she's going to be heavily attacked too, though. I mean, I would think that would be her reasoning for not saying anything, because as soon as you open your mouth, everybody's going to go in on you.
Oh yeah, super analyzing will come out, and every little word will be hung upon, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just a lot of questions, and I think Durwood threw a real spanner in the works with everything, because it's almost like he was thrown in there to just shit stir.
Well, I think Durwood has been. Here's my take on Durwood. He seems like a good old guy, right? He does.
I know he had good intentions.
Yeah, but he's being told
he was used as a puppet. Maybe.
Yeah, he's being told these things by people that are not being truthful, and then he's running with it as it is the gospel, and people are believing it, but it's really just a narrative being spun by Daniel, you know. And he basically at this point they use Durwood as like their PR person.
I think it fails. Like, I think if Daniel and his family think that Durwood has done a good job of putting them in a good light, all he's done is made the light shine maybe a little deeper on them. If you
I don't know.
I mean.
People are believing these kids are alive right now, and that's because of Durwood.
No, I don't know. I find it very hard to believe that if these children were alive, that people wouldn't be flooding them with sightings for the 150,000. There's been nothing in any of the chats anywhere about any rumored sightings, except for one random one a month ago for a haircut up
in New York. Yeah,
obviously. Yeah, I mean, and that was obviously. They're not going to take them for a haircut, are they? When they're all over, plastered all over the place.
Where they're most
but
kids around, and we just let them get a trim up, edge up.
But someone on Millbrook Reserve, if those kids were on there, somebody would have said they would be wanting that 150 grand. It's a small place, small area. Somebody would have. Nobody's going to be able to contain that kind of information with live children.
You
know, I don't buy it.
I'm telling on everybody
Daniel
for
and Darren. I invite Daniel and Darren and Janie and whoever to come and look at the timeline and tell me what's wrong and fill in the blanks, because I can't make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Keep that
because it ain't
timeline
making
going,
sense.
because I've been keeping up with it myself. So good job on the timeline so far. I thought that was great. I was like, whoever came up with this is smart. Write it down. Let's get everything down, written down that we do know. And it seems so simple, but you was the only person to do it.
Well, you know, spreadsheets are something I like to work on. And when you put it in black and white and you put it all out and you look at it, it just doesn't make sense. So I want it to make sense.
Yeah.
My brain, my ADHD brain wants it to make sense.
That's what I'm trying to make it make sense to me too. And I mean, because everything in this world should make some type of sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how.
Eventually.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, I appreciate your call. Keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you. You keep up the good work as well. Let's try to find Lily and Jack.
All right. Peace.
All right. Bye.
Okay, guys. Now, if you want to see the timeline that's been written out, you got to join the Facebook group. Okay. It's inside the Facebook group. She took the time to start timelining everything that they have said in the time frames that they have said it in. Okay. Which I think was awesome. I looked at it and said, okay, you know, this just gives us a little cheat sheet to go back and check out. Hold on, producer.
Aaron's she was, but he's in here doxing people and talking about you can go higher on the pole than anyone can. So we put in a small timeout. Well, not me, but then the chat's talking about stop deleting him. I don't
Okay, hold on. Let me clear some confusion up. Now say that one more time, producer.
Darren is in chat shit talking people. And he got a small slap on the wrist. And then people are upset that he's getting deleted, but I don't
What was he doing? What was he saying?
He's saying, that's true, Mama. You can go higher on the pole than anyone else can. And then before that, he said, let's see. Mama Angie is on the attack. I would be her puppet if Joe Neal leaves her. He's like doxing people and like I don't know what the deal is, but he's like spamming the chat with it.
Who is he talking about? Now? Who is
Mama something? One of the accounts that's a member on your channel.
Okay. All right. And I mean, it don't sound like he said nothing like super bad.
No, it's not bad. It's just distracting when they're both going at each other in the chat. And
okay, then why ain't the person that's going at them being timed out too? It takes two to tango. All right, listen. We only got a few rules here. This goes with Durwood.
It was 10 seconds.
But nobody's special, okay? You can't attack other people in the chat room. If you disagree with somebody, you disagree. But you don't go back and forth. This goes with Durwood, goes with Dan. I don't care if Malaya was in the room. You guys don't go back and forth with each other. It causes confusion, fighting. Don't do that. We're all adults here. So there's no reason for anybody to be shit talking each other. So please keep that down. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you from the RCMP. Don't do it. Daniel, Malaya, Durwood, everybody's the same here. Nobody gets special treatment here on Dolly Vision. Okay. We just don't do that. So please follow the few tiny rules we got, which is no racism in the chat, right? No attacking other people. You can say what you want to say about me. That's perfectly fine. But
don't spam the chat.
And don't spam the chat unless it's something hugely important that needs to be brought to my attention. Okay. And usually I tell y'all to do that with stop signs. So I see something, but there's only a few rules
Nobody
here.
got blocked. It was a 10-second timeout.
Yeah. 10-second timeout. Everybody will be all right. And if my mods time you out, I don't want to hear people in the chat bitching at the mods. This is the reason I got mods. If you're going to sit in there and bitch, mods timed them out. Okay. So,
in middle school.
You know what I'm saying? We ain't in middle school. We're going to put an end to that shit quickly. We adults here. We ain't kids, and we don't expect no kid shit
called before.
going
if
on.
He's got something to say. He needs to call and talk to you directly, not to the chat. It's distracting.
Yeah, don't. Yeah. So, Durwood, if you got something to say, you're more than welcome to call in. But yeah, let's keep it calm.
Person too. I mean, I didn't see her really saying nothing. He came in just real strong, attacking her. I don't know what the deal is.
Well, maybe they got some beef from another room or something.
I guess. But I mean, I let it go on for a while, and it's just been going on for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, don't make me put y'all in the corner and smack your hand. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, right? We all adults here. There should be only one idiot, me, okay? If you're a bigger idiot than me, you probably shouldn't be here. So abide by them couple rules, guys, and be good. Okay, be decent human beings. I ain't saying you got to be a saint or you can't disagree with people, but don't go back and forth fighting, calling each other names or any of that. We don't got time for that. Now, New York Leo, if you're going to call in, try to get through. The phone lines are now open. Okay. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. Hey, PJ.
Hey.
It's Shauna from Tennessee.
Hey, Shauna.
Hey, guys. I'm sorry. I'm on my phone and I have to pause it. So is it okay for me to call in or were you waiting for someone else?
You're fine. I mean, I can hear me in the background, so you're good.
Yeah, you never can because I only watch on my phone. That's the only way. Otherwise, I'd suck at that. But anyway, hey, listen. First of all, I just want to say people like this is my opinion. I'm not speaking for Dolly or PJ or anybody, but I think I speak for the Turtle family when I say, listen, don't bring drama here. It's about the kids.
Yeah.
It's about finding the kids. It's not about the BS, the fights. Y'all do that between each other.
Sometimes some fights happen in other chat rooms and they spill over into our chat room. Yeah.
Well, and that's not what, well, I say we, but I'm part of the Turtle family. So that's not what you guys promote here, I guess I'll say.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to say that I've recently been following true crime for about 5 years. And I found you, and I think you know this, when you came to Tennessee for Sebastian Rogers. But one thing I've noticed over time is I get this gut feeling. I'm not saying I'm a psychic or anything like that. I'm an empath for sure, but I get this gut feeling when it comes to the missing children that you've been covering. Well, you and others over the past, 5 years or so. And I'll be honest, in my soul, when I heard about the Maddie, can I mention other missing kids or no? Okay. When I heard about Maddie Soto, Summer Wells, Michael Monkey Vaughn, Evelyn Boswell, Quentin Simon, I had this feeling they were gone. And I hated that. I just could feel it. But there's something in me that just, and I don't know if it's because I'm more local to Sebastian and I've been part of that search and part of that, awareness. But I also feel that way about Lily and Jack. I just don't feel they're gone. Like gone. My gut says all three of them out of all these kids are still with us. And everybody needs to keep searching, keep hoping, and keep their names alive. And I'm thankful you're doing that, Dolly, because I think out of everyone on YouTube, you and PJ are the only ones really keeping their names out there. And they're not even here in this country, which is amazing and speaks to you and your narrative and what you're here to do.
Yeah.
But what makes me furious recently is, well, not recently, the clear difference between parents of truly missing kids, which I would have to say out of everything I've seen myself, Brandy Neal is like the example of what a mother of a missing child does.
Absolutely.
I believe that 100%. I wasn't even following you at that time, but I've looked back at your videos because I didn't know anything about it before I started following you. But she is present. She's vocal. She's been involved from day one. You can tell she's grieving, but she still keeps fighting, even through everything that's going on with her. And I wish her so much love and prayers. And if I was near, it's Idaho, right? I'd go up there and hug her neck and give all the support I could. So God bless her. But when I got involved with the Sebastian Rogers case, that's when I got fired up. And once I was out there walking the woods, handing out flyers, talking to people, it wasn't a case anymore to me. It became a mission. And I feel like that's what we need to focus on. This is a mission.
Yeah.
And it's to find these babies and fight for them, even if their parents aren't, which sadly, most of them have not. And we've seen the outcome. And I think that speaks true to whether they're here or not. And I'll just close with this. I thank you for letting me talk. I try to keep my thoughts I try to keep my thoughts right, because you know me, I can go off on a tangent. But now more than ever, we need our leadership, not just in our country, but every country, to take real action. Like, example, James, is it Usmeyer or Utmeyer in Florida, the Attorney General? Mm-hmm. The one that just headed up that big thing where they found 60.
I have no clue. Yeah, I know they found a 60 in Florida, but yeah, I have no clue.
PJ, I know. I think PJ did mention yesterday that she knew something about it, because I asked her. So I'm sure she can fill you in. But him and the local law enforcement, the sheriff's department, the FBI, they recovered, I think it was over 60 missing and exploited children. Mm-hmm. And every attorney general in the United States, and I don't know what they call them in other countries, mm-hmm. As far as attorney, they need to follow his lead. Yeah. And I think there was just another one big thing here in Texas. I'm not sure on that, but they all need to get behind this Operation Dragon Eye. And start treating these missing children cases like urgent crises. Like
definitely,
they are.
Definitely. But we're running out of time, so I appreciate you calling in.
Okay. Anyway, I love you guys. Thank you so much. I try to keep my thoughts together for once.
You're fine. Please.
Okay. Bye, guys.
All right. So, hold on, caller. Hold on. I got something to say real fast. Hey, the Guilty of Crime. I see you're in the chat room. Guys, if y'all haven't, Guilty of Crime has been discussing this case also. So make sure you check out her channel, Guilty of Crime. All right. Really cool channel. Discusses missing kids cases, true crime stuff. Awesome channel. So make sure you check her out. So, yeah, definitely shout outs to the U.S. Marshal. And we do need to take these missing kids and this whole sex trafficking thing serious. It's a global problem. It's not just a United States problem. This is a worldwide problem. And as countries need to come together to fight this. And some of the things that are going on in other countries with, what they allow to happen, as far as, arranged marriages and marrying children. And we got to put an end to that, right? It's 2025. I know this is some countries that, that scream, possibly death to America, but we got to end this, right? We got to stop it at all avenues that we can. And these people that are doing these to kids, it needs to be sentenced to death. Okay. Like, some of these things should carry the death penalty. I ain't talking about, let's put people in jail. I'm talking about, let's put people in front of the firing squad. And because the worst thing you can do in this world is hurt a kid. I mean, there's a lot of bad shit you can do. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of bad stuff, but there's nothing you can do on this planet.
And the person is trying to call again.
Okay. There's nothing you can do worse than hurting a child in this world. Okay. And I'm talking about not just our country, not just Canada. I'm talking about in the world. And we need to end this. Okay. We need to fight it. I mean, it's just as big a war as terrorism or the drug epidemic in a lot of our countries. We need to fight it like that. We need to put resources to these children at a level like that. Okay, now I'm going to open the phone line. She said it's a 31-something area code. So, okay, we're waiting for your call. Come on. Let's do it. Agree, Dolly. And if you haven't watched Sound of Freedom, it'll give you a good indication of how bad sex trafficking is in our world and how these kids are moving. And that's not the caller. You said what area code was it, PJ? Okay, 315. That's New York, Leo. Sound of Freedom is an awesome documentary. I thought it was a movie. I didn't even know it was a documentary. I know it's based on real events, but I think it's more of a movie. And Durwood, you're more than welcome to call in too. But you remember, when you call my channel, no GD. I don't care how fired up you are. We don't allow that here. Okay. You can say the F-bomb. You can say every other cuss word in the book. No using God's name in vain on my channel. Okay. Dolly.
Oh my God. The 41st call I finally got through.
Is this New York, Leo?
Dolly. Yes. Oh my God. And listen, I want people to know, first and foremost, I don't come up here with theories. I don't come up here with wild ass stories. I'm not about that. I'm about finding these kids.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
What I want to know is, did you hear the information? I just found it last night on the members only of Crying Shame. That it was members only live, and somebody gifted me a membership there. And by the way, I'm not doing good right now financially, and I was gifted a membership to your channel. I will be supporting your channel as soon as I get back financially stable.
You're fine. No big deal. Just like the video. That's all I ever ask anybody anyway, is just like the video.
Yeah, I like and all that.
Yeah.
And she blocked me out of her chat, and I'm sorry. I apologize to her if she can hear me, but it was, I think I got a little rude and I didn't mean to, but she had a live last night on members only where there's some girl named Melissa from TikTok. She had Malaya's best friend up on her live and Logan. Did you hear that?
No.
Okay, well, listen, then I'm going to tell you, because I don't like to talk and get shit mixed up.
Okay.
And because I only listened to it for a few minutes. If anybody can go buy a membership over on her page, it's on the members only. It was on there last night. I heard Logan and Malaya's friend up on the live talking. And I will say this, Daniel may be guilty, probably is. They both are. Okay. But the way her friend was so defensive when she came up on that panel, she was like, I'm not saying anything about Malaya. That's my friend, and I was just with her, and I'm not saying anything. And they were talking about the blanket that was found, a piece in the woods, and then if there was a blanket on the porch. Oh yeah, it's all on that members live. And I've been trying to get up here to tell you, so somebody might want to buy a membership and screen record.
Can we find a TikTok video? Would be better so we can hear it.
I don't know who the girl is on TikTok. Like, I'm trying to tell you, if somebody
did they show the video? Did they show the video?
Yeah, she had it up on.
Go back and watch it, New York, and see whose video it is, and then I'll just pull it up on TikTok.
Oh no! I'm sorry, I'm not real good with technology.
Oh, okay.
But no, I went on there, and you could hear Logan talking, and you can hear Malaya's friend talking, and that girl is so nasty, and you can tell that she does not want to talk and give any information. If somebody wants to buy a badge over on It's a Crying Shame, or go back and screen record the members only live from last night, that's exactly where it is. This is all I've been wanting to tell you. I can't get up here and say word for word what happened, because I listened to only a few minutes and got off because of the Darewood situation. I didn't want to get led down a rabbit hole. But I will say this, her voice, the Malaya's friend, her voice, the way she talks, Malaya is 100% guilty, in my opinion, if you did it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I didn't know when she's guilty. I mean, that ain't even a surprise.
No, but if you listen to her friend, it's just disgusting how she will not utter a word, she's like, well, I'm saying this and I'm saying that. And then Logan, Daniel's cousin, right? That's his cousin. She's up on the panel as well. And then you got the lady that's in charge of the panel. And I was looking in the chat, and the girl is from TikTok. I never have TikTok. Me neither. And that's what I'm saying. Like, and I'm not going to bring you a bunch of bullshit. You know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is, just if you can, get the members only live from last night from It's a Crying Shame. And it's very interesting to me. And that was it. That's all I've been trying to tell you. Something new that I have not heard. And it's very suspect to me. Very.
Okay. All right.
But that's it. That's all. I'm sorry. I was trying to get up here to tell you that so we could get it earlier in the live. So maybe somebody could have got it and sent it to you, and we could have listened to it tonight.
Okay.
But I couldn't get through.
All right.
All right, sweetheart. That was it.
All right. Peace.
Okay.
You got the TikTok? Okay. My producers are working on grabbing the TikTok right now. and we'll pull that up and we'll see what they say. We track anything down. You missing, we find you. You got a TikTok video, we find. To me, TikTok is like the LD version of YouTube. Okay, it's like you wasn't smart enough to be on YouTube, so you kind of ended up on TikTok. That's kind of how I look at TikTok. It's a bunch of people over talking each other, and it's confusion, and it's not well put together. That's what I kind of see when I watch TikTok. So I don't really watch a whole lot of TikTok. I think it's the younger crowd that don't know shit. I think YouTube is us older people where we've been around the block a while, and YouTube is like people that are still wet behind the ears. That's kind of how I look at true crime on YouTube. Like it's an LD class. Okay. They still are friends, but it's that special class they go to. That's what I consider TikTok, right? Like that's the slow kids. Hey, slow kids, we wave when we walk by and shit. See you at lunch or see you in gym class. It's that kind of effect. I agree, Dolly. A bunch of loons on TikTok. Everybody agrees, right? So we kind of the older crowd over here on YouTube. True story, guys. When I first started my true crime channel, right, TikTok wasn't huge 4 years ago. It was starting to get big. Right. But I started my YouTube channel. My daughter said, Dad, you're old. Nobody's going to watch you. Right. BS TikTok is money. Beggars for gifts. Okay. I don't know. She said, nobody's going to watch you, Dad. You're old. Right. But over the last 4 years, us old people have took over YouTube. Okay. And all the young ass people have went to TikTok. Right. So, and little did she know, now that we're at 70K subscribers, millions and millions of views, right? She had to eat her words. Like, she's like, damn, Dad, I guess you official YouTuber, right? But to me, that's what I'm saying is the younger true crime crowd is on TikTok. Like my daughter will hear about things on TikTok and she'll come over and tell me about it. But as far as me sitting around watching TikTok videos, no. I watch shorts sometimes, like on YouTube, like the shorts, I guess because these young people, they have really small attention spans and they can only focus on something for 30, 45 seconds before they're off to the next thing. Whereas I want to get the information and I'm not in that big of a rush, for information. I have a little bit of patience. I'd rather see a longer stream than 30 seconds or something, because 30 seconds or something, if I'm interested in it, it just makes me want to see more. Mel says, PJ is a great investigator. Yes, they beg for gifts and trade it for money. Okay. Well, it's no different than YouTube. Super chats. You just gave me $1.99, Jay. It's the same thing, right? Thank you, Jay. Thank you. But, everybody got to pay their light bill. Everybody got to put food in the refrigerator, even the TikTokers. So my daughter, she worked on building her TikTok page and till she was finally monetized. And as soon as she got monetized, somebody hacked her channel and stole the channel. Right. Thank you so much for your super sticker, Leah. And I got the video. I guess we're gonna dumb down a little bit and visit the LD class on TikTok.
It's not on TikTok.
What's it on?
YouTube.
Is this her crying shames? Okay, it's on YouTube. Okay.
I'm gonna charge you $1.99.
You gonna charge me $1.99?
I just paid for membership.
To who?
Just follow along.
Oh, okay.
Welcome, Cheryl.
Okay, let me pull this over here so we can watch it. YouTubers work is never done. All right, let's pull this up.
None of us have heard this, so hopefully it's not super boring or bad in any
way. Hopefully.
Oh, there.
All right.
Hi.
We ain't been able to vet this.
I just wanted to touch on a few things. I was actually there on Friday myself, and
okay. So hold on.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. You were where on Friday, and which Friday, and where? Are
and
you
can
from?
I get my M&Ms?
It was May 2nd. I live in
beside the couch.
I'm
the
good
crack.
friends with Malaya. I just wanted to kind of touch on a few things that you said. So we were the ones that actually found the blanket, and as far as I knew, the blanket was on the railing, not in the garbage. And Malaya didn't leave Saturday morning. It was Saturday evening because an altercation had broken out, and Daniel's mother actually tried to attack me. So it was well after supper Saturday when she actually left the premises.
Okay. Is that sorry? Is that?
I didn't know if I muted myself or not. I don't know how these things work. Yeah, so I just wanted to.
Okay. So hold on a minute. Hold on.
Yeah.
Logan McKenzie is here.
Yeah.
Logan, would you mind coming up in the chat?
I can drop down for her, Susan.
No, I have lots of room.
Everywhere you sit, I find money.
Okay, I'm gonna have Logan come up because I do know Logan very well. Well, not very well personally, but she's been on the live. I absolutely know her, and I mean absolutely zero offense to you, Cheryl, but I don't know you. But I do know Logan.
Logan that over that weekend. I think I met her Saturday, maybe. I can't quite remember exactly who she is, but I do remember meeting her.
Okay, so Logan is going. There we go. Thank you, Logan, for coming up. And let me just say this. I'm gonna just. I need to warn people of this. We have 142 people in the room. Be aware that we are on the internet. We are, and we've got 143 people.
Okay, before we get too far into this, make sure y'all hit the like on this video for me, okay? And thank you for everybody that's been super chatting. You guys are absolutely great, all right? But definitely go ahead and hit that like button for me. It only takes a second. It's absolutely free. It helps spread awareness. It helps new people see this channel, all that good stuff. So I need your help. I can't do it without you. And if you're watching out there and you're not subbed up yet, please sub up the channel. Ring that bell for notification. Help us hit 71,000. All right. Let's get it on, baby.
People in the room. There will be twice that watching who are not in the channel. Anybody can be screen recording this and what you say. And it can go on the internet anywhere. So I just want to put it out there and just give a warning before you say stuff. Just make sure that what you say is, you know. Hey, Logan, how are you?
Not too bad.
And Logan knows this firsthand, don't you, Logan?
Yes. My name is dragged all over the internet now.
Yeah. Logan was on my live weeks ago and for quite a while. And it was very, very unfortunate. Somebody screen recorded the entire thing and then splice and dice the entire thing, taking out pieces, not putting in pieces correctly, because Logan actually gave an enormous amount of support to Malaya. And of course,
no, the M&Ms were in a bag. They wasn't just M&Ms randomly in the crack of the couch, okay? I bought a brand new pack. They wasn't even open, and I was sitting on the couch, and I had them beside me. So that's how I knew they were either in the crack of the couch or they were beside the couch. They wasn't open. There was just a bag of, I'm not eating old-ass M&Ms from the crack of the couch, okay? So they're new ones, trust. I'm not eating the old crusty M&Ms. I would, though, if they were, if they didn't have dog fur on them. I ain't picky. Ain't no shame in my game.
That was all removed. So I just want people to be aware that this can happen.
As loud as it goes.
So thanks for joining us. So anyway, carry on. Cheryl, I don't know, what were you saying?
That was just it. That we left Saturday evening, not
after the
Saturday
briefing.
morning.
After the briefing on Lansdowne.
No, it was after the altercation.
You left, but Malaya didn't.
We all left. Malaya
No.
left with her mother. I
Yes.
left. My sister left. My sister-in-law left. We all left at the same time.
Yes, but the altercation was before the briefing, honey.
And
We all
then
went
there
out.
was one after because your mother was involved in that one.
Yes, and that's when we were saying
Yes.
about the car.
I'm
And then
not
you're,
sure
I
about
don't know
that.
who came back looking for the cell phone, and we were trying to get Malaya's grandmother to leave the house. Yes.
Yes.
But Malaya left right after the briefing. You guys didn't. Malaya left right from the briefing.
5 minutes before us. Yeah.
Yeah, right after the briefing, up at the briefing. She never came back to the house.
No.
You
So
guys
it
did.
wasn't Saturday morning that she had.
No, it was Saturday
that
afternoon after the
briefing.
briefing.
It was Saturday evening. I think around supper time-ish.
Yeah, after the briefing at 4:00.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. And the blanket was in the garbage. The cops even went and found the other half in there.
Yeah. As far as I knew, the blanket was on the railing.
Yeah, no, the cops came and collected the other piece. After the other piece was grabbed from the trees.
Yes, yes, where we found it.
I'm still trying to place who you are, but
That's okay. There's so many people.
So no, go ahead, Cheryl. Just identify. Like, how do you know Malaya? You said you were good friends with Malaya?
Yeah, I don't really want to touch on that kind of stuff. Kind of just respecting her privacy right now, but I just kind of picked up on a couple of things that you had said, and I wanted to clarify that she most certainly didn't leave Saturday morning. It was Saturday into the evening after the briefing.
yeah, Susan probably misspoke because I said that in our
No,
first
that's okay. That's okay.
where we said where she
That's
left
like-
because I put the baby in the car for her and her mother drove off. But you guys were supposed to come back for Malaya's car and you guys didn't. Nobody took Malaya's car and it got repoed by what is it? The search and rescue guy got it towed back to wherever Malaya was. So
Yeah, I knew that.
You
But
guys-
she never came back to get the car. I knew that early on.
I thought her sister was her stepsister or whatever was supposed to take the car. That was after the whole altercation because they were trying to get
Yeah, I don't
Malaya's
know.
grandmother out of the house because she didn't want to leave.
I don't know. That's not really relevant to anything I was talking with Susan about. I'm not touching on the vehicle.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to
anything
make
like
sure that
I
you
just-
guys knew that Malaya did not come back to the house. She left right from the briefing. You left.
Yes, absolutely. I was with her.
I just want to say, Cheryl, it really seems that you're sharing conflicting information between Logan and you. Like, it sounds like, I don't want to sound rude, but like we're saying false things a little bit. And
like what?
Well, you said about you were like coming in here to correct people about the blanket.
Yes.
And you,
because it was on the railing. That's what I was told.
But if you were
Whether
there,
it was on the railing or in
I'm
the
just
garbage, it
confused.
doesn't
Hey,
really
hold
matter.
on. We need people to just speak one at a time so that everybody in the chat can hear.
See how I told you that TikTok is like a big ass melee? It's like a LD class. I wasn't lying. What I told you, like, it's like listen to people talk each other and people fight, and like it's like a madhouse. It's like the short bus.
No, that's okay. It's just, it gets really confusing for people that are trying to listen to what's going on. So, DJ is making the point, Cheryl, that, and I don't want anybody accusing anyone on the panel.
I'm not.
Yeah. No, I know you aren't, but I'm just going to.
It's something that I noticed. Sorry to interrupt, but.
So, yeah. So she's just simply saying that you had come up on the panel to clarify some things that had been said.
Yes.
And one of those things was that I had said that the blanket had been put in the garbage by Daniel. and that I had gotten that from Logan and Mackenzie. Logan,
Right.
Logan is here. She verifies that.
Mm-hmm.
You had said no, the blanket was on the railing. Now you're saying you thought it was on the railing. Is that correct?
No, I was told it was on the railing.
Okay. So are we okay in agreeing that the blanket was put in the garbage?
I really don't know. I don't think it matters. All I know is the blanket was found in the trees up on the road.
Half of the blanket was correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Piece of
So it does matter.
I wouldn't even call it half. Just a piece of it.
Okay, so it does matter where the blanket was. Actually, it is a significant piece to the story.
The investigation.
Mm.
Yeah, the mom too says it all matters. Yeah, so just Cheryl, I appreciate you being here. I really do. I just want to make certain that, and it's not just to Cheryl, but if you if you think something, like you just said, well, I was told it was on, that's absolutely fine, and that's valid to say. Just make sure that you don't put across something as fact that you don't know as fact, but somebody told you, or something that you think. Just make sure you make that clarification so that everybody understands.
Right. Yeah. Did I see it on the railing? No. Did I see it in the tree? Yes. Did I see it in the garbage? No.
No, but the cops know it was in the garbage.
Yeah.
There's
No,
a whole video about it.
haven't
But-
asked about
yeah,
it,
exactly.
but yeah. No,
I seen it in the
that's
tree
evident.
too. That's why I knew.
You what?
I said I was there when you found it in the tree. Like I was there 2 seconds after you guys found it.
Yes. Yeah.
Logan, can I
okay.
ask you a question? Was the whole garbage bag taken with the half of the blanket in the garbage bag that was torn open?
No, see when Daniel found out about the blanket in the tree, because he was in the woods before knowing about it, and found out after Malaya left about it. He went out to the garbage because we all mentioned the blanket. So he went out, he goes, I put that blanket in the garbage, I'm going to say about a week ago, because it was ripped. So him and I forget who else, I think it was his brother, went out, videoed it all, opening up the garbage and like checking around, and you could see it. So like we called the cops right after that. Like the RCMPs came right out after that. But yeah, it was in the garbage. The RCMPs came out and collected it and all. The bag was still in the garbage bin, and the garbage bin was closed.
Okay. Just a clarification for somebody in chat. Logan Ann Mackenzie is Daniel's first cousin, is very close to the family, and lives, relatively close by. She has been on our chat previously. Cheryl, Christina, it's the first time she's been on my chat, and I welcome her. And she was, from what she says, she was there at the time of the search, and she is affiliated in some way, or a friend or something, to Malaya. Is that correct, Cheryl?
Yes.
Okay.
I've watched your lives a few times. I just haven't said anything.
Okay, Cheryl. Yeah, somebody in chat was just asking, they said, who are these people? Can you please clarify for us? Now, Logan, I did have a question for you.
Sure, honey.
Did you watch Daniel's interview on CBC?
The new one?
Yeah.
I agree with you,
Parts
Sarah.
of it. I watched the full part of the grandmothers. I didn't watch fully Daniel's yet.
Okay,
I was speaking with Daniel yesterday, though.
You what?
I was speaking with Daniel yesterday. He was at my house, and he was telling me that he did that interview.
Why won't he come on my live, Logan?
Because he wants to stick with factual, the way he said it was.
And
Logan knew this, and he wants to stick with the more factual. I don't know. That's what he tried to tell me anyway.
The Main Street.
Asked him if he wanted to come on because, and he goes, he was lining up this interview here, so I'm not sure what's going on now.
Okay.
I could ask again.
Okay, I would like that, and let him know that I do now have, and it's all actually because of the situation that happened with your live. I do have a private, dedicated live room for subscribers only.
I love that.
Yeah, which gives a much greater control to the environment. No one outside can watch. It has to be paid subscribers only.
That's what he said about my interview too. He said mine got so spliced and diced.
Yeah, and if he would like to do that, I will send him a gift subscription. He doesn't have to pay for one, and I will give you one. And if you would both like to come in, I would love to have you both.
Awesome. I will get a hold of him.
Oh, I'm muted. What I was saying is we hate paywalls. Okay. People here don't like paywalls. Every time I put something behind a paywall, I get a death threat. Okay. So you can't be putting shit behind paywalls to do with missing kids. People get mad. So when they start lighting the torches, I'm going to join them with a pitchfork. Okay. Just ask people to join. Hey, join up. It's less than a cup of coffee. Oh, was this behind a paywall? Oh, Lord. So, see, we done jumped your paywall anyway with 2,300 people. We climbed over that shit like, what's that show we watched with Game of Thorns? Okay, we just climbed over your ice wall right all up into your shit, okay? We in here. We infiltrated.
Okay.
And see what he says. I am going to go get my children here soon, so
okay,
we'll have to leave this live.
Okay, one question, Logan.
More, honey.
You okay, so you'll watch I'm sure you'll watch his CBC interview.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it here when I get home from picking up the children.
You had mentioned in my live about his.
Okay, for people that want to know, I've seen people asking what's a paywall. It's when you do stuff for members and nobody else can watch it but members of the channel. We don't do very many paywalls here. Every now and then we'll hit you with a wall in the chat where it's only members in the chat. But it's members only videos. Sometimes I'll do a video and then put it behind a paywall. But usually it's always open to the public here. Right? And then if you didn't watch it live, sometimes if it's really good, you'll get a paywall. And sometimes I'll paywall things because it's a perk for members. Right? But I would say 98.9% of everything here is free to the general public, right? So a lot of people paywall everything. I don't do that. All I ask is you guys like the videos. That's it.
Mother's dog in the RV barking just shortly after 9 on Friday the 2nd. And when we were talking about the dog, you had made stated that the dog is really triggered
when Lily does that screaming.
Yeah, mainly by Lily screaming, and is triggered by the kids.
Yes, because well, what animal isn't triggered by animals to run when they run around screaming and yelling?
Triggered by kids, yeah. And I had asked you the specific. I had said to you, well, wouldn't the dog have barked if somebody had walked on the property?
I'm not 100% sure because
precisely that's exactly what I was getting at. I couldn't remember precisely your words, but you had said, yeah, I don't know, but you said I do know that the dog is triggered by the sound of the children.
Yeah.
Okay, and the only reason I raised this is that Daniel said in the CBC interview that he just recently did that or the CBC had stated that the dog barks at everything.
I can never hear the dog when I get there. The dog's always my grandmother. My aunt always has the dog in her RV. So if I'm not paying attention for the dog, I ain't listening for the dog. So
okay. All right. Okay. I just wanted to sort of clarify that, because to me, it sort of presents two different things. One, a dog.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
A dog and I had one of those dogs that literally, seriously, if a leaf moved outside, this thing would explode, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
But the whole time that I knew the dog, I'd never really paid attention to the dog because I'm not really of a dog person. So
okay.
I would say hi to it, but like I'm not personally going there listening to see if the dog's barking at me. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I get
if
it.
I'm not listening for it, and I'm not an animal person myself, so
yeah. She misspoke, so please don't make any kind of nonsense crap about that. You had said
my grandmother.
No, you had said animals are triggered by animals, and somebody in chat said, "Is she calling Lily an animal?"
Oh my God!
No,
I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that will be my new meme.
Yeah, it'll be all over the internet, Logan.
Can't be any worse than what everybody else is saying. It's fine. I offered to spit in a cup the other day.
Oh no!
They asked
why? What happened?
Oh, because there's a group on Facebook with my Facebook profile saying, "Oh, do we even know if they're really related to Daniel and this, that, and the other thing?"
Oh,
and all this stuff. And I said, "Would you like me to spit in a cup and send it to you?"
Right.
I said, "Do you want my birth certificate? Do you what would you like? Because this ain't something to lie about."
Yeah. I mean, it took me about 2.5 weeks ago. And I mean, 2.5 weeks to verify who you were. And it is something that's really important to me to verify people, because but I will say, for what it's worth, for me, I don't even go on the Facebook groups because they are so toxic. It's unbelievable.
The only reason why I went on the Facebook group was because somebody shared that my profile was shared all over it.
Right. Well, you can ask Greensleeves, you can ask Cheryl whatever you like. So Greensleeves is asking you, Cheryl, how Malaya is coping.
Like I said, I'm not really going to touch on that stuff right now. I just want to respect her privacy. But I do want to touch on the dog situation. When we had got there around 1:30, 1:15, the dog was in the RV and it most certainly barked. It was right up in the window by the steering wheel. You could hear the dog loud as day.
Okay.
I wasn't paying attention to no dog, so it's fine.
Okay.
Cheryl, will you please let Malaya know I am thinking about her, though, because I
will.
Tried to message her.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I will. I'll let her know.
I'm not trying to be anything.
I will also say, Cheryl, that regardless of what you see online and spliced and diced, when Logan was here in the live, she gave Malaya an enormous amount of support.
I watched live.
Spoke very highly of her.
Yes. Yeah, I watched it.
So I just want that. I'm gonna go get my children, but have a good night. Have a good afternoon, guys.
And you too, Logan. Thank you so much for coming up.
Take care, Logan.
So, Andy, the blanket, as I understand it, Andy's asking if the blanket was special to Lily. The blanket had actually been ripped and had been used to cover a window. Prior to it being put in the garbage.
I also do have to run, Susan, but I want to thank you for letting me join and clearing a couple things up, although I'm not really able to say a whole lot right now, just given, you know, the circumstances and the situation. And, you know, let's be honest, nobody really knows what happens. So I don't want to blame anybody. I don't want to say something that's not true. I don't want to say something that may jeopardize anything. But I did want to touch on things that I knew or, you know, heard.
And that's yeah, I appreciate you coming up. Absolutely. And I do extend the same offer to Malaya. I mean, I'm not sort of jumping on it because I highly doubt Malaya will speak to me. She hasn't spoken to anybody. But I extend the same thing to Malaya and yourself. If you and her would like to come onto a sub-only private live, I will present, you know, I will cover the subscription cost for you.
Thank you.
And it is a much controlled setting. It is subscription access only. So nobody from outside can be sitting there watching. And so you could, you know, because I can guarantee
she makes it like if you don't pay her subscription fee, you can't watch it. Anybody can watch that gives you $5, woman. Right? I mean, she's making it be like, well, nobody can get in. Yeah, anybody in the fucking world can get in that wants to pay the fee. Right? Like,
I can guarantee you there is some little weasel screen recording all of this, and they will.
I'm a little weasel. Okay. Remember Pauly Shore? The weasel. We making Biodome 3 over this bitch. All right.
Splice and dice it and throw it out all over the internet within probably a half an hour.
I was a little late. I slept in. I drank a few beers last night and I was a little tired and I slept like a baby. So it was a little late getting it out, but I got you.
And it's, you know, and where it actually first originally was seen was posted under anonymous on that Facebook group. This is why I will have nothing to do with the Facebook groups. You post anything anonymous, it, you know, it just speaks volumes about, you know, who you are and what you are. But anyway, I really appreciate you coming up. And I thank you for your time. And like I said, you can extend the same invitation to Malaya. I'm more than happy to have her.
Yes. Our main concern right now is just finding Lily and Jack.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, why don't you tell your friend to go look? Okay. Your only concern is, are you looking by yourself? Because I know Malaya ain't looking with you. She's too busy tanning. She's single, ready to mingle. Okay.
Personally, my personal opinion, and it's just a personal opinion based on all of the interviews, the police.
This is the girl she went to. Oh, this is the girl she went to the beach with. Y'all wasn't, sir. Were y'all searching the ocean? What the hell was y'all searching? The sand? Let's search the sand castle. Make sure Jack and Lily's not inside of it. Right? No wonder.
Reports, their news releases. I don't see this as going into a cold case. I think that they pretty well got it wrapped up, but they, you know, the thing about it is that they are going to, and we do know that it has become a criminal investigation. I think they have to.
This interview wasn't Ching worthy. I don't think so either. If I'd have paid $2.99 for this, I'd have been a little disappointed. Just a little disappointed. Now you can join Dolly for $2.99 and you don't get that disappointment. Okay. I deliver sometimes. Okay. At least a laugh or two. At least a laugh or two.
They have to solidify everything and make sure that if there are charges laid, that this is not going to slip through the cracks somehow. So Cheryl,
and just so y'all know, the next 35 streams that I do will be behind a paywall. Okay, so join up now, or you're going to miss all 35 streams behind the paywall. Okay, I want to see 5,000 members today. Okay. Or I'm never streaming again.
Cheryl is affiliated in some way with Malaya, in that
these M&Ms are not free. Okay. They're not free. They're like $4 a pack. You know, honestly though, for less than a pack of M&Ms, you can be a member on my channel for less than a pack of M&Ms. Okay. I give more money to homeless people. It's that cheap. It's that cheap.
She's a friend, but she was on the.
What, the M&Ms were $2.50? Yeah. Okay. Plus tax.
Property as well. The day that the children went missing, she was. What were you, Cheryl, helping with the search? Is that why you were there?
Yes.
Okay. So she knows Malaya, and she was on the property. And I don't know Cheryl. This is the first time she's been on my live. I do know Logan and Mackenzie, and Logan was actually just here. She left.
See,
and Logan
Cupcake
basically verified.
Right? Cupcake said, I got you, Dolly. That's love right there, Cupcake. Okay. Cheaper than a cup of Starbucks. Look, you can sacrifice 1 cup of coffee, give up 1 Snicker bar, and you can be a member of Dolly Vision, the greatest YouTube channel to ever do it. Okay. The only redneck true crime channel out there. What, PJ? Oh, okay. Skip 1 meal. BC proud. Look, but just became a member. They're like, Dolly, I can do without the M&Ms. I got your back. That's what I'm talking about, BC proud. You're awesome. Right now, who wants to get on the membership train? Army Mom just gifted 1. All right, we got to get our members up. We got to get our members up. I feel unloved up in this bitch. Okay, redneck crime. Okay, the only redneck that's in true crime. Name another one. Name another one. You can't. I'm one of a kind. Okay, I think my membership, my lowest tier membership, is $2.99. Now tell me, I ain't worth $2.99 to you, right? Just imagine if I was homeless standing on the interstate with a sign that said, all I need is $2.99. Would you ride by me? Would you just, you wouldn't toss me a little change from the couch? You know what I'm saying? SKH just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, SKH. See, she didn't drive by me at the red light. She stopped, rolled the window down, and slipped me a $5 bill. See how that is, right? Now look. Doing my happy dance. Doing my happy dance. The rest of y'all just ride right by me, leave me. Like, look at that bum. Just wheels, smoke, all that good stuff.
That Cheryl was, in fact, at that property the same
Yeah,
day.
it's random, Zach.
And that, honestly, I will let you know, that's why I brought Logan up, and I'm so glad she came in, because for me, she verified that you are who you say you are, and you don't actually live in Kansas and, you know,
Absolutely, Florida.
claiming craziness, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
Exactly. So I'm glad that Logan obviously saw you there, and you are, you are who you say you are.
In the Mercedes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
It's Karen. I'm on the panel as well.
Hi, Karen.
You pay more a month? Okay,
let
awesome.
Malaya know that there are a lot of people thinking about her and
thinking about her ass being terrible. Who was thinking about Malaya good? Anybody out there thinking about Malaya in a good way? If you are, line up. I'm slapping everybody. Okay, misunderstood with the $1.99 super sticker. See, she didn't drive past me standing on a. I'm going to get a sign. Will YouTube for food. I'm just going to stand here with it. Okay, while we do the streams. Chicken nuggets. I accept Big Macs, Whoppers. I can't eat red meat. So anything edible, not gonna eat. Okay. Now nobody's thinking about Malaya in a good way. Okay, all jokes aside, she has to be the worst mom in the history of mothers. I mean, it's a long line of bad moms, but this one is terrible. Good vibes. Thank you. Good vibes. Good vibes rolled down her window. handed me a good $2. Thank you. Good. It adds up. It adds up, right? I'm going to put that on my Lamborghini one day that I'm going to buy. So thank you. Thank you there, Good Vibes. I'm only probably, let's see, how much is a Lamborghini? About 150,000. I'm only about $149,988 away from it now. Okay.
We want, you know, to make sure, or
250K. Oh, well, I'm a long way away then.
that they find those children.
Absolutely, I will.
I got a ways to go.
Susan runs her lives based on facts, and
Too much. You're
she will
right.
shut people down very quickly.
I'm gonna give it to you, Karen, for a bit.
Malaya. Okay. I like that. Remember how we called Leilani instead of Leilani? Uh-oh. I'm $1 closer to my Lambo. All right. And Witchy Mom, Coffee and Crime. All right. Just don't put a hex on me. Right. Witchy. I want to live forever. You know, thank you for donating. And Diamonds for DC. Thank you for your super sticker. That is awesome of you guys. I'm getting closer to that Lambo. Look, M&M money right there. Crack of the couch, M&Ms. Thank you, Joanne. Katie says, all I can afford is the valve stem cap. Okay. I don't know. Valve stem cap might cost more than that on a Lambo. You talking about a $250,000 car? Yeah, I would never buy. If I had the money, let's just say I had $250,000, I wouldn't buy a Lambo. I'm just kidding about that anyway. I'm not that bougie of a person. And Annette, new member, thank you so much. I wouldn't buy that car. Now, the new Corvette, which is they call a poor man's Lambo, it's about $65,000. I would get me one of those because the new Corvettes look cool as shit. Okay. So maybe a new Corvette, but the Lambo, I like the Corvette. I think the Corvette looks better, to be honest, than the new Corvette looks better than a Lamborghini to me. Give me a 65 Mustang any day. The 65 Mustangs are beautiful cars. Okay. Or a 65 Camaro. Either one of those two cars, and you're talking badass, real deal American muscle car right there. So,
And proud grandma, I just have to run and do something, so
love
I'm
the
going
new
to
Corvette.
mute myself. I've got
It is
laundry on,
nice.
so I will.
Okay.
I will be back very, very shortly.
The live that Susan runs is based on facts, and we don't allow people to.
Witchy
Obviously, you
Mom.
can't tell what somebody's going to come up and say right
Thank
away,
you.
but Susan will shut it down very quickly.
Okay, SKH Natty says we need to start a $2 super chat train. Okay, who's riding with you? Who's getting on the train tonight? Do you know, believe it or not, $2 super trains, they add up. They add up. So thank you guys for everybody. Listen, if you can't afford to donate, don't think you got to. It ain't no big deal. All I ever ask the people is like the video. If you can afford a membership or to donate, that is absolutely great. Every bit is appreciated. But if you can't, don't feel pressured to, I don't want you to give me your last $2 or nothing like that. Pay your light bill if it's due. But if you got some extra change and you doing good in life, right? Toss a couple bucks, right? But that's only if you're doing good. If you scrambling for gas, don't give me your cash. All right. I love you all the same, no matter if you donate or if you don't donate. Has anyone purchased a Jack and Lily bracelet from a specific channel yet? No, I haven't, because I don't put my credit card online ever. Nothing personal against any YouTube creators. I just don't have my credit card information online. I'm old school. So I used to have my Cash App online, but I don't got no money on my Cash App right now, so I haven't got one. Cupcake, thank you so much, Cupcake. Jumping on the $2 train, okay? I guess the damn train is gassing up. There's a lot of you here tonight. Short Legs just dropped $4. So she bought a ticket for you, another passenger. All right. And Witchy Mom is jumping on the train. My two chihuahuas, Missy and Lolo. Oh, Lolo is like, she got in trouble the other day because she ran off and I freaked out. Jenna B, let's get on the train. I did, bought 3. Awesome. I use PayPal. Well, I use my Cash App online. I don't put my bank card online. Meep just jumped on the Dolly train. We call it the Bless Express around here. You ain't blessed unless you ride in the Express, okay? Good Vibes is jumping on the train with us tonight. What's up, Good Vibes? Everybody needs a little good vibes, all right? Somebody says 68 Camaro. The 68, the 69 Camaro, beautiful cars. Beautiful cars. I was just watching a video of James Hatfield, and he has a 69 Camaro. And I think his 69 Camaro is worth like almost $300,000. And they're just beautiful cars. Maine, USA just jumped on the train. We got Maine riding with us. I usually donate through Venmo, but wanted a seat. Shauna, thank you so much. Thank you for everybody liking the videos, sharing the videos, you know, spreading awareness about Jack and Lily. It's like I said, a lot of people in true crime know about this, but people that are not into true crime don't really know. Zima, $2 make you holler. Okay, $2. I don't know. It's gonna take a little more than $2. I don't know to make me holler. I holler anyway because I think I got Tourette's. Okay, so I'll be hollering for free. Rose has become a member of YouTube. Thank you, Rose. Now Rose said I'm gonna skip a cup of coffee and I'm joining the greatest YouTube channel to ever do it, Dolly Vision. You know, there can only be one great. All right, that's Dolly. Janet, choo choo, save me a seat. Okay, I got you a seat, Janet. Janet Brown. Brown, if you nasty. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. How do I put money on train? Okay, it's just a super chat. If you super chat $2, it gets you on the train. Okay, that's it. But if you're a member, that's just the same thing. So if you join up, it's, you know, $2. It's you kick into play a little bit of change, all right, for my piggy bank. Miss Southpaw 65 has become a member. Awesome, Miss Southpaw. I know the duck because you're a Southpaw. Rose just jumped on the train with us. Okay, everybody riding tonight. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody trying to take a ride on the Reading Railroad. I lost my son in the supermarket, panicked. Teresa says, Dolly, the best true crime channel ever. Okay. And we got a $2.99 super sticker from Carla, which is getting on the train with Teresa and all of you guys. Okay. We're going to have a party on the train tonight. We're going to be doing the, what is it where you duck the pole? Limbo. What is it when you do the little train dance? I forget. Old Soul, gas, grass, and ass. Nobody rides for free, right? I used to have a sticker on my car that said that on the dashboard. When you got in, it said gas, grass, ass. I seen it in a movie somewhere, and then I ended up was in a truck stop somewhere, and they had one of the stickers, so I bought it and put it on my dash. But it says gas, grass, or ass. Nobody rides for free. All right, Cupcake just gifted one more Dolly membership. And listen, guys, if you get a membership from somebody, make sure you give them a big virtual hug because it absolutely ain't free. Sadie just jumped on the train, $5. She gets a window seat. Okay, it's $2 to board, $5 a window seat, $10 gets you VIP access, right? Rose with 99 cents. Thank you, Rose. Wanda has been a member for 4 months. I'm just still trying to get through all y'all super chats. Dolly, the friend of Malaya sounds an awful lot, a lot like interview Malaya. My thoughts. Hold on, guys. I got a call coming in. It has to be my daughter. Yep. I am live on the internet, child. I am live. It's about that time of night. It's not. Okay. Well, I just want you to know everybody can hear you. You want to say? You want to say hello?
No.
You don't want to say hello?
I'll say hi. Hey, everybody. Sorry, I was being dramatic.
You were being dramatic. Are you feeling better?
No,
You're not?
not at all.
You feel rough?
Yeah, and I'm having a hard time breathing. I don't have a fever anymore, though.
Okay. Well, that's good.
So, like, I feel better, but, like, ugh.
Oh, okay.
That's all. I just wanted to call and complain. I didn't know you were alive.
Yeah, I'm live.
Okay, bye.
All right, I love you, kid.
So, bye.
All right, hope you feel better. she is so dramatic, right? Pac-Man, it just got. Hey, we need some fellas on the train, okay? Pac-Man just got him a window seat. Okay, he needs to breathe. He needs a little air. All right, because the window seats are important. Right here, America. I want to ride first class. You definitely ride first class, right? You all lonely up there in the front of the train. Thank you, America. Thank you for joining me on the Dolly train. SK8 started it, right? She was like the $2 train, and then everybody boarded up because they wanted to hang out with you. Dolly running a train on us. I hear you. All right, let's finish.
We have always based everything on our CMP reports, things that are stated in the media that have been confirmed.
Thank you, Witchy Mom.
We try not to get
Thank you,
deep
Kelly.
in the,
OG.
deep in the woods there or anything like that. We try to keep it consistent and factual. And a lot of times, look, Susan won't even allow people to come up who are going to really get into it. Do you know what I mean?
Man, I'm going to get to eat tonight.
We try to keep everything factual and what has been stated.
So if people request to join too, you can always let them up the first time.
Right. We let them up, and if they start going in a tangent and it's not factual, Susan will shut them down pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been following the case since day one.
Did you get the Texas Carolina treat?
And we've tried to portray things that are factual.
Playing in the club car. Okay, we'll wrap that up. We'll wrap that video up. So, did we learn anything? Canadian? That's about 50 cent USA. Okay, well, hey, 50 cent adds up. Just subbed up for PJ, definitely. Dolly Vision, you get ready to be a grandpa? No, she's just not feeling good. She's had a cold since like a couple days ago. And she had a little bit of a fever yesterday. So she took some medicine, and that's why I asked her, did she feel better? She's just been laying home, relaxing. Tiff works real hard. So, but I think she gets that dramaticness from her mama. That's kind of how her mama was. Everything's a real big deal to Tiffany, right? So her mom was kind of the same way. Like Tiff is one of them kids. Like this is a true story. She called me up bawling out crying, right? I thought something terrible had happened, right? Casey, thank you for joining. And, I'm all panicking. She's crying and she's on the phone. And I don't know how many of y'all watched The Walking Dead. Okay. It used to be one of my favorite shows, but Tiff used to love The Walking Dead. And I thought somebody in our family died because she's crying and she's saying somebody died. And I'm thinking something happened to her mother or I don't know. So I'm kind of panicking. And she's like, Glenn died. And I was like, who the hell I'm thinking in the family, do we got anybody named Glenn in our family? And then I was like, Glenn who? And she's like, Glenn from The Walking Dead. And she's just bawling out crying, right? And I was like, this kid freaked me out. And damn Glenn and The Walking Dead died. I was like, it's a TV show. And she's like, I know. And she's all bawling. I was like, super dramatic. Like, super, super dramatic. Yay, Dolly train. I can't wait for my mystery box. Well, PJ just picked up some new things for the mystery boxes. And, you know, that's a great way to support the channel is, you know, we sell lotions, soaps, t-shirts, hoodies, the mystery boxes. And that's been, PJ told me that our #1 seller is the mystery box. And I was surprised by that, right? I was like, what? She's like, yeah, our #1 selling item in the store is the Dolly mystery box. And she came up with it, right? She would, because PJ puts a lot of love into those mystery boxes. She always tries to find little cool knickknacks and different things to put into the boxes with it. And she came in one day and she was like, we should sell a mystery box. I was like, who the hell wants to buy something they don't know what they're getting? And she's like, well, everybody else sells mystery boxes. And I was like, all right, if you want to sell a mystery box, we'll sell a mystery box. And now the mystery box is one of our #1 selling things on our merch store. So apparently PJ knew what she was talking about. I should have listened to her more, maybe one day. Maybe not. I don't know. But Shannon, thank you for getting on the train. All right, now let's get back on track to where we were. How do I get mystery box? Oh, our merch store, real easy. Buy DollySoap.com. Okay, buydollysoap.com. That's where we sell our t-shirts, hoodies, soaps, lotion, body wash, little different shower caddies to hold the soaps. And all the soaps are handmade by Dolly. Okay. And I'm telling you, once you use Dolly soap, you won't wash your ass crack with nothing else. Guaranteed. Okay. But that's how you get a mystery box. We sell the mystery boxes up there also. Miss PJ hooks those mystery boxes up. Yeah. Yeah. She does a good job on doing it. And so we're always out places. So like say we go wherever we go, she always buys something for the mystery boxes. Like whatever states we go to or when we travel, she'll buy a little something like, you know, at the little souvenir stores. So there's a lot of little souvenir things and a lot of them from places that we have been to. So, okay, now let's get back on track, right? We got a little off track. We got to get back on track. Jack and Lily still missing over. Well, it's going on right now, 2 months. In what, 2 days? It'll be 2 months that these kids have been missing without a trace. When is the next season of Turtle Island? Okay, the next season starts in less than a week. All right, all I got to do is ship out Cluminati's belt. We never start before the person gets their belt. So as soon as I ship out her belt, we will start Turtle Island the next season. So here in a few days, be on the lookout because it's coming really soon. Well, the first phase of Turtle Island is coming where we pick the people that are going on the island and then we start the season. So the season won't actually start for a couple weeks, but the picking of the people for the season will start in less than a week. All right. So you got just a few days. And you'll start seeing the announcements for that. And if you're watching, you're like, what the hell is Turtle Island, Dolly? I have another channel. It's called Dolly Uncensored. We do this like little game show. And it's like we put 30 YouTube creators on the back of a fantasy turtle and we vote them off one by one until there's one last person standing. It's kind of like a game of Survivor. You'd be like, and people get competitive, right? Some of the YouTube creators, and like it gets competitive and it gets a little crazy. And the show is growing. We're on season 6 of the show. And last season was absolutely crazy. It was just absolutely crazy. So we're going to throw some twists and turns and change it up a little bit this season coming up. So be on the lookout for it. And it's just something to break up true crime. We do it twice a week, usually. What was it last season? Tuesdays and Sundays. It's just a little game show, but people love it. They actually like it, which is pretty cool. 2 months, Jack and Lily been missing, right? A lot of people think the kids have been hidden. We just listened to Malaya's friend get up there and say a whole bunch of nothing. Why even get on a panel if you ain't going to say nothing? Okay, well, I would just want to respect her privacy. What the hell are you even doing up there? Get off the panel and respect her privacy. You didn't tell nothing that, like, I think, somebody told me. You going up there talking about rumors. And then you got Logan up there being all defensive of Daniel. Of course, she's family. She's going to be defensive of her family. Family is usually going to take up for family, unless you Durwood. Okay, then you ain't taking it. Right. So then you ain't taking up. Then you just a sellout. I'm just kidding. So everybody else is going to take up for their family. It's usually one of those things. But at this point, like I said, I got, some messages from somebody that said, look, I spent 20 some years working in law enforcement in Canada. And, they still have sources in law enforcement. And they're saying they guarantee me that they are building a case against Daniel and Malaya for lying to the authorities, that RCMP always gets their man. Now, to me, it's a question, like in the title, both parents going to jail? Question mark. Okay. Is this true? Right? Or is this just like, another Canadian with wishful thinking? But this person said, they worked in law enforcement for over 20 years and that they believe that they're working on building a case against them for lying to the authorities, because you can believe that the authorities are watching this stuff online, right? Even when I was in Georgia, the police told me, they're like, yeah, Dolly, we watch your show. And I was like, what? Right? And they were like, yeah, we watch you. But then again, I was broadcasting from Georgia at the time, and I was live from outside this house. So they were kind of watching it to see what was going on themselves. So through my video, they had eyes on the house most of the day. And he was like, yeah, we just tune on to the video. And I was kind of surprised that many police officers are subbed up to me. Okay. But it goes to the facts that you never know who's watching, because then, I ended up getting locked up in Georgia, and there was a lady that was a millionaire that owned a bail bondsman company, and they had me in jail with no bond, and she was just like, let Dolly out. They came and got me, and they let me slam out of jail. So that lady had some pull in Georgia. Okay. She had some pull. Thank God she was watching. Right. But that just shows you never know who's watching. So is the RCMP watching these videos? Because even here in the States, we have cyber crimes that watch YouTube channels and watch social media to get clues and to see what's going on and what people are saying. Because you can believe that the RCMP want Daniel going on these chats. They want Logan talking. They want Daniel talking. They probably want Malaya talking, but she refuses to talk to anybody. Because the more people talk, the more chances you got of hearing them tell inconsistent statements. And really, when they start telling inconsistencies, that's when the police will bring them back down in there for more interrogations, right? Because I believe they need to interrogate Daniel and Malaya, right? She'll be lying. Malaya's ass, malign. That's what we're going to call her from now on, malign. Old malign over here. She needs to be brought back in there to be interrogated. Damn, Leilani Simon talked more than she did. Like, not caring and not looking and not searching for your child says a lot about who you are as a person. Okay, nobody else would have done that. Someone asked if you ship mystery boxes to Canada. Hold on, let me ask. PJ! She didn't answer back. I think we ship them. Hey, PJ! She must be outside. She might be outside feeding the cats or something. Yeah, I believe we ship to Canada, but shipping is expensive to Canada. Okay. Any international shipping right now is pretty crazy high. If you pay to shipping, of course, we'll ship it to you. But I just want you to know, if you're not in the state, shipping is expensive from America to Canada. Not as bad to Canada as everywhere else, but it's still pretty high. I guess she can't lie if she's not talking. Right? I guess you're right. But I guess that first statement she said was bullshit. And, seeing her out living like Casey Anthony, it's kind of hard, But let me open the phone lines back up. Okay, phone lines are now back open. Is this mother lying? Where's Jack and Lily? Right? And, so many people believe that this reservation stuff, but I still say, I think that is Daniel shit to take the blame off of him. Dolly.
Hello.
Hello.
I had that crappy connection last time. Is the connection still crappy?
No, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, I paused my video. I've been commenting in your chat on the capital letters, Kristen Michelle.
Uh-huh.
I just happen to be in New York. I was the first responder for X amount of years. I mean, I know all this crazy nonsense. So my question is, did they ever check the yard where all that garbage is? Like, they have so much trash around that backyard in the front of the house. Did they ever think about, like, possibly maybe they pick up new dirt and stuff like that and bury them there somewhere, maybe?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm not positive because I wasn't there, but I would hope they would, thoroughly search the yard. They even searched under the trailer. So I'm going to go, yeah, they searched that property fairly well.
That was one thing. But the second thing, somebody said something about a school bus.
Uh-huh.
Now, going back on the theory with school buses have drive cams or dash cams.
Yes.
So did they happen to get a hold of that? That was my next question.
That I don't know, because you're right. Even here in the States, a lot of the school buses have cameras now on the side.
Monitored.
So if you drive past the stop sign, it takes pictures of your car here in the States now.
You got it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to see what was on the camera from the bus as they drive past the house. Would probably be good. But there's a lady that's put a timeline together about exactly what time.
Posted on there.
Yeah. What time the bus drove by. So guys in the chat, if y'all haven't added the group yet, make sure you add the group. Check out the timeline, because if you heard something, we want help filling in that timeline. And
yeah, she's in another chat. She's in Clutch Them Pearls right now.
Okay.
Stuff too.
Okay.
I don't know how accurate that site is because I haven't gone on there.
But
I've seen
that
person.
That dude's garbage.
Yeah, and then there was another woman today in another chat on the instant messenger thing on Facebook Messenger.
Yeah,
somebody was claiming that they were family of them again.
Okay, well, there's slowly people are starting to come out for their 15 minutes of fame.
You got it.
Where were these people in the beginning when 2 months in we needed this information day one? Why are people waiting months to come out with the information? I'm
sorry to cut you off, but I have two questions. This is actually, I'm sure people out there listening, but my question is, A, birth certificates, they were asked for. Did she take them with them and flee with them, or did they find them there? Because, anybody
she didn't flee, though. She didn't flee. She's still at her mama's.
Yeah. Oh, no, apparently she did flee with the kid, and the kid was apparently taken.
Well, allegedly she went to the reservation to her dad's, and then that broke the CPS order.
Yep,
according to them. According to them, but we don't know if these people saying these things are trustworthy or not, to be honest.
Exactly. So my next question is, did they take this child from her? Because if this child was removed, she has the birth certificates, of not one, not two, but three. Did they possibly maybe do that and doctor them up and send them to New York? Because apparently somebody said they were seen in New York on the 26th of May. And they could have went there to get their hair dyed.
Yeah, I don't believe none of that. I don't believe none of these people saying anything. None of it. I don't believe none of it. The whole birth certificate thing, the whole anything Daniel says, anything that Durwood's saying, I don't believe
a bunch of
any of
compulsive liars.
Yeah.
You could tell by the way they look, just by looking at their faces.
They all suspect to me. Until these babies
Mhm.
are found and we get some answers, everybody's a suspect.
Exactly. I'm sorry to take up your time, but I just wanted to ask those couple of what if questions because they've been sitting on the back of my mind. Like I didn't see anything, like really pertinent of that. So I was like, well, let me just throw this out there. Maybe these people, these cop people are listening up there.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
NYPD, they're very thorough like that in the city.
Yeah. I don't
Yes,
think those kids are in the States, but that's just
And it
my
could be.
opinion. But, I mean, anything's possible, but there's no reason to hide these kids, no legitimate reason. And their behavior is all but, I mean, it's odd. It's super odd.
It's
So,
changing.
But hey, I
It's a lot of.
appreciate you calling in.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
All right, peace. Okay, we got to refrain from saying trigger words around here. Anything to do with somebody with tumbleweed head and a corpse that is reporting live. I didn't know dead people could do live streams. Okay, it's like a fucking corpse with some fucking. Woo! Yeah. No triggering Dolly. Dolly.
Hi, Dolly.
Hey. Rose?
Yes,
Hey, Rose. How you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you, Jimmy. How are you?
I'm doing well.
I was not well earlier.
Okay. What was wrong with you?
I'm not trying to divert what's going on because it's important. Your show with Lily and Jack. But earlier today, I heard about the Brian Kohberger, and I got to tell you, I couldn't tell if my blood pressure was plummeting or getting higher. I felt like I was in some kind of an emotional vortex, and I just started crying, and I don't know why, because I mean, I kind of already knew he was a monster, but it's like it's even more real now, like surreal almost,
Yeah, well, I mean, we all knew he was going to be found guilty anyway. I mean, we all knew he was a killer.
Well, I got to hand it to his defense. I mean, they did try every tactic. But anyway, I didn't want to get on that, even though it's been pressing my brain. But I've been watching you all night, and my son's here with me, Malcolm. We had a death in the family, so he's been spending more time with me.
Yeah.
And he's gotten to, I mean, he already knows you. You've spoken to him many times. And, he's getting to be more in tune with what I watch, the Jack and Lily, and so the other night, and I gotta commend Doug because he was the first caller. I mean, he's like faster than me.
Yeah.
But he said some really profound things, and my point is that when I asked Malcolm, I said, Malcolm, you know enough about this story now. What do you think happened? Can I say what he did?
Yeah. What'd he say?
He got up out of his chair, acted like he had a shovel in his hand, and pretended like he was digging dirt. And he said, I'm sorry, Mom, but them kids is gone.
Yeah.
We can't figure out why. It's the same question I want to ask Brian Kohberger. Why? What pistons?
People are crazy, Rose. People are nuts.
But what pistons in your brain started misfiring at what age? Because we see
Kohberger was young when his brain started messing up on him. He's been since a kid.
Now, we talked about this before. Do you think he killed before?
Yes.
Was it a human or maybe an animal or something?
Probably both.
Oh, Lord. God, you're so brutal and honest.
I mean, I'm just being honest. I mean, I've thought from the beginning that he was a serial killer. It's just the way he carries himself, the way he acts. And if he wasn't, he would have been if he hadn't been caught.
Yeah, Max shaking his head, yes. So anyway, about Lily and Jack, I have like photographic memory and audio memory as well, which can be really dangerous sometimes. But it helps me to remind people. Earlier in your show, you were talking about those text messages where he was trying to get a hold of Malaya.
Yeah.
and I remember talking to you in one of your previous shows that I said, maybe he's doing a secret language, like, and you talk,
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like cryptic.
You're right.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, it may be
And
some
Malcolm
stuff.
Yeah. And Malcolm said, we watched you yesterday on your tiki thing, and Malcolm's like, I'm going to do that. I'm going to make myself a tiki bar and da-da-da. And then today when we turned you on, he said, he looks different than yesterday. And I said, he shaved.
No, I shaved like about a week ago.
But
cut the beard off,
okay.
left a little
Whatever.
bit. Yeah.
You look different today. I guess the sun was in a different angle, but he's like, he looks different. He's getting all that sun at the tiki bar.
All that sun. Yeah, I got a super good tan going on. My daughter's Mexican, and I'm more tan than she is.
What about Tiffany? She looks like she might get burned before she starts getting colored.
Tiffany, you know, because she's part Mexican, so she has a natural tan color to her. But we was out the other day, and I like put my arm up to her, and I'm way darker than Tiff. Way darker.
No,
not even close.
Just so white, Jimmy. Just so white. You just a white boy.
I've been getting a lot of sun since I, just out there working on stuff and working in the yard and doing all that. I've been doing almost every day.
And
so.
I'm so proud of you. I cannot believe 9 months ago you had a massive coronary, and today you built a freaking pool, a deck, a tiki bar. You got this show. You're up for 5 hours at a time talking to us creeps, and it's just.
I definitely talk to a lot of creeps.
You're an amazing little elf. You're an amazing
I
little
try.
elf.
All right, Rose.
Say hi to Mac. Say hi to Mac.
All right, Jimmy. I love you, brother.
All right, be good. Be good, man. Treat your mama right.
Always.
All right. Peace, Rose.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Right.
Say hi to PJ.
All right, peace. I try to stay active, guys. Even my doctor told me not to sit around. You got to keep that blood flowing, right? So if you sit too much, I try to stay active as I can. I'm a little overweight. I've been eating too good. So I'm going to have to get me a gym membership and try to peel off some of this weight and try to cut out some of the soda. I'm walking around like I'm an average weight of about 165, 170 pounds. Right now I'm walking around at 190. 20 pounds I've gained. So I need to get some of that weight off of me. At my body, I guess all that weight ain't the best for me, and especially having a heart condition. So at some point this week, I'm going to go get me a gym membership and start hitting the treadmill just a little bit, not pushing anything hard, because I have to do things. And like when I start to feel like if I'm getting too hot or if I'm getting a little overworked, I got to be able to stop and chill, because I don't want to push it and, just trying to get in shape and have another heart attack or something. So I got to do everything in little tiny spurts that I feel good with. And my problem is not overdoing it. And PJ tells me that I overdo things constantly. Like I'll start something and I don't like to stop. Like I just constantly keep doing stuff. And I don't know. I think, I like to stay busy and keep my brain occupied. Right. And I don't want to just sit around. What kind of life is it if you just, sit around? So I have been doing a lot, and hopefully it's not too much. But like I said, even with me working like crazy, it's the soda. I know it's the soda. I got to stop drinking. And I'll drop them 20. Nothing. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. It's Marty from Canada.
What's up, Marty?
I just had a quick question for you. So I'm not into true crime by any means, but for some reason I got super obsessed with this case, if you will.
Yeah.
Because my heart goes out to these two kids. And my question to you is something along these lines. So from what I understand, the kids were seen the day before in and around the afternoon. So if that was around, let's say, 4 p.m., and then Malaya had called in to the school around 6 a.m. and then called, 911 and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
That gives around 14 hours, let's just say, in and around that time period for her and Daniel, in my opinion, it's them, to commit this crime and hide the bodies and so on and so forth. So from your experience, how can two adults, like people that aren't exactly this isn't like a mafia hit or anything along those lines, and we know and we see how they sort of live, and everything seems to be sloppy. I hate to offend anyone, but that's just what I'm seeing.
And how do they commit the perfect crime?
Exactly. Like, in your opinion, because you're obviously an expert in true crime and so on and so forth.
I don't know if I'm an expert, but I do have some experience in it.
Sure. But in your opinion, what the heck's going on? Like, how are they able to do such a thing? And there's nothing on their phones. They're not it's just, sorry for the rant, but in other words, shed some light on that, if you will.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard, especially with, we know that their digital footprint, it's hard not to leave a digital footprint in the world we live in today at all. No digital footprint, right? And I can understand that the no witness thing, because usually most people live in the city, but when crimes happen in rural areas, there's most likely not to be a witness. So there's no witnesses in this case to anything, right? But usually when people commit a crime, they can't shut up. They usually talk to somebody or they tell somebody something, and then that person usually tells it. Now, if these people live in the middle of nowhere and ain't got a whole lot of friends, maybe they didn't confide nobody of what their crimes or what they did. But I think this crime is far from perfect because of their behavior. Now, if they got out here and played it off like normal parents, or just, fake it till you make it kind of thing. Like if Malaya would have got out here and started doing interviews, crying, begging for the safe return of her kid, I may have believed these people. Right? I may have believed them, but I think their behavior is the worst clue, the biggest clue we have. Okay. It's probably the biggest clue we have, because normal people don't act like that. Now, as far as any physical evidence, if just say the crimes were committed somewhere else, there wouldn't be no physical evidence. And if they don't talk, nobody's seen nothing. It's pretty hard, because it's easy to arrest somebody, right? They can go arrest them. But do they have enough to get a conviction? Because once you charge them, you only get one shot to convict them, And I think even though the police know they did it, they don't have enough to get what they believe to get a conviction.
But you can't place these two people in interrogation rooms, kind of like what I see in the United States. You keep somebody in there for X amount of time, long enough, and then all of a sudden they start spilling the beans, if you will. I don't understand why these people are able to walk around. It's been 2 months now, and crickets.
Daniel said 4 hours of interrogation. Okay. I was a witness to a crime and went in and gave a statement. And my statement, it took longer than 4 hours of them talking to me at the police station. And this ain't even involving a crime of me. This dude suspected of the disappearance of these kids, and 4 hours is their whole interrogation. In the States, we can hold you for 72 hours with no proof of you committed a crime. It's just a 72-hour hold. That's what they should have done, is they should have brought everybody in, held them for 72 hours, separated them, and started pointing the blame. Because, the police in America, they don't have to tell you the truth. They can lie to you. Now, I don't know about Canada because I'm not from Canada, but in the States, the police can walk in and say, hey, Daniel, we just talked to Malaya. She said you killed these babies. You hit them. You're going to prison for the rest of your life. And then he'll be like, well, I didn't do it. She did it. And that's how America breaks you. You know what I'm saying? But
yes, sir.
I agree that the interrogation should have been way longer than 4 hours. Now, if he would have said, well, yeah, they held me in there 17 hours, I'd be like, okay, that's a decent interrogation. They I was tired, and we seen longer interrogations on way less than this. You know,
agreed. I guess the only thing I will add to this, because I don't want to hold the line, is that in my humble opinion, if the RCMP, and I hope someone from the RCMP is listening, if they cannot solve this, in my humble opinion, this will be a national embarrassment for Canada. And I honestly want to challenge the RCMP to do everything they can in order to get some kind of result. Because for this to be cold, it's not only, it lacks something. Like, in my opinion, this would be, like I say again, a national embarrassment. But anyways, Dolly, thank you so much for your time.
You be good, brother.
Be listening. Thank you very much.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah, it goes into did the RCMP drop the ball? And like I said, I spoke with somebody that was in law enforcement in Canada for 20 years, and they're ensuring me, Dolly, they're building a case against these people. I don't know, right? That's why the question is asked tonight: are both the parents going to jail? They're both lying, right? We know they gave inconsistent statements. Daniel's pretty much openly admitting that he lied. And if he lied, Malaya lied. Child neglect. Let's get these people in jail. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. It's Alexis from South Dakota.
Hey, Alexis. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Enjoying watching your show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to remind everyone that's within that group that the first one to talk is the first one to get a deal.
Yeah, usually that's how it works. First one to talk, the first one to walk.
That's right. And even like in Canada, there was this, maybe a spree killer. His name was Basil Bertowski. He killed like 4 women. And just all in like the span of 2 days. And he got life in prison with the eligibility of parole.
Wow. 4
Right?
days. And they gave him, that is insane.
And then Colonel Russell Williams, he killed a couple women, and he's eligible for parole after 25 years.
Man, don't
if they just
want to be a
would
woman
go,
in Canada, damn.
Right? But if they would just go in, one of them, and their sentence would be so light and so sweet. It's not like prison here in America,
I mean, I'm sure being locked up anywhere sucks, but yeah, I'm sure it's nicer than American prisons.
I'm sure it's a lot nicer than American prisons. And the other thing I wanted to say is that I think we both highly suspect Malaya and Daniel.
Yes.
Maybe more Malaya than Daniel, but just looking at some of her patterns of behavior, there's no way she did this alone.
I don't think so.
Now, I believe Daniel when he said that she relied heavily upon him, especially when she made that statement that he's not looking for my kids.
Yeah, and she's not. Why would you say something like that when she's not like either?
Because she's dependent upon him.
Yeah.
She says, "Hey, do this," and he jumps for her.
I know.
So that proves his statement, and it also proves that she's not brave enough
to do
anything on her own.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you that she's the puppet master.
Absolutely. And I also noticed another pattern of behavior of hers. It seems like every 3 years, and I'd be curious to see who she dated in high school, but every 3 years she seems to dump her man and say, "Oh, he was abusing me.
Yeah.
So I got to go,
Yeah.
and start over."
Yeah.
So she was ready to start over.
And she likes dudes that live with their mom.
Yep.
Yeah, I noticed that pattern. I was like, all these people are dependent on their moms that she's with.
Yeah, so, they never grew up.
I wonder if she asked men when she starts dating them, "Hey, do you live with your mom?"
Ooh, that's hot.
Yeah, that's hot. Yeah, I mean,
I gotta get me some of that.
Yeah, like, first question: are you a loser? And then if you answer yes, she'd be like, cool, I like you. You seem cool to me.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Or her picker is broke. One or the other. I don't know.
Listen, I had a terrible picker all the way up until my husband now, and we've been together for over 12 years.
Yeah, it happens.
You know,
I'm a bad picker too. You gotta
but
you gotta check the
I didn't
batteries.
kill my kids.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I mean, I can see you got a bad picker, and that I don't know what was going on. It seems like there were some dramatic changes in the last 19 months, and a lot of people say postpartum. You know, from since she had Meadow, maybe she lost her damn mind somehow in between on the third kid.
Well, you know, and that kind of brings back to I think something that the biological grandmother said was that she kind of got real low again after she had Jack.
Yeah.
I would have to go back and look at that.
Well, even when she was 16 in the videos she put out on YouTube, she was talking about depression in those videos when she was 16. And the biological grandma said she suffered from depression and anxiety. But I mean, I got anxiety, ain't never made me kill nobody. You know, but
I have two special needs children. And it's so hard. It's so hard.
Yeah.
But it's also, you know how much I've grown as a person, as a human being, caring for two children with special needs. They're amazing.
Yeah.
They're amazing children.
Yeah.
And
it takes a lot.
If they did have special needs, yeah, then especially in Canada, the support system for children with autism or parents with autism is horribly lacking.
Yeah.
And it does tend to isolate parents who are caring for that type of special needs. But it sounds like she could have just ran home anytime she wanted.
Yeah, it seems like she had a support system, and that's what I didn't get. Like, if let's say she got overwhelmed, because we know kids can overwhelm you, even one, and you got two special need kids. So sometimes you get overwhelmed. And like with my daughter, I had my mom to reach out to when it was too much and I needed a break and I needed to get out of the house or something. I would call my mom up, hey, can you watch the kid? I just need a break. And my mom was always there for me. So she'd be like, yeah. And it seems like Malaya had that relationship with her mother. So it seems like if she wanted to get away or she needed a little break, she would have, because, you know, she's a young girl. 3 kids is a lot of stress. And I could see if she didn't have a support, which don't excuse it, right? But
no, it doesn't.
I could see if she had nobody and she flipped out, but she had people. She had a lot of people in her life, and still we've got 2 missing kids. That don't make sense.
And you know what's even more strange is that usually when women become overwhelmed, they tend to self-harm. Where men tend to act out. So the fact that she would do anything to her children is odd.
Yeah, I used to think, you know, I had a hard time believing that people could just really, really hurt their children like that till I got around a few baby killers. And then I was like, okay, it's odd, but I know it happens. It's like, I can't understand why, but you know, it's hard to tell what's going through somebody's brain and why they would do something so horrible.
Honestly, what I think happened is I think she probably gave them too much Benadryl because she didn't want to have them running around. She didn't want to hear them coughing or doing whatever it was they were doing.
And Lily was
That's how she was going to take her break. She gave them too much because there's an age cap on Benadryl now. You can't give it to anybody who's like under 12 without a doctor's okay.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Because it explodes their heart.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
And so I think something like that probably happened. I think her and Daniel probably panicked and they had enough time
to hide them
and hide them.
Yeah. Yeah. You may be right. You may be on to something. I didn't even think about the medication part of it because Lily was sick and she did stay out of school because she was sick. Did they give them something? And maybe, but why give it to Jack? Just in case he gets sick? I mean, because it didn't sound like Jack was sick.
It would probably be more like,
shut him up,
hey, I know this is going to put you to sleep.
Uh-huh.
And so here you go.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, that is a good theory. You're the first person to say that, and it makes sense because Lily was sick. So if they gave Lily some medicine and they just gave it to Jack too, so they could quiet him down for the night. And there are parents that do give their kids sleeping meds to shut them up.
Yep. Absolutely.
So that I believe,
and especially if they're overwhelmed. I mean, it's tempting.
Yeah, you may be on to something. You're the first person to say that, and I probably took 1,000 calls on this, and you the first person to say, hey, maybe these kids were over medicated.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, Daniel
I'm kicking that around in my brain now because that does make a lot of sense.
And she would be filled with a lot of shame, which is probably why she would hide out and not talk to anybody. And Daniel's out there just piss scared,
Yeah, what to do? I don't know, for some reason, Daniel, I got this feeling that he thinks life's going to go back to normal, but it'll never be normal for them again. No,
I'm pretty sure he's a little neurodivergent himself. If someone sat him down and said, bro, not going to happen. You're going to have to accept this new reality.
Yeah, that's what I tried to tell him when he was in here. I was like, listen, things ain't the way they were. And much as you love Malaya, things ain't going back to the way they were. That just ain't happening. I mean, and I tried to tell him in a nice way, but if he didn't take part in this, he needs to talk. He
really does.
Yeah.
And
he owes that to herself.
She's not taking him back. If you look at her one interview and you watch real close, when she says, my partner, she gets a look of disgust on her face.
I agree. I 100% agree all the way around with that. That boat has sailed, dude. Your 2 years is your 3 years or 2 years
your
is up.
Your 3 years is up.
Yeah.
That's all she can take.
That's it. All right. Well, look, hey, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah. Have a great day, Dolly.
All right. Peace.
Bye.
Okay. What do you guys think about that one? She was the first person that called in to say something about the kids possibly being over medicated. Now, we know them kids were loud. Dolly. Hello.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
It's Sunshine and Shadows.
Hey, Sunshine and Shadows. How's it going?
It's going good. It's been a while since I called, so I thought I'd chime in. So, first of all, I want to know, did the alien snatchers move out of Tennessee and go to Canada and, where kids go missing with no clues?
Yeah, I think the Bigfoot did it, right? Or El Chupacabra. I don't know. I don't know. It seems to be Canada right now, is the thing. And still Tennessee is a nightmare for me. The word Tennessee, as soon as I hear Tennessee, most people think about Nashville and country music. I think about missing kids. Hold on, my daughter's calling me real quick, Sunshine Shadows.
Hi, Tiff.
You still live?
I am still live.
I'm gonna rip my hair out. What days are you going to Florida?
What day am I going? I'm going in September.
Like the end of September?
Yes. And just let you know, everybody can hear you on YouTube.
That doesn't matter. Like September 29th, September?
I'm not quite sure. I have to look. I'm going for the Stephen Stearns trial.
I might need you to go to a concert with me because I don't think I have any friends that want to come, and I don't really want to go stay in DC by myself for 3 days.
And when is the concert?
September 29th.
What concert?
P1 Harmony.
Who?
It's the K-pop group that I went and saw last year, the first K-pop concert I went to in DC. They
Okay.
just announced another tour, and they're playing arenas, which is crazy.
Okay, I'll think about it.
You're not thinking. If you're not in Florida, you're going.
Okay, I love you.
Love you too. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, K-pop concert. Go ahead, Sunshine Shadows.
You're being recruited, Dolly.
I know, like you're going to DC, you're going to go watch. I don't speak Korean.
Neither do I, but I would sit through it with my niece. So you do what you do for the people you love.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway.
Sacrifices.
All right, back on topic.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so anyways, I just don't understand how, like, there's no clues, no traces, no leads, nothing in any of these cases. Like, where's Inspector Gadget when you need him?
I don't know. Wasn't it Penny that solved all the cases, his niece? Remember? And he just kind of dumbed along.
Dog.
Yeah, Penny and her dog were the ones that always solved everything.
A kid detective out there somewhere. Maybe we need Harriet the spy. She'll solve it.
Well, yeah, maybe RCMP needs to bring in somebody really good. Maybe they need to reach out to outside sources and bring some fresh eyes in on the case, you know, and that may help them.
No offense, if there's anybody watching this that knows Daniel and Malaya, I'm not saying anything mean. I'm not insulting them, but they don't cross me as smart enough to do this with no trace and erase all evidence and get away with it.
Yeah, I agree. I look at them like they're dumb as hell, but I mean, that's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I was like, but then again, look at Don and Candace. Look at Chris and Katie. I mean, people do you think smart people seem to get caught? The lower end people don't seem to, they know how to get away. Street smart people are the people that.
I mean, with Chris and Katie, I'm starting to think they're smarter than we think they are.
Oh, yeah. I don't think they're dumb at all.
It takes really smart people to play dumb.
Yeah, they watch true crime, too. I think they knew about Summer Wells.
I mean.
Thank you, Wendy.
And there was one more thing I wanted to say, but I don't want to hog the phone lines. I know other people have things they want to talk about.
Okay, get it out quick.
I was kind of young with the Casey Anthony trial, but if I'm not forgetting or if I'm not mistaken, wasn't she like all out in the media and crying and stuff, and like that's why it was kind of shocking to find out she did it?
Yeah, she was ready to, she was single and ready to mingle too. It's one of these cases. That's one of the things that made me think Casey Anthony is when she went home and changed her profile to single, and now we're seeing her out partying. Well, not partying, but out having a good time and smiling.
When you were talking to the guy from Canada that he said he's not really into true crime, but this case guy, you had said something about if they were faking it till they could make it and like, you know, making a big scene and crying and whatever in the media, then you might actually believe them.
Yeah.
And that makes Casey Anthony, I'm like, she was out there like everybody wanted to believe her too because she was out there like, oh my baby, and crying and making. And
absolutely.
Then driving around with your baby in your trunk.
I don't think Casey Anthony was driving around with the baby in the trunk.
Kaylee Anthony, didn't they find her in the trunk? Like I said, I was young.
I thought they found her buried with duct tape on a like. It's been so long. I'd had to go back and review the Casey Anthony stuff. It's been so long.
I think I might have still been in like elementary.
I know they said the baby drowned in the pool, and then they disposed of the baby. It was something of that nature.
But I thought Kaylee Anthony was the one they found in her trunk. And like I said, I was still really young when that happened.
Now, I believe she was buried underneath a tree in a shoebox, and she had some duct tape on her face. But they said the baby drowned, and they freaked out. And I just know she was found not guilty of it. And apparently her father buried the baby or something like that. Now I'm going to go back and watch it because I can't remember.
Man, it's been real long. I'll have to research that, and next time I talk to you, I'll let you know what I found out.
Okay. All right. Peace.
All right. Peace, Dolly.
All right. Am I right, guys? It's been so many years that the baby was buried in a shoebox or something like that, and it had some tape on his face. Am I right or am I wrong? I remember the baby drowned. They alleged the baby drowned in the pool, and it was something with her father disposing of the baby. And she overdrugged the baby to go out clubbing. Am I right? Baby Anthony was thrown in the shitty trash bag down the street. Bones. Are you sure? I don't remember it being in the trash. Dolly. Bag with tape on its mouth. Yeah, I remember. Okay. But they hit on the trunk. Okay, I was right. Dolly.
Hey there, Dolly.
Hey.
This is Jen.
Hey, Jen.
Yes, I do remember the Casey Anthony case. And it was an electrician that found her in a field in a bag, and she was tied up.
Okay.
And it wasn't the father that drowned the child. It was Casey Anthony that had, I guess, she kept saying that there was this woman that was babysitting her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was the woman didn't even exist, for one. And I believe because of her partying that she just left the baby in the car, and the baby died in the car.
Oh.
The father hadn't. Yeah, and she put the baby in the trunk.
Yeah, it's been so many years. I couldn't remember every detail of it. It's kind of blurred into other cases to me now because I've watched so much true crime. They kind of all blurs together.
Yeah, the father really didn't have anything to do with it. It was all Casey Anthony.
Yeah.
And, she's the one that. Yeah, and it was some electrician that found it. It was near to the house where he found her. And she had a little sticker, a little heart sticker on, the tape and everything. It's hideous.
Wow.
Just because she wanted to party.
Yeah, and she's still partying. She's still out like dating married men and wilding out like. It's crazy. And did you see the video she put out recently?
No, I wouldn't want to.
Where she was talking about she was going to be she wanted to bring awareness to missing kids, and she has legal experience, and it was cringe to watch, knowing that this lady got away with killing her kid.
It just makes me sick.
Yeah, she's giving legal advice. Yeah, when she said that, I couldn't believe that. I was like, well, you did get away with murder, so you might be able to give some legal advice. But far as, and she carries herself like she thinks she's famous, and really she's infamous. Thank you, Renee.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even call her infamous.
Yeah.
I mean, she hideous, heinous.
Hideous is a good word. Yeah, disgusting.
Yeah,
I think
in my opinion,
I think it's a word that describes her behavior. Disgusting.
Just for the sake of, booze.
I mean,
for partying.
Yeah, if you don't want to be a mom,
kids always getting away.
Don't open your
leg. You don't want to be a
mom.
Exactly.
Or use protection. I mean, there's ways to avoid it. And then you can go out and party your whole life if you don't want to take care of somebody else. All you had to do is, be responsible, and she couldn't seem to do that.
I mean, it's as simple as that. How much simpler can it get?
And not much more simpler, but you go down the wrong path, do the wrong things, and stuff happens.
Well, it was I don't know what to call it. When they found her innocent, and I'm like, it can't be true.
Well, once they find you innocent, they can't charge you again. That's the bad part of it.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. I mean, I just about, fell out of my chair. I mean, I wouldn't have her at any function.
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. If I was a man, I wouldn't want to date her. You know,
I mean, it's
especially a
just
man
like,
with kids.
you know, I heard you say something about, you know, Karen Reed speaking at
Crime
Crime
Con.
Con.
Yeah.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you need some crime at Crime Con. You know what I'm saying? That would be the crime part. Like, she got away with murder. So to
Yeah,
me,
she did.
she's another Casey
She
Anthony, O.J. Simpson. And a lot of people disagree with that. They believe Karen Reed's innocent and the cops are corrupt. I believe there's both. I believe the cops are terrible and she's guilty. So, but they believe it can only be one or the other. I believe it's both. I believe it's shitty police work and Karen Reed's guilty. You know, that's just my opinion.
Nobody can be that cute. You know, I mean, nobody is that good looking.
Yeah, I don't find it that attractive at all, to be dead honest.
Either.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, she's not an ugly woman by far, but she's not like she ain't a beauty queen, you know? So, and if she would have been like a soccer mom, a regular person, I could have seen all the support she got, but she was like a rich bougie woman, and most people that are supporting her are like not rich, right? So I just didn't find it relatable. You know, I didn't find it relatable. Like, I didn't get it. And but that's just my opinion on the lady. You know, everybody has their own opinions and stuff like that. But the court system spoke and they found her innocent. So she's an innocent woman.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Okay. I accept what the courts say though. But you be good. Thanks for calling.
Okay, thank you very much. And peace.
All right, peace. Now, you know, my opinion is different, but the court spoke on Karen Reed and they said she's an innocent woman. So Karen Reed is an innocent woman. And I don't like a world where you can buy your freedom. Okay. It's not fair for people like, you know, I can't speak for everybody out here because some of you could be millionaires. I don't know. But for me, an average person that lives an average life, paycheck to paycheck, you know, that if I do something, I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison. And certain people can do the exact same thing and not even go to prison. I just want to live in a fair, just world. Right. And when I see these rich people that get away with the most horrible, heinous things, it makes me lose a lot of faith in our justice system. Michael Jackson, how dare you talk about MJ? Okay. I was the biggest Michael Jackson fan as a kid. I used to love me some Michael Jackson. You probably would have never knew that, right? I had the Thriller jacket, the glove. I like Corey Feldman. Remember how Corey Feldman loved Michael? I was like that. Michael Jackson was an icon to me when I was a kid. Michael Jackson could do no wrong. Now, did he do some wrong? It appears he did. It appears he was a little bit of a fucking creepo. But as a kid, that dude was like a superhero to me. I love some Michael. I still to this day got the Michael Jackson Thriller album sitting right over there. Okay. I got the Thriller album. I got the Bad album. I mean, in arm's distance. It's just like right there sitting on my mantle. And Michael Jackson was the man. I still kind of feel bad when people talk about him, but I understand it. I get it. He, you know, it seems a little creepy, you know, and if I would have knew that as a kid, but you can never take away Michael Jackson's music, right? He is a terrible person, and he deserved probably to be in jail alongside a lot of other people. But far as his musical influence on the world was unbelievable, like huger than anybody else I've ever seen in music on the planet. Some people say Beyonce is bigger than Michael Jackson. I don't see that shit. Like, I'm like, huh? Beyonce? Right? Like, I get it. You know, Beyonce is like, people know who Beyonce is. But in my day, when you said Michael Jackson, you could go up to a 90-year-old man and be like Michael Jackson. Everybody on the planet knew who Michael Jackson was. I mean, everybody on the planet might know who Beyonce is, but Michael Jackson was huge. I mean, massive. He's a little bit, and I think, you know, Michael Jackson was possibly abused as a child. Don't excuse it none, right? But there's been people come out and say that Michael Jackson never done nothing to him. Macaulay Culkin came out and said Michael Jackson never did nothing to him. Corey Feldman came out and Corey accuses everybody of being a pedo, and he came out and said Michael Jackson never done nothing to him. Michael Jackson's backup dancer came out and said Michael Jackson never did nothing to him. But that last little boy that he was hanging with was a little weird. That very last one. And I was like, okay, this is a little bit creepy. Like they went out and found this kid, right? And I was just like, okay, this is a little creepy. I could see like other movie stars and stuff wanting to hang out with him and be friends with him, some, you know, but that last little boy wasn't like a movie star or nothing. It's like they went out and like got him a kid. And I was like, okay, now this is a little bit, even for me, of somebody that really loves Michael Jackson, as you know, musically, I was like, yeah, this is a little even too weird for me. MJ was way bigger than Beyonce. Gary Coleman, Emmanuel Lewis all said no, he did nothing. I know there was a lot of kids that came, but here's the thing is weirdos don't mess with all kids. Okay. Maybe that wasn't his type. And this kid is his type. And you know, like, I used to work at this place and everybody there was gay men. Right. And I was the only straight guy there. God, how I got the job, I don't even know, but they hired me. And, you know, I was always sketched out. I ain't even gonna lie, but I learned a lot from these guys. And the dude told me, he said, look, man, you ain't got to be nervous around us, man. You know, he goes, let me ask you this. Do you like all women? And I was thinking, yeah, pretty much. He goes, well, do you have like a certain type of woman that you like? And I was like, yeah, there's certain types of women I like, you know. And he goes, well, look, think of it like this. Just because you're a man don't mean I like you. Right? There's certain type of men that I like. Like I have a certain type of preference in men. You know, we just because we like guy, you know, you think, you know, we like all men. It's not like that. We like a certain man or a certain type of man. Or we have, you know, I might like tall, dark, and handsome. You know what I'm saying? And you short, fat, and ugly. You know, that's what he was explaining to me. And I was like, and me and we became good friends. Like I was pretty friendly with everybody. They were pretty funny, you know, always joking. And you know me, I'm a pretty funny natured person, right? So I got along with everybody pretty great. And once I got that they wasn't trying to like, you know, get up with me and that, you know, I wasn't what they liked, you know what I'm saying? Which I'm hard for anybody to like. I was good. I was just like, you know, I was a little sketched at first and I learned a lot. And a lot of that phobia from being around people that have different preferences than me went away. Right. That I don't judge people like just because you like the same sex, that don't mean you like me. You know, you got to get that through your mind. So, and what I'm saying is even though he didn't mess with every kid, there's the possibility that he liked some kids, you know, and I just thought it was a little weird there at the end. And I was, like I said, I was a huge Michael Jackson fan. I would have been one of the first people to defend Mike, right? Then at the end, he just got so weird that it wasn't like, you can't really, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got a good valiant argument, you know what I'm saying, to defend Michael Jackson, because the majority of the people believe he did what he's accused of, right? But either way, his music will be here longer than any of us in this chat room, right? I mean, time I'm dead, gone, time you're dead and gone, time everybody in this room is dead and gone, people will still know who Michael Jackson is, okay? And his music will probably live for the next 1,000 years. Macaulay Culkin came out and said absolutely nothing happened. I know a lot of people did, and a lot of people believe that he was messing with Macaulay Culkin. And you know, Macaulay Culkin, he seems a little feminine to me still to this day. But he says he didn't. I mean, the man's gone. Why would you lie now? You know, but maybe he didn't, you know, maybe he didn't. And to see Michael Jackson on the stand talking about they took pictures of my wee wee. It was crazy, right? It was crazy because like I said, to me, when I was a kid, he was like a big hero in the music world to me. He was an icon. Like, it didn't get bigger than Michael Jackson. And then I grew out of Michael Jackson, got into Metallica. Big jump, right? From MJ to Metallica. But, times change. So, but people that hurt kids, it's all the same. It don't make Michael Jackson special because he put out, he's the biggest music artist at the time in the world. It don't give him the right to hurt kids, right? Or destroy lives. Nobody has that right. And we live in a world where it is absolutely true. If Michael Jackson did what he did, allege it, then he bought his freedom. Okay. And think about the lives he destroyed if he did hurt these people. It's when rich people can buy their freedom is what I was saying, because that's what I believe that a lot of these people like O.J. Simpson, and the more media spectacle that it becomes during the trial, like Casey Anthony, that was huge in the media, massive, right? And it became like a big, huge media spectacle. And you got more odds when the media is involved and public opinions involved than to get away with something like that. Dolly, Charlie Sheen hurt both Corys. No, Charlie Sheen hurt not Feldman, but Haim on the set of some movie. That is alleged, right? And Corey Feldman shares that story that Corey Haim they were both being abused, but Charlie Sheen didn't abuse Corey Feldman. He abused Corey Haim. Alleged. Like, I don't want to say something that ain't true, but I forget the name of the movie. I'll think of it in a minute. Charlie Sheen is gross. Tiger Blood, right? Weirdos in Hollywood, man. You take your kid. Look how many kids have been destroyed. Look at Bieber. Justin Bieber. Okay, P. Diddy. Right now, the verdict watch was on for P. Diddy today. Did anything ever happen? I don't really been following the case, but just what he did, you heard Corey Feldman say. I've never heard Corey Feldman say Charlie Sheen did anything to him. I even watched this movie. Matter of fact, on my other channel, I interviewed all of Corey's Angels. Remember, he has the band, the Angels, and we talked the case, the whole allegations against Corey Feldman was watching. He added me on what was it? What did he add? My Instagram? No, he added my Twitter. He added one of them. But Corey Feldman was watching. He even left a comment and said, I've been watching the show. But I had his friends up there. I had the Angels up there. And this was around because I covered the movie that he put out, Corey Feldman, because I believe Corey Feldman. I truly do. I think he's a little bit of a grifter and he's out for money, but I believed him in his abuse. And he's been standing up for abuse for a while. I know he's a weird ass individual, right? Weird as shit. And but I believe the stories he's telling are true. Like Richard Allen, he didn't have funds. Still 50-50 on that one. Yeah, Richard Allen in Delphi, I believe he's been set up. Okay. But Corey Feldman came out, naming all these names, and there's still people he hasn't named because of backlash. Because some of these people that are doing these things are so rich and so famous that if you tell on them, they'll destroy you. And it's real. Hollywood is a cesspool. The music industry, the pornography industry, the movie industry has destroyed so many young people. It's unreal. And if you don't end up getting your booty taken or your cheeks grabbed, or you'll end up strung out on drugs at an early age and dead. It's like you either become a huge superstar or you get a coffin. There's really no in between in it. And Corey lets you know that there's some sick people and and take your kids to Hollywood if you want, and let them be look at Justin Bieber. Just look at Biebs. I mean, that dude, P. Diddy, did horrible things to Bieb. Right? Like, Biebs don't even want to be around him or discuss it. And if you even say P. Diddy around Justin Bieber, he gets awkward as can be. And look how young he was. And not only men trying to mess with Biebs, but grown-ass women. You know, that dude's a kid. I mean, he's a man now. But at the time, he was a small kid with grown women throwing themselves at him. Listen, it's not okay for a woman to do it. It's not okay for a man to do it. It messes people up, right? It messes up their mind. And that little boy should have been hanging out with little girls and living his best little life. But no, that ain't what went down. And remember them soda pop parties where they were bringing kids in to assault little kids? And a lot of celebrities said it. They were like, them soda pop parties were like just to bring kids to hang. Kids shouldn't be hanging out with grown men like that. Okay? Especially when there are no parents there. Your mom ain't around, nothing. They're hanging out with 50-year-old grown men. What if I was to throw a party with a bunch of little kids here? That's weird as shit. Right? There's nothing a 50-year-old man has in common with little kids, where they would want a bunch of little kids. One, I ain't babysitting your damn kids. Hell no, you can't bring your kids over to my house. That's what a normal man would say. Like, look, shit, I ain't no babysitter. You better talk to my wife and see if she'll watch your kids, but you ain't bringing your kids over here for shit. You know, that's how it should be. That's how a normal man acts. They don't be like, yeah, bring your kids. We're going to sit around and swim in the pool and make sodas. They brought them kids there to prey on them children. And parents allowed it because they thought, oh, well, my kid's going to get a part in this movie. Yeah, your kid's going to get a part of something. And the parents that did those things, you need to be in jail with the monsters that did that, because you just left your kids to be, you served them up on a dish to monsters. Like, Corey Feldman ain't lying. And listen, what Corey Feldman says is just a tip of the iceberg. When you start looking into it, it's just a tip. It ain't even like what was it, Harvey Weinstein or whatever. You got him preying on, you got all these powerful people preying on kids and women, and it's bad. I'm glad I ain't never go to Hollywood. Okay. That's all. I'm glad I won't never invited to a P. Diddy party. I'm glad I ain't never show up on no private islands, all that. There's a lot of sick people in this world. And it goes into like, where there's a demand, there will always be a supply, and there will always be suppliers. And I don't know what it is when people get rich. Like, I'm talking super rich. They start to get weird. Okay. And I mean, like, really, I don't know if it's because you can have any woman you want, and then that ain't good enough for you no more. Then you start getting weird, you know, like, I want weird things. I don't know why it is. Or is it the whole, you know, Illuminati thing? And they got to have something to hold against you. So you have to take part in like these P. Diddy parties and these things. So they got something over you, or they don't let you advance, but so far. And I don't want to get into the conspiracy realm of things, but the whole P. Diddy thing, for somebody that powerful to get knocked off, the only way you can knock off a powerful person is another powerful person once P. Diddy knocked off, right? That's it. Right? Because he has so much money, he could buy his freedom easily, right? But somebody else that has even more money is like, okay, they want to get rid of P. Diddy. Only the powerful can knock you off. Other powerful people. So somebody's out for P. Diddy, and whoever it is a really, really powerful person. And there's some other people that should be right beside P. Diddy in the jail cell. And you know who it is. Who's his buddy? Who's his sidekick? That man is one of the biggest people in the music industry today, and he's still walking free right along with his wife. Make it make sense. These people are hurting all kind of people. because they billionaires, they can get away with it. They can get away with it. So, but we got to stop that. Especially with the kids. If y'all want to lube each other up, grown ass men, more power to you. Okay. You want to sleep with every prostitute out there in the world, more power to you. Okay. But leave the kids alone. That's once you cross that line, that's when, like I said earlier, they need to break out the firing squad for, and powerful people taking up for other powerful people in their dark perversions. It's insane. Some people know who I'm talking about. I ain't gonna say no names. Okay. I ain't gonna say no names, but it may have a Z in it. Right. And I knew for a long time what P. Diddy should be in jail for multiple murders right now, in my opinion. Susan, thank you. Not even talking about the trafficking and the other stuff. P. Diddy's been bad for a long, long time. And if he walks, our justice system is absolutely flawed, right? And maybe not even our justice system, but Canada too. Like, our police we need better police. We need better detectives, just like our RCMP look like they need better detectives and better people on the force that can put these crimes together, right? We need good policemen and detectives, because a lot of people are getting away with crimes that shouldn't. P. Diddy won't tell them. He hinted to what was going on. Remember, he called from the jail and said, get rid of the pizza boxes, get rid of all the plastic. And he said, have you talked to your uncle? And he said, nah, he's ghosting me. Who is the uncle? Okay, not blood, but who does he call the uncle? That tells you right there. And then he said, well, tell him if this don't, I got something I'm going to send to Netflix, or the new Netflix movie will come out. It's a threat to help me, or I'm going to bring you down with me, and that just shows you right there that this stuff goes way farther than any of that. And it goes into drugs and guns and all kinds of street on the street. These rich and powerful people are supplying certain gangs in our country with money, weapons, and drugs, which builds more crime. And it's a vicious cycle, right? Like, there's certain celebrities that pay dues to gangs and supply funding to it. Now, I could go into that. That's what I used to talk about on my other channel, right? I used to talk about these people that are connected, and a lot of these celebrities work for the feds, and they rat on each other and they tell on each other. And there's some people out here that are straight gang members that are funneling money into the streets, that are supplying the drugs that people are killing each other over. And then you think about these people. If you supplying guns and drugs to people that are murdering people, what are you? You are accessory to murder. Okay. You are accessory to murder. And they walk free every day. It ain't a big deal. Give you some Jim Carrey and you ain't good. So, but I ain't going to name no people because I don't want them to come after me. You know what I'm saying? There's certain people in this world, I don't even say their names, because there's one thing you don't want to do. If you ain't powerful, you don't want to mess with powerful people. Right? You just don't want to mess with powerful people. If you ain't a powerful person, because some people will crush you like you're nothing. And yeah, the world's crazy. So where are these kids at? Let's get back on track. I got so squirreled. But I mean, I could make a 3-hour video on, let me open the phone lines back up too, on just that, of these people doing horrible things and who's responsible. Hollywood, and it ain't just Hollywood, it's the music world, anywhere that people hold power over people, you're going to see these exact same things occurring. So Takes a lot to crush me, and I'm 120 pounds. Okay. Dolly.
Hey, hold on. Hi, Dolly. It's Harmony. How are you tonight?
It's who?
Harmony.
Harmony. Hey, Harmony. How you doing?
Good. I was trying to get a hold of you today. This was the only number, but it seems to go into tip line.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, when I don't
Anyways.
answer. Yeah, I got you.
Oh, okay. So I didn't leave a message. So
Okay.
the reason why I was calling was because I obtained my media pass for the Idaho trial, and I wanted to let you know.
And he took a deal?
Yeah, but I wanted to let you know the process that you had to go through.
Okay.
And it was so weird because today what I did was I was posting. There's a new docu-series that's coming out July 11th or something. So I posted that, and then I posted the book, and then I started last night a little docu-series on my own from the beginning, and I was actually going to post it today, but I was too tired. Then all of a sudden, my phone blew up and everything like that, where he accepted the
plea. The plea deal.
The plea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I was going to be staying. I know people from Idaho, and I'm staying with my friends. I was going to stay with my friend's sister in Boise, and so I was looking at the witness list, and it was so complicated the way they made everything, because when you're in media or if you're in public and you want to line up, what they do is they send you who's going to be speaking the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So you really kind of have to stay there, and I didn't want to waste my summer. So I went through the witness list. I kind of knew where I definitely wanted to be there the very first day, right?
Yeah.
And I was trying to go through all of that, and now, so I'm contacting them because I'm going to, if I'm approved, I'm going to be there on Wednesday when he
Takes the plea.
Yeah. So I'm going to be in there. Of course, we won't be able to record it and everything like that. Brian Enton, I think he's flying down tonight, and a few other people. So, and there's a whole bunch of things going on. I think Brian Enton is doing a family's interview tonight. On
That's how I
News
knew.
Nation.
Right. And he posted right as he posted. For some reason, I seen it the second he posted it. And I got up and walked in there and told PJ, I said, he just took a deal. And PJ searched. He said, it's not even on YouTube yet. I said, I'm telling you, he just took a deal.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, I think, found out last night, and it was kind of weird because I had this really strange feeling. I don't know what it was. The part when I was thinking about what do I want to see in the courtroom and what do I not want to see is I kept on thinking about the autopsy report, right? And I'm thinking, I don't know if they're going to visually display the pictures, but I don't want to look up. I don't want to look at anything. I don't know if I want to hear it, right? That was what was really disturbing me the most, right? So I'm just waiting back to see if I can get in. If so, I'm just going to fly down there, and hopefully I'll get in.
Is it this Wednesday coming up that he's going to be in court?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the judge will, ask him a whole bunch of questions, of course.
If he's taking the plea on his own free will, or has he been forced to take this plea? That's usually what they'll ask you. And you say, yeah, I'm taking the plea on my own. And then, the judge can deny the plea, right?
He won't. They won't.
He won't. They never do, but he can.
No.
He don't have to accept the plea.
Yeah, yeah. And what I did find out is because a lot of people were thinking that we're getting robbed of information and everything like that. But eventually what they'll do is they'll sort through everything and it will become public, but certain things only. But that's going to take time. This is going to take a bit of time. So, he'll take the plea and then it will go through a process and probably in a month, the sentencing, which is 4 years. So you know what he had to bargain for, right?
Life, to take the death penalty off the table.
Yeah, for life.
No possibility for all and no appeal. Yep.
Yeah. So what do you think of this? What do you think about that?
I mean, good on his lawyer's part, right? That's good work from your defense lawyers, because he was going to get the death penalty. He would have died.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
in life in
But
prison.
he's going to die in prison.
Yeah, you're going to die, but in prison, you get 3 meals, you got cable TV, you got internet, you got a job, you can go outside. And
well, there's going to be other deals too that he won't be able to probably try and make any money off of this, or books, or yada yada. There's going to be all sorts of stipulations in there, right? I think they even put probation in there. I don't know what the probation will be if you're in jail.
Well,
right?
sometimes even if they don't take away his right to make money, what they'll do is the money will end up going to the families, what money he does make. So it's almost better you let him get the book deal and you let him get the movie deal, because then that money can go to the families, and they get something out of this, instead of
we don't want to hear his bull crap. I mean, what's he going to say? Like, the thing is that when they were, everybody blew up, like lawyers, news. It was insane. It was insane this afternoon, right? I thought you were actually going to cover it, but it doesn't matter.
No, I seen it. I had just set up my stream for this Jack and Lily thing, and then I seen it, and nobody was talking about it yet. And PJ was like, "Are you going to go ahead and talk about it?" And I was like, "No, I'm already set up. I'll talk about it later."
It hit around lunchtime for me. Like, it was like a pre-warning. Guess what? It's like, no way. Like, I just couldn't believe it, right? And it was pouring rain today, and so I thought, okay, well, I'm going to see what's going on. Everybody was it was blowing up. I think JLR even said, like, it screwed his plans up, because they were planning to go out there. Kind of like me. I was going to go out there, and
I was going too.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was trying to get a hold of you, because you would not believe the strictness in the media. So I wanted
10 reporters allowed in at a time.
I don't know. So what? I've got the letter. I posted it. I posted everything. The letter of the when I got my letter of approval, they send me my badge, and I went in as a journalist, because when I actually phoned the lady a long time ago, because I applied last year and it didn't go through, right? So she remembered me, and I still had my number in the file system. So I said to her, well, this is what I want to do. I want to do journalism, but I don't want to be reporting it. I want to kind of be on my own, in my own little corner type thing, and blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, you should just go under as journalist. And then if you want, you still have to go by the number. You still have to abide by the rules. But this is what they said, which is why I really wanted to call you, is every single news person or anyone on the street, like JLR or you, who wants to have their camera outside, you have to have a permit. That's what I didn't know if you knew. Yes. And that's why I was freaking out. I said, I got to call him. I got to call him, because if you think you can just wander around, no way. Everybody has their spot. Even the news people had their spot. So that's why I said, you got to call. You got to get it, because they will kick you off.
I'm glad it kind of worked out the way it did anyway, because I didn't really want to be there in Idaho in August. I just truly didn't.
Well, either did I, and I didn't want to. The thing is it was the witness list. So I kind of figured out when I looked at the witness list today, because they'll send you the witness list because you're media, right? And when I was looking at it, and then they brought in a few more new witnesses. As you know, they brought in his neighbor, the
Uber driver, or the Uber Eats driver and stuff.
Yeah, and one other person, his friend or something like that, which is stupid, because like it's been all old news anyways, I guess just character. Oh, he's such a nice guy, So when I didn't want to, I'm thinking, okay, so I want to be definitely there for the first day. I want to hear the opening, like that. That's going to be the busiest day. There were probably be tons of people, but I had it all set up that where I was going to stay. her son was going to go down. Well, first of all, what I was going to do is I was going to go down and I was going to assess the court. I wanted to go in and get a feeling of it. And if I could get the room number, then go in and kind of look at the seating, because I don't even know how many seats are in there. I have no idea. And if they would have also alternative rooms, you know how they have those alternative rooms?
Yeah.
So I was going to do that. And then my friend the night before was going to drive down and see how many news people, blah, 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 were going to be there. And then what you have to do, just like anything, we have to line up. And of course, all the news people, all those people are going to, you know, bump the line. And I'm thinking, okay, so if I have to, I don't want to sleep outside. So my friend would have said, okay, it's getting packed to, let's just say there was 30 people, like you're saying 10, maybe 30 people. As soon as it hit maybe the 10 mark, I take an Uber over there and just sit until I had to. And then you get a number. You can't transfer it. You can't sell it. You can't move. And I'm thinking, I'd have to sit there until we go in and go through that process and then everything like that. So it's a big thing. And then you're you know, I'm thinking, well, there's a lot of beautiful places because Boise and Idaho are beautiful. So we planned, you know, a couple of things in between to go to these parks, to go to the Indian Reserve out there, yada, yada, yada. Same with JLR. He was going to do that with Magnolia too. And so, but I'm thinking, I'm not going to stay for 3 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no way. I've got other things to do.
But we're running
you
out of
know?
time. So is there any
Okay,
final
sweetie.
things you want to
Well,
say?
I'm glad you know. I'll probably just post on my Twitter, you know, if I get in there, what happened, what went down. But keep it will be televised, so watch it. Okay.
Okay, I will. You be good.
Okay. Take care. Bye bye.
All right, peace. Okay, somebody said Durwood's son wants to call in, is trying to call in. Okay, listen. If you're out there, don't call in. If this is Durwood's son, I got to hear the son at this point, right? So let Durwood's son call in. Don't blow up the phones. Darren's son is trying to call. Okay. All right. I'm going to open the phone lines. Everybody, only open to Darren's son. Dolly.
Turn off the phone. Yeah, how you doing, Dolly?
How's it going? This Darren's son?
Yeah, this is Jordan Geddes.
Jordan Guess. Okay, what's going on with you, Jordan?
I want to say one thing, maybe a couple things. My father is trying to do everything he can for Lily and Jack.
Uh-huh.
Everything that's going on.
I believe your father. I think he's just getting misinformation.
Please. Yeah, I don't know. Everything that's going on between what people are saying and dividing the fucking goddamn conversation to fucking something negative. My father's trying to help as much as he can. My old man is a good man.
Uh-huh.
Like my family right now is getting a little bit torn apart by this.
Uh-huh. Okay. I believe I believe you. I believe
you
it.
Call me a scammer. The other people, like I got people showing up at the house. I'm damn good friends with Daniel.
Uh-huh.
I knew him for a long time.
Okay.
I said from the very get-go that he had nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Why would anybody do that? Especially someone as good as Daniel, in my mind.
Well, I don't personally know Daniel, so I'm trying to learn myself a little more about Daniel.
Well, everyone needs to learn because everyone keeps saying crazy shit. There's people up here taking pictures of my house, taking pictures of me. I'm getting fucking goddamn messages and whatnot.
Hey, look, I'm going to ask you one thing, okay? You can say every cuss word that you want to say. I have no problem with.
Okay, I'll stop cursing then.
No, you can curse, but just don't use the GD word, okay? That's the only thing. You can say fuck, damn, shit.
Yes, I got you there now. No GD words.
No GD words, and you can go ahead and take the floor and say whatever you like.
My father's trying as much as he can. He's getting a ton of heat right now.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
My family's getting heat. People are anonymously sending me messages. They're fucking... They're coming to my house, taking pictures, drones over the top of it. I just talked to the RCMP today. People are saying my family is incest. They're saying,
"Oh wow,
yeah, it's getting quite pathetic, if you ask me. One man figured out a lot more than a lot of other fucking people could."
Yeah. Well, I mean, apparently your father's close to both sides. So.
What do you mean close to both sides?
Well, he says he's kin to Malaya. Is that true? He's a third cousin.
Down the line for sure.
And he's friends with Daniel and Daniel's brothers and his family. So that's what I mean, that he's close to both sides.
He's friends with the brothers of the family. Yep. No, I'm not going to start clarifying too much. It's just I can't stand the thought of people trashing and people showing up, me chasing them away. Taking pictures. The RCMP showed up and said that I was in the front yard of my house where my father doesn't live no more because him and my mother are separated.
Okay. Did they separate behind this? What's going on?
No, they separated 8 years ago.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And it's out of proportion with everything. I don't know quite what it is, but why would I be like, why would I be in the front yard with Daniel's kids and Malaya in the fucking yard with Meadow?
Okay, they're saying you were in the front yard of your house with Meadow and Daniel, or front yard of Daniel's house?
Yeah. No, my house.
Okay.
Where I grew up.
That's
what the tips are. I know the RCMP are trying their best, and God bless them.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
What's happening right now is getting out of hand. I heard a couple things now that's going on with my father, that he's going to get hurt.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Well, to whoever is getting out of hand here in a way with a man that's literally trying to help.
Yeah, I don't think your dad's a bad guy. I think he's been feeding information that he believes is real, but at the same time, I'm going to lie to you. I think Daniel lied in the beginning, and I think Malaya lied in the beginning. Now, and I believe your dad is hearing a lot of information coming from Daniel's side, and he's running with it. And I don't believe that to be accurate information at all. That's
Daniel
opinion, you know.
I don't care. Yeah, everyone's entitled to their opinion, and I guess they're entitled to their insults. But from what I know, and I don't know really much, just I probably friggin' sound like friggin' I'll wing that right now, but Daniel passed a polygraph, didn't he? Why would Daniel be running through the woods like a maniac looking for the kids? But he loves those kids.
So he says.
He's a good man. I knew him for years. I knew him since, I'm 33 now. I knew him since I was 14 years old, matter of fact.
Okay.
People can blow this up as much as, like, it's just the hate, the harassment against everything people make in face. But why am I getting pictures taken of me?
I don't know. I didn't even know you was involved in it, to be honest with you. I know Durwood because Durwood called in. Yeah, when I first talked to Durwood,
he never. That's a poison thing. It's a ferocious thing, and my poor brother too, and like his side of what his kids, his mother and whatnot too, they're getting harassed. Everyone in this situation now is getting so stressed out. And these people with their full fucking talk and their 2 cents. It's not fair. It's about Lily and Jack, and there's a man trying to help. If anyone can hear me, I'm telling you right now, and I know maybe things got off the wall a little bit with what was said.
Well, let me ask you there. Tell me your name one more time. I don't want to call you Durwood Jr. What's your first name?
Jordan.
Jordan, what do you think happened? Let me ask you that. What do you think happened?
It doesn't matter what I think. I think that I have no opinion on it because I'm just an outsider watching. I didn't hear about this until a week ago. I work every day, 14 hours a day.
And you heard about it about a week ago. What, when people started saying stuff to your dad?
What's that?
What'd you hear about it when people started saying things to your dad?
Pretty well, yeah. Pretty well, yeah.
And so your opinion is just Daniel's a good guy and he wouldn't do these things. Do you know Malaya very well?
I never met Malaya. I never met Lily and Jack.
Okay.
I never met anyone.
When was the last time you seen Daniel before this happened? Like, had you seen him recently?
Daniel, I sent him a message when this first happened.
Uh-huh.
I sent the message and I told him I know he wouldn't do these things.
Uh-huh.
I've seen him maybe about 2 hours in the last, I don't know, 6 weeks maybe.
Okay.
He's watched. And like, how can I put it? Without bringing more fucking heat.
Well, here's the thing about the internet. Whatever you say is going to be picked apart, no matter what you say.
That's what people do. You know, when people have no time, they don't give a shit, and they go back to their little lives.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly true. I mean, you got to know that when you come up here, even everything you're saying right now is going to be picked apart and it's going to be played on a bunch of YouTube channels.
That's fine right now with me, but I just want everybody to know my old man is doing everything he can for these kids. He's not after the $150,000 reward.
Mm-hmm. Well, when he first started talking, there wasn't even a reward yet. So I know he ain't about the reward.
That shows it right there, doesn't it?
Yeah, he started talking before the reward was even out there.
Right?
Yeah. Now, who he's getting the information from, I just believe these people. Daniel told some inconsistent statements. That much as he's your friend, or how much
everyone told inconsistent statements.
But why? That's what we're trying to get to, is why would they tell inconsistent statements, Jordan? We got missing kids, and there's people are not telling 100% the truth. It's people, you got to understand when things like that happen, people are going to question it. They're going to question it heavily, and it's only growing on the internet as these things come out.
It's just the tip. This is what it is. It's only been a week and a half.
Mm-hmm. That's what
I had to. What statements is what I want to know. That's the funny thing, though. Now that everyone has their own opinion, just like you said, and everyone keeps putting their tips in.
Yeah.
And now there's a lot of things that are happening right now, even violence right now. It's kind of crazy to me if you really think about it.
I hope there ain't no violence, because nobody really knows. There's people suspect things, right? But to act on it.
Why can't people just? I can't even really wrap my head around. I'm just trying to.
Yeah,
trying to wrap my head around this. I want people to know that my dad's trying to do everything. He ain't a fucking drunk.
We've heard that.
He's a good man.
I thought he was I think he's telling us what he's hearing, and that's truthful. He's hearing these
from
things
both sides of the family. Like, I've met partially most of one part of the family and one part of the other. And listen, I keep to myself. I'm on my own business.
Yeah,
I try to as much as I can until right now, I guess, because I want to protect my father and the people that are going after my father. 3 people, if they know who I'm talking about, I know.
So there's certain people. He even told me that people were making threats towards him and his family. Now, I know nobody in here. I don't allow people in my room to make threats towards people. They'll get kicked, slam out. So I know it ain't nobody here threatening them. But he told me the same thing, that, he was having problems. People were threatening him just because he wants to help the kids. And I think that what it is he's repeating a lot of what Daniel has said to him. And people just believe that Daniel is a bad guy. And I think that's the reason that people are coming at your father, is because they believe he's speaking for Daniel.
Yeah, you're right, Ben. You know what? You're damn right there. People, but that's their opinions. That's the thing. And I want just to try to clarify a little bit. Maybe it would ease off a little bit if they could. I literally couldn't go to work today because of my nerves and whatnot. I had to call in. I'm an essential worker now.
Okay.
I woke up to the RCMP in my yard asking me questions about Lily and Jack in my front yard. Now that
today? They came to your house today?
Today, yep.
Okay.
And I already reported so many videos of YouTube with my dad's face on and all this horse shit, and they're just bashing him and bashing him and bashing him.
Okay.
I told them exactly what they asked me. Why would Lily and Jack be in my yard? And
so somebody reported that Lily and Jack were in your front yard?
That a tip is what it was. A tip that was got off.
Okay.
But my brother has 2 kids around the same age, and my woman does too.
Oh, okay.
Thank God that no one knows quite what is going on with my goddamn friggin' niece, my nephew, and my stepkids.
Yeah.
Now they're here taking pictures like fucking freaks.
That's crazy.
Trying to get their next story. Man, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Are you in a rural area of Canada, or are you in the city of Canada? The people are just coming out the woodwork like that?
Well, yeah, no, unless they air tag the truck or an SUV, man, I don't know. Somehow they know, but a lot of people know who the Geddeses are around this area. Anyway, because Dad did own an excavation business. He did. He wasn't a fucking cop either. I don't know why these videos are going around.
Nah, he didn't say, he never said he was a cop.
No, but it's just funny, crazy shit that I'm seeing, the YouTube. Like,
yeah, I ain't heard that one yet. That's a new one for me, that he was a cop.
No.
He said, he told me he was retired and he tinkers around in the yard. That's what he told me.
Exactly what he does, yeah. He fixes trucks and he works hard as much as he can. His back is blown out. He's an old man.
Yeah.
And he's just trying to help out these kids with the family members that need it. And there's a couple links that went down the line. I don't know any idea about it.
So from your knowledge of Darren, he's always been a good guy to you.
Oh yeah, he's been a good guy to me. Good guy to my brother as much as you can. There's family troubles that have always happened with every family. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah. No, there's no perfect family, not at all.
So it's the crazy things that people are saying right now. Like, I have a hard time even going into town because I feel like people are watching me. They're watching my mom. My poor mother's probably going to have a fucking heart attack at this point. My brother.
Oh Lord. So it's affecting y'all in y'all's day-to-day life.
Oh yeah, easy. I couldn't go to work today. Dolly, or what's your real name?
My real name is Jimmy.
Yeah, what's that?
My real name is Jimmy.
Jimmy? Okay, well, I'm Jordan.
Okay, nice to meet you, Jordan.
Jimmy. Imagine Daniel's life, though, too. The guy did pass a polygraph test.
Yes, he did.
And he's doing as much as he can. And now I don't know, I'm not getting into it too far. I have no really opinion of it. It's just kind of pathetic to me, the way that people on YouTube and on Facebook are adding me and adding, like, it's insane. Like,
well, now there's going to be a lot of people talking about you now because
I hope they do talk. Well, I don't hope they do, but I'm trying to clarify. What more did they do than my father did in this situation?
Well, it's just talking. I don't think, a lot of people on the YouTube streets, they make these threats like they're going to do this and they're going to do that. I get a lot of them just being a YouTuber, and nobody ever does nothing. They make these threats like they're going to do something. And I don't even take the threats really serious, but I ain't going to tell people not to take threats seriously because you never know. Somebody may say something, and there's a lot of nut jobs out here in this world, but a lot of people over time have threatened me up here, and I don't pay it a lot of mind, but I'm not going to tell other people that because then something bad could happen. So I would say take any threat seriously, but I wouldn't worry myself to death about these threats that are coming on the internet because people are just talking shit.
No, they are definitely talking shit. And
especially when you don't know. And then it's not like your family has been accused of doing anything to the kid. But then again, I've heard people say,
well, what the RCMP literally came in, man, and they just asked me, we heard that you were in the front yard playing with the kids.
Playing with the kids. That is wow. See, that's new.
Fucking seen them in my goddamn life.
Never met the kids, never seen them. The kids that somebody's seen in your yard or your family kids.
No, I guarantee it was probably my brother's kids or it was my woman's kids or something. I don't know. I'm probably bringing heat on me now too. But I want everybody to know that the old man is just trying to do the best he can.
Okay. Well,
and it's more than what they're fucking doing than being negative and accusing.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. This is kind of what the internet is. I don't know if this is your first. I'm sure it is because your family probably hasn't been through nothing like this. And when stuff like this happens, everybody at some point on YouTube gets accused. I'm just, because I've been here doing true crime for 4 years. This ain't the first, case that I've seen family members get drugged into. There was another case just recently, and every family member in the people's family got blamed. I mean, down to they burnt the kid alive at a construction site, that the cousins did it. That
it's nowhere near what the Geddes are. There's nowhere near that.
Yeah. And so you hadn't seen Daniel right before this, and you've only seen him a couple hours since this happened. And you don't really know Malaya, so I can't really ask you nothing about Malaya. What do you think the kids ran off? Do you believe that the kids?
No, I don't want to get my nose stuck into it too far. I have my opinions, but this is what a smart guy looking from the outside. I'm not smart really, but this is what a guy that knows a little bit about bullshit. I can't really say my opinion. I have my opinion, but
let me ask you this: Do you believe?
Do
you believe what your dad is saying? Do you believe what he's saying?
Yep, you're goddamn right I do, because my dad doesn't step out of character like that too far. And like we had hard times. There's hard times and good times. My brother and him got in a hard little moment there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's neither here or there.
Yeah.
Hopefully, but I guarantee that they're gonna have a hard time getting over this.
Yeah, because this ain't going away. I mean,
no, it's not. This is the tip of the iceberg to me.
Yeah, I can let you know now. It definitely ain't going to go away. It's actually going to probably get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, that's what I know for a fact.
That's just being dead honest with you.
No, that's fine. It is. It already is. Like, I'm getting paranoid anyway with people. There's drones flying over the house. There's people taking pictures. There's people stopping in front of my fucking house.
Yeah, I'm sure that's pretty wild and hard to get used to. And your dad ain't even there.
No, he don't live here. He does not live here. He hasn't been here for years.
Yeah, he said
he comes in and out to use the barn, but now he can't even do that.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, he said he told me, he said it was bringing stress on him and that he was going to be quiet for a little while because it was bringing stress on him and stress on his family. People were making threats to him. Now, I believe when your dad's...
I will protect my family.
I believe your dad is a good guy.
And he the old man will. Dad did a lot of things for a lot of people that are really good.
Yeah, and I believe he's repeating what he's heard. It's just me myself, I don't believe everything he's hearing to be truthful, but I believe when your dad says it, that's what they told him. I believe he's a genuinely good guy.
If you tell a lie and you tell it, that makes you a liar. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're repeating what somebody said to you, and you don't know if it's a lie, then you're just repeating it. I don't think he's out here purposely lying and making up shit. I believe he really heard these things and he's repeating it. And I believe that some of the people that are saying things, somebody in this ain't being 100% truthful. So that way, I don't know. Sometimes it seems like he's picking a side, and if he's getting the information from that side, I mean, I don't know. I'd
say it's probably quite the way that I'm coming across right now. Agitated, and that's the way the old man is, right? We get frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, that's anybody. That's going to be anybody.
My voice that I'm probably aggressive, doesn't it, a little bit? But the old man is just trying to help. And everybody that is calling them names and threatening us and taking pictures of us and drones going over.
Yeah, that should definitely not be happening. That for sure should not be happening.
I would like them to put themselves in Daniel's shoes and my shoes, and even every side of the family, both sides of the family, because it's not right.
Well, yeah, I think
I should sleep.
You know what I think a lot of people are having a hard time with, and this is just my opinion, is that Malaya is not coming out speaking to the media.
She kind of. All I see was a Snapchat of her at the goddamn beach, brother.
Yeah.
All I know.
Yeah.
So that to me sounds fucked up. I'm trying to keep my nose out of it, but today I couldn't go to work because my nerves were shot.
Yeah. And
my dad's a good man. He tried as much as he could, as he can, and he will continue. I know he will, because that's the way a man is.
It's kind of hard to get past that picture you just mentioned. And I think it's hard for a lot of people out here to get past that picture, because a lot of people feel like, I know you probably don't even want to touch in on this, but a lot of people feel like she should be out looking for that child, or at least doing media and saying, hey, I want my child home.
Sorry, your GD right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
and I know Daniel for a fact is still doing everything that he can. I know that, because that's the way he was, man. There's stories that I could tell you, but those are for a personal time. That about him and I when we were kids, and not kids, but high school, and like.
Let me ask you this: is Daniel a real protective guy?
Anyone, just like the old man would.
Yeah, that's what I think. Because sometimes, listen, I don't want to say nothing bad about your friend, but I'm going to. I think he's protecting Malaya. I just truly feel like he loves Malaya, and he's protecting her. Do you?
Yes. Dude.
Okay, yeah. You will. Well, you know the guy better than I know him, but I just kind of get that vibe from him that he really loves and cares about Malaya, and that he would protect her. But like, listen, I've been wrong before.
From what I understand, just a few times I talked to him here recently. Not recently, in the last 6 weeks or whatever it was. He gave up on her. Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, she kind of left him to get ran over by the bus. You know,
what would you do? What would you do if you were in love with a woman? You know what I mean? And then
it's hard. That's what I'm saying. It's one of those hard things.
Thing, but I know for a fact, like, it's just not. He gave up on her, and he's doing everything he friggin' can. And my father's trying to do everything he can, and there's repercussions. There's collateral damage now, just like me. Do you think that I want to be on this fucking podcast right now talking? No, I don't. I'm a quiet guy.
Yeah. I can understand that. I'm glad you called in and tried to clear some of this stuff up, especially if there's being threats made towards you. Because listen, people, because I know this is going to be replayed. If you out here threatening this family, you guys are idiots, right? That they're idiots to do something like that. Listen, we don't know what happened, right? Right now, people are suspects, and you're innocent to proven guilty anyway, right? So,
it's a fucking asshole. You and me is what assumptions do.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Assumptions, they go nowhere. That's like stress that you can't even deal with until a goddamn week later. You're just wearing yourself to death.
Yeah.
It's just not fair that I'm fucking chasing people away from this fucking house.
Yeah, people should not be near your property or invading your space. None of that stuff. That's the work of law enforcement. And like you said, RCMP came up there today. If they need anything, they'll come up to your house. So why strangers would be invading your space?
They already talked to my old man. My old man already went to the RCMP many times.
Yeah.
He has his opinion about them and whatnot, and maybe I do too a little bit, but there's things that aren't right that has happened, but that's neither here or there right now. It's about Lily and Jack, and my dad is got himself talking about in the middle of it, and he has his fucking goddamn little clues, and Daniel's a good man, and like there's clues that have happened that no one would have known about without my old man. So can't people see for a second that he is trying?
Yeah. I mean, when nothing was coming out from the RCMP, your dad was the only person giving any kind of information in it. So, so hopefully everything calms down on your family and y'all can get past this, but I'm just telling you now, it's the calm before the storm.
I'll say that right now. And God bless Lily and Jack and Daniel and Malaya and everyone. God bless the people that are talking shit, because fucking, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not fair. It's not fair for someone. It's not fair at all. That's all I gotta say. And like,
okay, Jordan.
I know I probably sound like an idiot, and I'm closing the conversation down right now. But friggin'.
Well, I mean, no, I can understand where you're at. if somebody was attacking my family, I would be a little upset about it too. And
more than upset, brother. You're from Virginia.
I don't want you to think I'm attacking your dad. I just disagree with your dad.
No, I understand.
You know, when I talk to your dad seems like a good guy to me, you know, and he sounds like he's repeating what he's heard, and I don't take him as a bad person. So I just
started to could do with it. In my mind, is what he could. He brought things to the light, and he revamped the investigation.
Yeah.
I don't know. Other than that, I try to kind of keep my nose out of it.
Truly, I hope what your dad is saying is legit, because that means the kids are alive and well somewhere. And I hope that is the case.
The truth will come to light.
I hope so. I hope so. Well, Jordan, it was good talking to you, brother. If you need anything, you got the call-in number. You're welcome to call anytime.
I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. Okay.
All right, man. You be good.
Yeah, take care.
All right, peace. Now, I get what Jordan's saying. I get exactly what he's saying, you know, and I hope that's the truth. Now, do I believe everything that his dad is saying? I believe his dad is being truthful, that these people are saying this stuff. I just don't believe the stuff that's coming from these people, right? Durwood seems like a good old timer, right? You can kind of tell his vibe. His son sounds just like him, don't he? He sounds like a younger version of Durwood. I think that GD thing is just maybe a Canadian way they talk when they get a little riled up. You know what I'm saying? Because even though I kind of like, you can say every other cuss word, and he did, he still had that GD in it. And that's just one of those things that, I mean, I get it. That's why I didn't even say nothing to him. I tried to stop him while he was saying it. Real emotion sometimes in these channel come out, right? It just is. There's a lot of realness in this, right? And it's you gotta remember, I get what he's saying. If you put yourself in your situation, you got people threatening your family, showing up at your house. But what did we learn from him here? That the RCMP are looking into every lead and every tip. Okay, because I told you they're building. You know, that's what I was told, that they're building charges against these people, but they're treating everything seriously. And they even went to his house today, wondering what kids were in the front yard. Now, apparently, according to Jordan, they have family that are kids too, his girls' kids and his brother's kids. And they seen kids in the front yard, and somebody has reported these kids as it being Jack and Lily. And he says he's never met Jack and Lily. So I'm probably pretty sure that's why he's coming out now speaking. And of course, his dad has been getting it pretty hard. I like Durwood. I think he's a decent human being, but he's getting information and he's repeating it. And some of this information is coming from people that a lot of us consider suspects in the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Clearly Daniel and Malaya. Okay. So anything coming from Daniel and Malaya right now is suspect. Okay, because there's inconsistencies, and I don't think anybody can deny that. That's what I tried to explain to him. I was like, listen, you're getting this so bad because there's inconsistencies in what your friend has said. Daniel has said some things, and then he wrote in text messages that the timeline is wrong. He wish he could say more. And these are things that should have been said in the beginning to the authorities, right? Now, I pray to God that Durwood is 100% right. These kids are somewhere alive and healthy, and that would be great. And if the truth does come out, then just remember, Jordan, the sooner this truth comes out, the sooner this heat gets taken off of everybody. Just like it's putting heat onto your family, it's also putting heat onto the RCMP to do their job. So even though there's bad in it, right, and you're experiencing the bad, that heat that you're feeling is the same heat that the RCMP is feeling from the public, and it's putting pressure on them to get out there and to check every lead. Now, you may have gotten caught up in somebody that reported something false, but it may be that one tip that comes in that does lead the RCMP to where Jack and Lily is. So the sooner this all comes to light, you know, and if your dad helps bring it to light, I understand he's not out for the $150,000. Durwood called in here days before that reward was even issued. And he was saying the same thing. He told me in the very beginning, before any of this started, he said, I'm going to stir the pot a little bit and see what comes out. Now, he has been repeating what Daniel and them have been saying, and he believes it. You can truly see or hear it in his voices, the compassion and his belief that he believes what he's been told. Does that make it true? Not necessarily. It just means Durwood believes it to be the truth. Okay. That don't mean everything he believes to be the truth that I'm going to believe to be the truth. Right. I don't have, like I said, I think he's a good guy. I think he's honestly repeating what he's heard. Janie said this. I'm sure Janie did say that. But why is Janie saying that now and not when Jack and Lily went missing? There's for every answer he has, there's still more questions. And there's always going to be questions until these children are found. And for anybody that don't have nothing to do with it and that's being dragged into this, it's going to suck. It's just the nature of the beast. And I try to be as honest as I could be with Jordan. I was like, Jordan, you think it's bad now? It's going to get worse. It's always, this is the calm before the storm. And it ain't no need to lie to the young man, right? It ain't no need to lie to him. Like, you think people are just going to stop because you ask people to stop? That ain't how the internet works. It's a beast. It is. But there's two sides to the internet. There's the bad side to the internet and there's the good side to the internet. And I always try to take the bad with the good because I know that there's bad players in this. And there's people out here that do make threats. And you shouldn't be making threats towards Daniel, Malaya, Durwood, his son, the mother, the grandmother, the cousins, even to Logan, to Malaya's friends. You shouldn't be physically threatening anybody on the internet or in general as a person. Let law enforcement do their job. If they did something horrible, they're going to pay for it. Okay. We're not the judge, jury, and executioner. We may be the YouTube, jury, but we ain't the actual jury. So don't threaten to hurt people, do harm to people and all that. Now, far as people showing up and things like that, that's going to happen. Curiosity. People are curious or they hear things and they want to see for themselves. And I don't think it's a lot of Americans showing up at his house. So these are people from Pictou and surrounding areas that are interested in this case. Now, there is some Canadian channels that are covering this stuff. There's not a whole lot of Canadian true crime channels. There's a few of them. And I've seen some of them channels and I don't see, like, let's just say the Crime and Shame. I don't see them threatening nobody or their viewers they seem like really nice women and girls. So I doubt it's them. But there's other sources out there. Now, I don't think Durwood has nothing to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. But to me, my number one suspects, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna sugarcoat nobody for nobody at all. Of course, are Daniel and Malaya. They were home. They were with the kids when the kids went missing. When the police cleared them, all right, or the RCMP says, listen, Daniel and them have nothing to do with it. He's right. Daniel did pass a lie detector test, but the RCMP hasn't came out and said Daniel's not a suspect. Now, if the RCMP wanted some of this heat off of Daniel, they would come out and say it. There's other missing kids out here that the police have come out and said, listen, these people are not suspects. They've cooperated. They've been vetted or they're cleared. And we're looking at other avenues of dealing with the disappearance of these kids. So, but they haven't done that for Malaya or Daniel yet. Okay. Or for grandma or for the brother. And like I said, it's growing bigger and more interest in it every day. And he's going to have it hard for a little bit. And the more, like I said, I don't think he knows by even coming up here to speak with me to clear, how he feels and what's going on. You just brought more heat. And I think he knew that a little bit, but sometimes you need to say things, and there are idiots in true crime. There are just some people that are just slap ass idiots that will, start threatening people's lives. Listen, I've had so many threats against me up here. And like I said, I don't pay them no mind. Like, I know who these trolls ain't going to do shit. I know that. I done, how many times people say, well, if you show up here, if you show up there, you seen I was in Boston when the whole crowd told me don't show up, there'll be problems. You seen I was there. Nothing happened. I mean, they popped off at the mouth a little bit, but nothing happened. You know how many times I was told not to look for summer wells, not to go in the hollers, and I'm going to be snatched into the woods. Dolly, you keep freezing. Okay, I'll give it a second. But nobody's ever done nothing to me. Okay, I go where I want. I do what I want, and I don't let people control me like that. So I wouldn't pay it too much mind, but I don't want to tell somebody else something like that, and then somebody do something crazy to them, and then they'd be like, well, Dolly, you told me not to worry, So take every threat seriously, but at the same time, just know that most of these people making these threats ain't gonna do shit. Ain't freezing on your end. Okay, it could just be my internet. Okay. Now he says, he didn't know him, never met the kids, never met Malaya, but Daniel is a good guy. Now listen, I've heard other people say Daniel is a good guy, but somebody's not telling the truth, right? And I don't know if it's Malaya's not making him out to be a good guy, right? Is it just Malaya is the liar? And it could be just that. And if it comes out, that he's 100% innocent of anything, it'd be hard for me to believe, okay, because he was there, right? Could you do all these things without your significant other knowing? I can't even talk bad about that other YouTube channel without getting cussed out, right? She knows it. She's about screaming, I told you not to say that, right? About tumbleweed head, right? So I can't get away with nothing. So I don't know how you could get away with getting two kids out of there, doing something with them, and them vanishing, and your significant other not know. I mean, it's possible, right? It's possible he could have dozed off and been heavy asleep and she did something. Will Malaya break? According to Daniel, he believes she's going to break. I mean, I don't know. I truly don't know. At this point that she's out living her best life, and if the RCMP is not putting any pressure on her, is she going to tell it? I mean, think about this. If you committed a crime and nobody's pressuring you to talk, are you going to talk? Nobody just usually tells on themselves. Oh, I did it. Hey, take me to jail. Hell no. Right? So something's going to need to happen. And, I'm sure the police are curious of her actions. They're seeing these photos of her at the beach. They're seeing that she's not talking to the press. They're seeing that she's not looking for the child. But she's pointing the finger at Daniel, and Daniel is pointing the finger at her. I heard he is a Jekyll and Hyde. I mean, but here we go. Like I said, when he said, I told him, I said, I don't know Daniel. I truly don't. I want to learn more about him. So one day, if he wants to talk off the record about some of the trips and how Daniel is, I'd like to learn a little more about the guy myself, because like I said, I don't know him, right? I just know what he said. And I know the inconsistencies in what he said. And I'm not one of these people that think, to me, when you tell a little lie, you use a liar. I mean, it sucks to hear that, especially if you hear, somebody saying that about your friend, right? Your friend lied. It may not have been a major lie, but even a little lie is a big lie. Daniel should call in. I agree. I think clear your name. He has been in the chat. And I won't lie to Daniel either. Listen, you're a suspect until you're cleared of this, right? I think you've done good by keeping the kid's name in the media and by doing these interviews. I have a hard time believing that Malaya could get rid of 2 kids with you right there and you not know. And according to him, he said to me he only fell asleep for 20 minutes. It's a hard story to believe. Now, is it true? I mean, is it possible it could be true? It could absolutely be true. Just right now, until there's some answers for these children, I'm treating everybody as a suspect. Dolly.
Oh, hello, it's me.
Hey, what's up, Alex?
Jimmy. How you been?
I've been doing pretty good.
That's good. I wanted to tell you, did you hear about the R. Kelly case a long time ago?
Yeah, I heard about R. Kelly a long time ago.
Yeah, he was guilty.
Okay.
Yeah. And be careful talking about the Diddy case. You might slip on some baby oil.
Yeah, that's why I ain't been covering it. I didn't want to get baby oil all over me.
Yeah. How's PJ doing?
Huh?
How's PJ doing?
And she's doing good. She's not doing too bad. She's in there in bed. Probably she has to work in the morning.
Oh, okay. Did she get her nails done?
Yeah, she got her nails and her toes done.
All right. Okay.
I think it looks good. She didn't like the job that people did, but I think it looks good.
Yeah, that's good. And then that you like her nails.
Yeah. So what's going on, Alex? You chilling with your mama?
Yeah, I've been helping my mom clean the house because I've been busy helping her with that, and I'm doing good helping her clean the house.
Okay, that's good to hear.
And I haven't gotten no other customers lately with my side job yet.
Okay, well, give it time. It's coming.
But you can say hello to her if you want to.
Tell her I said hey. Just tell her I said hey.
I'm asleep. Oh, she's asleep.
Oh, okay. She's asleep. I heard her.
Yeah, she's tired.
All right, Alex. I'm not too far from getting out of here myself. I done been up here for 5 hours tonight.
Good night, buddy. I'll talk to you tomorrow or one of the other days.
All right, you be good, Alex.
I will. You be good too.
All right, peace.
Bye. Peace.
Okay, that's Alex now. Alex, special needs young man, calls in, with his mom and stuff. Good kid. He sent me I think he sent me this one. He sent me this Pennywise, right? I think this is the one that came from Alex. And thank you, Alex. That was nice of you. So all my viewers have been sending me different pop toys. I didn't collect these at first. I collect horror movie stuff, but I didn't collect these. Now people have sent me so many of them that I have a whole collection of them. So I got Jason, Freddy, Chucky, the Bride of Chucky, and somebody even sent me, okay, a pop toy of me and PJ, which I thought was really cool. So now I have a whole collection. I have this mantle on my wall in my bedroom, and I set them up on the mantle. So there's like a whole row of them now that now I've started collecting them. Matter of fact, my daughter got me one for Father's Day. She got me Art the Clown riding a tricycle. It's in there in the living room. I haven't brought it back here yet, but thank you to Alex for that. Oh, you sent me Pennywise. Okay, what did Alex send me? Oh, he sent me the hat, and he sent me something else. I thought it was Alex. Sorry, Sage. At Dolly, I sent you the Pennywise. Okay, I got it mixed up. But thank you for the Pennywise, Sage. Thank you for the Pennywise. Hollow Trees, PJ, join making comments, send Facebook group. Dolly.
Wow. This is him for real?
Yes, this is the one and only.
Holy well, I just like to make a comment. It's
okay.
Beside the point, but Jordan said the GD word and you asked him not to, and he continued 5 times after. That's 6 GDs, man. That's disrespectful.
Well, there's a lot of GDs, that's for sure.
But I don't care if it is in your common language. I do it all the time. But when someone asks me not to, I don't do it. It's about respect. I don't care how worked if I am.
I don't tend to say that word a lot. I tend to drop the F-bomb a lot.
Well,
Well,
I do that too, but
I think it's a Canadian thing because he sounded
well, it's an American thing too. Because I'm American, I do it, and I know I shouldn't, but it slips.
Yeah.
But if you ask me not to, I make it a point not to.
Yeah. I mean,
and I've tried for 2 years to get your number. I got once. Well, my name's Spin, and I like to say hello.
Hey,
I love your
Spin.
show.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
And have a good one. Hang in there.
All right, peace. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think he was purposely doing it. I think, when you get riled up, them words start to fly, and it's something that must be common in his vocabulary, right? Like the F-bomb is for me. Like, and some people they don't like the F-bomb. The only reason, even a GD word for me, I wouldn't have been so rough about it, but these days I try to be good to the Lord these days as much as I can, because you never know how far you are from meeting them. All right. And I just want to, make up for some of the bad things I've done on this planet. So I try to stick to good stuff. And the better you are, the better your life becomes. Put out good vibes into the world, and good vibes come back to you. Be respectful to people, even when you disagree with them. Like I said, even Durwood, I disagree with the information he's getting, but I'm respectful to everybody, right? I try to treat everybody with respect, and don't go out there threatening people and hurting people and you don't know, right? Like, that's why I make it a point to say, well, everybody's innocent to proven guilty. But on YouTube, it's the opposite. You're guilty to proven innocent, right? Which is insane. That's an insane way of thinking, but that's just how true crime works. When you're a true crimer, you think everybody's guilty. You're suspicious of everybody, and especially their stories. And, like I said, if you tell a lie, then I look at you like you're a liar, and there's no reason to lie, right? There's no reason. And if you're withholding information, there's a reason you withheld that information. And even Jordan said he disagreed with me on, but he did say Daniel is a protector, right? And I said, do you think he would protect Malaya? And he said, no. See, that's where me and Jordan disagree. I kind of got that vibe from him, that he was a protective kind of person. Some people say he's controlling. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, because I don't know Daniel good enough to say those things, right? He could be a great guy, or he could be a good guy, but behind closed doors, he's a monster. There's a lot of different people. And, anytime somebody does something, right? Listen, you've heard this a million times, right? Listen, I couldn't believe he would do that. It's always the person that you don't think could do something that is the one that does it. It's nobody ever goes, yeah, I knew that dude was a killer. Nobody does that. You never hear that. I knew he was a monster. No, it's always the same story. Man, I can't believe that. I've ate ribs with that dude. We've chilled up in the cookouts with that guy. He's a great guy. It's always the person you don't think could do something that ain't always what it seems. Dolly.
Hi, Dolly. This is Susan from Maryland.
Hey, Susan.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Not too bad. I can't complain.
Good. Okay. I've made a list. I'm an old lady, so there was a lot of things I wanted to say, but I'll make it quick.
Okay.
Okay. The first thing is that your tiki bar is awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I mean, I just am overwhelmed by how awesome it is. Number two, I'm glad. Huh?
I said I'm not even done yet. It's still got a lot of work to go to it. I got to build the shelves and everything inside.
Well, it's labor of love.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And number two is that I'm glad that you and PJ were on in the same 12 hours. Because for a while last week, I was watching you all night and then trying to get up in the morning to talk, be there with PJ.
Uh-huh.
So, but anyway, another thing I wanted to say is that thank you for expressing not to use our Lord's name in vain.
Yeah, I try my best. Even sometimes I slip.
You don't do it.
You don't do it, but those other two gentlemen did.
I have said it. It slips from me sometimes too, and I try my best not to do it, and especially here lately. But you know, every now and then you get caught up in the moment, and things come out, and you know, I try to tell people, but you know, that don't mean they're gonna listen.
Right. I have a question. Was Daniel the only one that said that they all passed the lie detector test? Or did the RCMP?
No, the RCMP has never
said
okay. anything about the lie detector. Only Daniel has spoke on the lie detector test. He said he passed it, he did well, and that they all took one. He said that in here, and the first question they asked, did you kill Jack and Lily? And he said everybody
I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. You know, because anybody can say they passed the lie detector test.
Yeah. True. And but there's been people that have committed crimes and passed lie detectors tests. That's why you can't use them in court. So
especially serial killers, because they have no empathy, or they're void. And that brings me to the woman Rose that called. She was really upset because she was trying to get into why Kohberger did what he did and why. If any of us that are on here understood the mind of a sick ticket,
we'd be a sick person,
you know, who's knocking foot, we'd be serial killers too.
Some things are so bizarre. A person with a normal mind will never understand it.
Exactly. It's good that we don't understand. Another thing too is that another caller called, the young lady that was talking about giving drugs to the Jack and Lily.
Yeah, the medicated.
The other night when I called, I mentioned to you about a case, Anthony Todt, T-O-D-T, in Florida. He did the same thing. He gave Benadryl to his whole family, his 2 sons and little girl and his wife, and then kept the family
tired. It don't even make me tired. It don't even make me tired.
Oh wow. So it does the opposite for you.
It just don't make me tired. I don't know if it don't hype me up any, but it don't put me to sleep either.
Yeah. Another thing is that you said that that you think that something happened in that family, because I saw the picture of her before she did her interview and everything like that. And I just think that, you know, that whole situation, I mean, he only worked one day.
Well, no,
he had a
job. He had a full-time job. It's just that the plant slowed down and he was only working one day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought that
full time at the plant, but the plant slowed down, working one day a week.
Okay. Because I was, you know, because having 3 little ones, it's stress on both of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I mean, like, you know, I have 3 grown children myself, and I remember when they were babies, and it was rough, and we worked, you know, and it just even having money, it was stressful.
Yeah, I agree. Even when my daughter was born, I had plenty of money and it was still stressful.
Yeah.
It's a changing of the lifestyle, having to get up every morning, having to do things every morning. You got to. It ain't no if you want to do it or not, it's you got to.
Exactly.
So, and that's a big change in life, you know, for anybody, you know, because usually people do whatever the hell they want. It ain't because they do it because they got to. But when you start having children, there's things you got to do, and your ass got to be up to do it.
Exactly, because it's no longer just about yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let me see on my list. Did I forget anything? Oh, the judge that's going, when you and PJ go down to see Stephen Stearns.
Stephen,
he's the judge. Stephen, I'm sorry.
You fine.
The judge is the same prosecutor. I mean, the same judge that was presiding over Anthony Todt's case. He doesn't play. Neither does the prosecutor. It's the same prosecutor, and I don't know if you heard about that trial, George Torres and Sarah Boone, the one that put her husband.
Yeah, in the suitcase and hit him with a bat.
Right. Well, the reason I brought that up is because the guy, I can't think of his name, he's a male prosecutor or maybe the state's attorney, but he's going to be there too. And they don't play. They're awesome. They're really good. So I thought you might want to know that. And then you had said that you got to cut down on your sodas.
Yeah.
There's this really good soda that it's called Olipop, OLIPOP, and it uses stevia, which is a plant sweetener, and it doesn't have that aftertaste like aspartame. And they're awesome. I mean, if you want to still have your soda and drink those two, just try it. I mean, look on like Amazon, and I mean, I did it.
What's it called? What's it called?
It's called Olipop. OLIPOP, and it comes. Look on Amazon, and they have all different flavors. And I always get the ginger ale, and I love it because they use real ginger in it.
Okay.
And, you know, you can, then that way you can drink more. And if you want to just cut down even more, you can do it in half. And that way, you know, because I know that myself, I had to cut down on it because of, you know, so I could lose weight.
Okay. Yeah, I need to drop about 20 pounds.
Oh, y'all are fine. I love you as a couple.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. And about the lastly, I don't want to keep you too long. Lastly, the thing about Jordan, was that his name that just called?
Yes.
You know, like all these adults, they're all, you know, I can see both sides, but they're crying like little babies, and little babies are really missing. And they just got to get a thick skin and say, look, you know, go to the police, tell the police what's going on, and put pressure on them to find these little babies.
Yeah. Well, I think the internet's putting a lot of pressure on the RCMP. That's my thought.
Good.
You know,
good.
That's my hope anyway, that it is.
Yeah. I mean, just like he's over talking and she's not saying anything.
Exactly.
You know, so it's like,
I think the same thing. He's overdoing it and she's way underdoing it.
Exactly.
You know.
Well,
all right. Well, you be good. Stay safe.
Okay. You too, Dolly. And thank you for listening to me.
All righty.
Take care and have a great night.
I am. Peace.
Bye-bye. Peace.
So, yeah, I think she's absolutely right there that, you know, he is over talking and she is under talking. All right. Let's get this call. I might have a few more in me. Dolly.
I just wanted to let you know I was the one who sent you the Pennywise Funko Pop figurine.
Okay. Did y'all send me 2 Pennywise? I guess I got one from Sage too.
Yeah, I send you one also.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought you sent the Pennywise in the hat.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the one with the balloon, you know. It has like the balloon and it's holding the balloon. And
like I got 2 of them then. Okay, yeah.
It has like the number on there, and then it shows like 2 on the back that you can get 2 different other ones.
Oh, well, you sent me one and she sent me one then. That's what it is, because I got the one from you. This is not the one with the balloon, so you sent me the one with the balloon. All right, well, thank you, Alex.
Oh, you're welcome, buddy.
All right.
Good night.
All right, peace.
All right.
Okay, that's what it is. I got 2 of them. One came. I knew Alex sent me I could have swore because I asked PJ. I was like, make sure you tell me which one he sent because I want to make sure I thank him. Because you know, just be a nice guy. I gotta thank you for sending it. Dolly. Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, sorry. I have one question.
Okay, first I got a question. Who is this and where you calling from?
Oh, my name is Justice J-U. It's spelled weird, Justus.
Okay. All right, Justice. What's
from Middletown, Ohio.
OH.
The only thing I wanted to ask you is, if Malaya got charged right now, what do you think she'd get charged with?
I would say lying to authorities and some type of child neglect charges.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that was easy. All right, peace. That's what I think. Now, I don't know now if the RCMP has something else, but right now, what I would say is she's definitely told inconsistent statements, lying. They don't match with Daniel's, or one of them. Daniel would have to go to jail for lying to authorities, but somebody's lying to the authorities. Either she is or Daniel is. And I would say child neglect charges for not watching a child, and unsupervision of your child is what the definition of child neglect is. All you have to do is not watch your child. You know, it's your job as a parent to make sure your kids are safe 24 hours a day. It ain't 23 hours a day. It ain't 22 hours a day. It's 24 hours a day that you got to make sure your kids are safe. That's your responsibility as a parent. And to make sure your children are fed, they clean, clothed, and have medical treatment. If you don't complete any of those things, you are neglectful to your children. I mean, I'm just according to, law. Now, I know nobody can be with their kid 24/7. There's no way. You got to sleep, right? But you're supposed to sleep in an environment that your kids are safe in and they can't get hurt. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
It's Rita from Dexter.
Hey, what's up, Rita?
I waited till the end to call.
Okay.
You've been live a long time today.
I have. I sat down and I haven't moved in hours. That's amazing. I can't believe I sat here this long.
Remember that movie, Nothing to Lose?
No.
You got to watch that movie, Dolly.
I don't remember it. I'm just answering your question.
It's got Martin Lawrence in it, and then the other guy from Shawshank Redemption's in it. It's great. You got to watch that movie and you know what I talk about. You're going to stand up tonight and your whole body's going to be asleep.
Possibly. Yeah.
Well, I was just calling because I think you need a swear jar. And every time they want to say that word, they can start paying up. $1.99.
What's the odds of getting them to pay?
I don't know. They're on the YouTube World Tour, if you ask me.
Yeah, well, I
don't know why they're so worried about what people think of them. They need to be out looking for those kids.
I didn't even know he had a son until now.
Me neither.
I mean, he said his family. He didn't specify. So that his family was getting a lot of heat, and he was getting a lot of heat. But he sounded just like his kid, but a young version.
Well, what it is there's kids missing. Adults are fine, and they just want you to forget about. Well, don't look what's going on over here. The kids are just gone. Just bye-bye, kids. Let's not worry about it now. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
It feels like they're not out. They're not looking for these kids. They're not doing nothing to look for these kids. They're going on every platform they can go on, and they're just getting it going. And they're worried about it's the woe is me act. They're worried about themselves. They're not worried about those kids. That's what it looks like looking in.
I don't know. I mean, I can see where you get that, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know really what they're doing because I'm not there with them, Yeah. So, the son's input was just a little bit different. I think he was more upset about the people coming by his house, people reporting him to the RCMP, and drones flying over the house, which, I mean, I know things like that can happen, and not worse. You're lucky there ain't a mob of people protesting outside your home, but you're not accused of anything. So it's weird that these people that are not accused of anything are getting heat. I could see, like Malaya, if there was a protest out in front of her house, I would understand it. I'd be like, well, you're going to talk to the media one way or another because they're going to be outside your house watching the mob start burning pitchforks and torches. You know what I'm saying? So...
Yeah, and you know what? That's just another thing. It's like she's getting a free pass. She's getting a free pass and hiding wherever she's hiding at.
Mm-hmm.
And Daniel's running around talking about, and you had a caller the other day, and this struck a nerve with me as I listened to what that caller said. And the caller said, and this made sense to me, I think something happened in the morning, and when he jumped in that truck, he went outside of the radius and he got rid of those kids. And I'm kind of thinking that might be what happened here. Because your caller, she just had a theory that, hey, maybe something bad happened.
Or the caller that
he
said
did jump in.
they medicated the kids and did too much.
Yeah.
You know.
And there was some type of accident. But I mean, good people do bad things. I'm sorry. Daniel could be a great guy and maybe something bad happened and they did something really bad to cover it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you got D all over, you know what I'm talking about? We got that laying all over your house. We don't know because we were never in their home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We don't know what they were doing, but those kids could have gotten into anything. There's household products in your house. You clean your home. There's bleach.
Hey, we got a call coming in from Pictou. I want to take this real quick.
Okay, well, let's take that call. All right, I'll talk to you later, Dolly. All right, bye.
Dolly.
Hi. So, me and my mother here, we're watching from Nova Scotia. First off, love to say that Nova Scotia's finally getting some reputation out there. It sucks that it's always when something awful happens.
Yeah.
And second off, we just have to know, where did the name Dolly Vision come from?
Oh, okay. My mother that passed away, my late mother, she was a huge fan of Dolly Parton. So I wanted to name something, the channel after something to honor my mother. So that's where it came from.
I'm sorry to hear for your loss, but that's really sweet.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. It is what it is. And I mean, I just added division because it couldn't be Dolly Parton TV. You know what I'm saying? So it came out, everybody started calling me Dolly, but my name is Jimmy. But everybody just calls me Dolly now because the channel's called Dolly Vision.
Oh yeah. I also want to thank you for bringing attention to Lily and Jack.
Is that your mom behind you?
Yeah.
I tell her I said, hey, I can hear her in the background.
She's really shy. She wanted me to call in.
It's fine. Well, I'm glad you guys are watching. And do you have an opinion on what you think happened since you're there?
I mean,
the mom has something to do with it.
The mom has something to do with it. I think a lot of people agree with that. You know, what about this? Let me ask your mom this. Do you think the kids are with us, or do you think like on a reservation, or do you think that she's hurt these kids?
I don't think she's on the reservation. I don't think anybody there would let that fly. But also, I do want to mention to you that when you were playing the clip from the that channel, Crime and Shame, Cheryl that was talking with Logan,
yeah,
that's the one that was in the picture with Malaya at the beach.
Okay, yeah, that's what my producer said. She said it's the girl from the beach. They could have took that beach day and went out and looked for those kids.
Absolutely.
They could have got some tan without being at the beach, you know. I mean, you can get tan searching. I think people are getting a real bad Casey Anthony vibe from Malaya, you know, so.
Definitely.
Okay.
No mother would just take off like that and leave her kids missing.
I don't think any father would either. I mean, there's some bastard fathers out here, but I mean, a good dad ain't leaving either, you know. So if my kid was missing, I'm searching until to the end of days. And to see her not really care, her behavior is the biggest clue we have in this case.
For sure. 100%.
All right. You be good. You guys stay safe.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Peace.
Bye.
Okay. So there you go. I mean, you're hearing people from Nova Scotia call in left and right, and they pretty much believe the same thing we believe. And there's a reason why, because kids just don't disappear. Okay. And I believe the police and searchers, they did a good job of searching that surrounding area of the house, and the kids ain't ran away. There's no signs of abduction. Like the kids would have had to get out. They had to get out at the exact same time a kidnapper just happened to be going through the middle of nowhere and see the kids. Could it happen? It could happen, but it's highly unlikely. So we rule out the kids are in the woods. We rule out they've got abducted. It don't leave nothing but the mom and dad. Hey, Renee, good to see you. and then you got a mother's behavior that is so bizarre and so odd, not begging for a kid, not searching for a kid, and not one day has she searched, but she could take a day and go to the beach. Oh, hell no, woman. Hell no. I don't know what the RCMP is doing, but child neglect is exactly what she's doing. She has abandoned her children. If your kids are out in the woods lost and you don't go search for them, that's pretty much you abandon your kids. No mother would do that. No mother would act like that. I don't care if your kid is a baby or your kid is grown. A mother wouldn't do that with their grown kid, most lessly a baby and 2 babies. Oh, hell no. Okay. I'm going to get ready to close this phone line. Thank you for everybody who called in tonight. And definitely listen, guys. Like, Jordan said tonight, don't nobody be out there threatening anybody. I know my viewers are good people, so I know y'all ain't threatening nobody, but y'all pass that along to other channels. Don't, tell your people not to threaten people. It's even if you don't believe them, we're all adults. Nobody should be getting threatened. Even with Malaya, I believe Malaya is guilty as hell. That's my opinion, but I wouldn't encourage anybody to hurt Malaya, do anything to Malaya. And I'll tell you one thing, like, I believe Leilani was guilty. Leilani Simon in Savannah, right? Leilani came out and sat in the front yard. My biggest fear the whole time I was out there was somebody was going to come out there and hurt Leilani. Right? Because so many people knew she was guilty. And they did. They tried. People were coming out, jumping out the cars, running up to the house, screaming, beating on the doors, cussing from the driveway. And I was just thinking, you come out here, then somebody hurt you. And listen, I thought she was guilty, but I didn't know for a fact, right? I pretty much did, but 98.9% I knew, but I thought somebody was going to hurt her. And I was going to have to be out there and somebody's going to start shooting or something bad's going to happen. There's straight bullets. I don't want to get killed behind Leilani, right? And I just thought something bad was going to happen. But the whole thing is, we're not the enforcement on this, right? We leave that up to the police. Does she need to be drop kicked? Absolutely. But is it my place to drop kick her? No, it's the court system's place to drop kick her right to prison, where she's sitting right now living her best life with men sending her money. That's what's happening. She got like 37 boyfriends from prison. Okay. We seen the prison calls, talking to dudes and all that stuff, but she's where she belongs, and it's not our place to punish these people. It's our place to bring them to punishment. So remember that. Don't threaten people. Don't try to hurt people. And even if it's an idle threat, it's still a threat. Don't do it. And it affects families. We see that, right? And just because I don't agree with him don't mean that he's wrong. Derwood could actually be right. I don't know. But I don't think he is. I think all the people he's getting his information from are liars. So, take it all with what it is. The information, what happens in the dark will come to light. We got to know that. And when their time is here, they will pay the price. All right. And for YouTube creators that share that clip of Jordan calling in, make sure y'all give me some credit. Plug Dolly Vision. I'm trying to hit 71,000. And if you're out there watching and you ain't subbed up yet, sub up the channel, ring the bell for notifications, all that good stuff. Like the video. When it's done, drop a comment. Tell me what you think about this situation. Should we believe Derwood? Is these kids out here? Are they alive? What do you think about what Jordan said? And all that good stuff. But I'm going to get out of here for the night, kick back, get me some food, something to drink, watch me a little bit of Netflix and chill. And I will see you guys tomorrow when I wake my lazy ass up. Oh, and don't forget to add this Facebook group, right? Sage just posted it. That's where we're keeping up with the timeline at. So everybody add that group, okay? There's a lot of information, good information there on Jack and Lily Sullivan. So make sure you add that group. Let's get Dolly to 100K. We'll get there, Trisha. We got to be patient. Good things come to those who wait. But we're on the right path. And the journey has been awesome to take it with each and every one of you guys. All right. We're going to get there together. I'll see y'all soon. Peace.